welcome back everyone. This is the Filipino Votes midterm elections 2019. It is 12 high noon, 6 hours since voting started. And I'm Pinky Webb. Well, we're halfway through the voting period for the midterm elections. We're still joined by two of our guests here, Dr. Mahar Mangas of SWS and, of course, Attorney Carlo Africa of Lente. You know, a while ago during the break, we were talking about if there were enough complaints, if there are a lot of complaints this year compared to last year, maybe one thing we should remember is that it might be a little bit of a hard comparison because last year was obviously the presidential elections, and of course this is the midterm elections. Again, we are, what, 6 hours into voting, and complaints have been coming in. We were able to speak to COMELEC spokesperson James Jimenez a while ago, and he was telling us that these are, you know, complaints, and what's important is that the COMELEC is ready to address these problems na isinusumbong sa kanila. For example, the vote counting machines, he tells us not to worry, there's an extra 10,000 vote counting machines. Why do we say this? Because somehow this has been the complaint of a number of people that there's been jamming or problems with the vote counting machines. He says there are about 10,000 extra ones. So there are enough replacements. The only problem is, can the replacements get to the voting precincts as soon as possible? Also, of course, you know, complaints of vote buying and vote selling. The Philippine National Police admit vote buying is widespread. Many candidates, of course, also, and politicians have cast their ballots. Let's bring them one by one, at least those who have voted so far. Among them, Vice President Leni Robredo and her daughters in Naga Camarines Sur. Here you see former National Police Chief Ronald Bato de la Rosa in Davao del Sur. Taking you now to Capiz, that's where former Interior Secretary Mar Rojas voted early this morning. And presidential daughter Davao City Mayor Sara Duterte voted in her hometown, of course. All right, so back to our guests here. Looking into, again, the senatorial race, what I really wanted to ask is, mas masikip ba to? Because that's what they're saying, mas masikip daw itong senatorial race compared to last year. I want to get your sentiments on this. Dr. Mahar, please go ahead. Is it a tighter race?
I don't have sentiments kung mas masikip ito. Because that requires knowledge of numbers, at wala kaming numbers.
About Attorney Africa?
I would say probably it seems like it's tighter because yung focus is sa senators ngayon. Yung presidential election, people were really talking about the presidential candidates. So yung laban doon sa taas. Whereas dito, people were talking about senators, people think it would really be a close race. But as to specific data showing that, okay, it's people are really fighting amongst it, I'm not really sure as well.
But it's what they call parang a confidence vote. Would you agree? Dr. Mahar, attorney, would you agree that this is a confidence vote on the president and his policies, his administration policies?
Well, we have quarterly surveys anyway, so I wouldn't put extra attention to the midterm vote. Of course, you'll see kung most of his candidates come out and just wait and have a look at that. But with or without those, the numbers of the administration have been pretty good. Oh, by the way, I want to point out something there.
Okay.
The economic numbers have been very good. I'm an economist. I'm saying that as an economist. And they have been very good, this is important, since 2014, not 2016 only. But since 2014, and this is rare, more people have been getting better off than the ones who have been getting worse off.
Okay.
And that never happened all the way up to 2013. It only started in 2014. We're reporting this quarter after quarter, quarter after quarter, and amazingly, there's still lumalabang pa rin yung mga bumubuti, which didn't happen before at all, you see. This is the history of it. How many people are actually getting better off? Don't look at the GNP, by the way. That's kalokohan. That's just a myth of the financial sector and the business community to make you think that that's the way to
You
rate
interpret
the
the
economy.
economic
That's not the way. You rate it by how many people are getting better off and how many people are getting worse off. And if you don't believe our numbers, look at the Banco Central's numbers. The Banco Central has been doing the same surveys also for about 5 years now, which is a good thing. I like it. I like it. And it's confirmed also that there's been this change, and now there are more getting better off than worse off. Okay, then if you say, why? Not because of the GNP growth. Why? It's because of the inflation. It's because of the very moderate inflation, which is, of course, partly they're doing, Banco Central's doing. And then, of course, there's conditional cash transfer, which definitely helps the poor, and there's data about that, which we help to collect, by the way. That's important. And by the way, and this might not be popular for me to say, having higher taxes is very important. You can't spend without taxing. If you try to spend without taxing, you'll cause inflation. And this is a very important reform. Train is a very, very important reform.
Very important.
It gives
And
the
very
government
controversial.
the ability to spend without causing inflation, because the taxation puts a dampener at the same time on the demand. That's basic economics. You see, if they were going to say, wag masama yung train, hindi, mabuti yan. Mabuti yan. Kasi, paano manggagaling yung pera? Gobyerno, di magiging inflationary.
All right. Also, we have correspondents standing by in many parts of the country to bring you the latest. And now we're going to talk to, we have George Cahiles. He's in Ilocos Norte. Trisha Terada, of course, is at the PICC. Makoy Popioco is in Cebu. Let's now first go to Naga City in Camarines Sur, the hometown of Vice President Leni Robredo. Our Anjo Alemario tailed Robredo as she voted there earlier. Anjo, did the Vice President say anything?
Yes, Pinky, after waiting for 40 minutes, Vice President Leni Robredo is done voting at Tabuco Central School. And unlike in 2016, when the vote counting machine at her precinct malfunctioned, today everything went smoothly. And now facing members of the media, Robredo says, while keeping herself realistic, she also is hopeful about the outcome of the elections. Realistic because all the odds were going against the opposition, and optimistic that in the end, Filipinos will still put the best interests of the country first. She says she's anxious, especially with the massive incidents of vote buying. It was an uphill battle, she says. Local candidates did not carry the opposition, but the passion of their volunteers motivated them. There's also fear, she admits, just thinking the frustration of their volunteers when this is all over. But she says, whatever the results of the elections are, they already won.
Whatever the outcome of the elections is, tingin ko panalo na kami. Panalo na in uniting a lot of people na pareho yung paniniwala about things that are happening in our midst. Yung sa akin, hindi natatapos yung laban sa eleksyon na to. Kailangan yung mga taong nag-unite, magkaisa pa din para magdesisyon kung paano lalabanan yung mga bagay na pakiramdam namin mali.
Robredo says she will stay in Naga until tomorrow, and she also encourages those who have not yet voted to head to their respective precincts given what's at stake in the country. But as far as she's concerned, she's still hoping for a miracle for the opposition. Pinky.
Thank you, Anjo Alemario, reporting to us from Naga City. And now we're going to go over to Cebu City. Our Makoy Popioco is there. Makoy, go ahead.
Pinky, the swarm of voters here at Guadalupe Elementary School in Cebu City has grown even bigger at this time. Buildings are crammed with people eager to cast their vote. And in the sea of voters, we met 85-year-old Bonifacia Hakalan, who braved this congested polling center on her own. Despite her frail build, Lola Bonifacia managed to inch her way to her polling precinct. However, there was a problem. Her polling precinct is not anymore located in the same building where she used to vote. Apparently, Lola Bonifacia struggled to find her new polling precinct. Thankfully, there were good Samaritans who offered help and assisted her until she was able to cast her vote. I asked the old woman how many elections has she cast her vote. She says she could not even remember. All she knows is she's been regularly voting since she was 18 years old. And she concluded her statement by saying that hopefully this is not her last, before she burst into laughter. I mean, what a woman, Pinky. You know, it's an awe-inspiring sight to witness her slowly walk her way to her voting precinct. So if an 85-year-old woman finds her strength to actually get up, brave the humidity and the hassle of going through the crowd, I don't see any reason for 18-year-olds to skip the electoral process today. Pinky.
All right, Makoy Popioco, thanks a lot for that. And now we're gonna go to George Cahiles. George, go ahead.
Well, Pinky, like in any parts of the country, problems on the vote counting machines were experienced here in Ilocos Norte. And provincial election supervisor Joel Hines told us that when they opened the precincts early today at 6 in the morning, everything was fine until 30 minutes later when complaints started to come in. Now, Hines says most issues involved paper jams and misread ballots. Now, Hines says all the issues were addressed except for one incident here in this particular precinct in Tabug Elementary School, wherein defective memory cards of the vote counting machines need to be reconfigured at the Comelec Regional Hub. Here's Attorney Hines.
Hopefully, matatapos na ma-reconfigure hanggang mamayang hapon. But anyway, tuloy pa rin yung kondon, botohan. One-time feeding na lang pag dumating.
Meanwhile, members of the Marcos family, including senatorial candidate Amy Marcos, have cast their votes. Although recent surveys place her in the winning circle for the 12th seat being contested in the Senate, the incumbent governor says all she can do for now is to pray.
All right, thanks a lot, George Cahiles, reporting to us from Ilocos Norte. And now we're going to go live to the PICC. Our Trisha Terada is there. Trisha, go ahead.
Yes, Pinky, we're halfway through the midterm elections and complaints have been popping up left and right. And one of the much talked about issues is the rejection of former Vice President Binay's ballot. And it's important because it seems that apparently it may not just be an isolated case. Binay rushed here to the PICC earlier this morning to personally air his concerns. He was looking for officials and he came here to talk to the director and the spokesperson James Jimenez. Now they had a brief meeting, and shortly after that, they told us, Comelec admitted that there was indeed a problem with the machine that was used at the precinct where Binay voted. Binay expressed his frustration about what happened. He said that he's willing to fight it out. If he had to file a case, he would do it just to fight for his vote, and for also those for people who feel disenfranchised of what happened. Now, Binay was appeased with a resolution that Comelec came up with, which is they would replace the vote counting machine at that precinct. And what will happen after that is Comelec agreed to refeed these ballots, these rejected ballots in that particular precinct. What will happen is a batch refeeding of these ballots. Now, Comelec also telling us that, however, at this time, Comelec could not tell us, rather, that how the process would be like, how the batch refeeding would be like. Now, it also looks like that some precincts are having the same problems of a rejected ballot. So, if from what we know, there are actually two instances or two possible scenarios as to why ballots could be rejected. One, as Comelec has repeatedly said, there shouldn't be any other markings outside the areas where it says where shading is only designated. And at the same time, we're seeing real problems here with the vote counting machines. But we have to hear COMELEC about that later on. There was supposed to be a press conference at 10 this morning, but it was pushed to 2 this afternoon. The reason, COMELEC has yet to collate the data for the discrepancies and the complaints. Pinky?
All right, thanks a lot, Trisha Terada, reporting to us live from the PICC. We're going to wait for that. We're going to wait for that press conference as scheduled. It was supposed to be at 10 a.m. By the COMELEC, but that has been delayed. We can just imagine because of the problems or, yung mga complaints at reklamo, possibly that they have been receiving. But as soon as that happens, we'll bring that to you live. And when we come back, we still have our guests with us, and plus 2 more. I'm going to introduce them to you a little later on. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation, The Filipino Votes, Midterm Elections 2019. When we return, a live report from Cotabato City, and we will check the situation in one of the schools in Manila where 18,000 voters are expected to cast their ballots. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the program. This is the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. Despite calls to observe self-restraint, this holy month of Ramadan, violence remains unabated. In some parts of central Mindanao, our David Santos is on the ground. He's in Maguindanao to give us the latest. David, how are elections going there despite these sporadic incidents of violence?
Well, it is safe to say that these violent incidents seem to have no impact on today's elections at all. We are here in Datuodin, Sinsua town, where a grenade explosion happened at around 1 o'clock this morning. 2 unidentified men in a motorcycle lobbed a grenade in this area less than 100 meters from the town hall and the municipal police office. That was captured on a security camera. 6 hours later, another grenade went off outside the ancestral home of a local political clan. No reports of injuries or casualties in both incidents. Still, this prompted ranking police officials to personally inspect the blast sites. Officials say, obviously, those behind these attacks are out to sow fear among voters. They won't name names, but they are almost sure that the suspects have links to local politicians running in the elections. Pinky.
Thank you, David Santos, reporting to us live from Maguindanao. David, thanks a lot for that. I'm going to bring in 2 of our guests here also in the studio. Let's welcome them. We have former Commissioner, COMELEC Commissioner Goyo Larazabal, and of course UP Professor Jean Franco. Thank you for being here. It's good to see you again, both. Umpisahan ko na si Commissioner Goyo. Sir, what do you think of what's happening? What is the problem with the vote counting machines, the jamming, the inks? In fact, we were not able to discuss that yet kasi marami rin complaints na tumatagos daw yung pentel pen na ibinibigay ng mga Board of Election Inspectors sa botante, tapos pagbaliktarin mo, tumatagos doon, so minsan daw hindi daw tinatanggap ng vote counting machines. Give us a sense of why this is happening.
That's what's unusual, because this is supposedly the 4th automated elections we're having in the Philippines. Just imagine you're driving a car, you're in 1st gear, then you go faster, 2nd gear, 3rd. By the time you're 4th gear, you're really fast na, di ba? So you shouldn't have any problems anymore. Just like automated elections, you know, you had birth rates in 2010, 2013, you keep on improving. Many of the problems now were not really problems before. There weren't really problems with the ink. There weren't really much problems with the counting machines. I can't imagine what will happen during transmission tonight. But I've received also reports that, for example, in Sumisip, Basilan, there were some voters who filled up the ballot, and when they fed the ballot into the machine, the receipt showed that it was different. The machine counted the vote for another candidate.
Oh, yeah.
And they
Okay.
tried to protest, but the electoral board did not accept their protest. So that's
So that's wait. We need to discuss that because for those watching us, yeah, because I checked my receipt, it was
checked the
correct.
receipt. It's
So
okay.
ano mangyayari pag hindi tally yung receipt mo dun sa pinasok mong balota? So you protest,
you
right?
protest. You have to file a protest with the electoral board. Then you have it written in the minutes of voting. The
And
problem
then?
there in that instance is that they tried to protest, but the electoral board would not sign their protest form.
But why would that be?
What mean?
Why wouldn't they not sign it? If I let that
I don't know. I don't know. But
No,
more
I mean-
importantly is not the fact that they're not signing, the fact that that's happening. I mean, say, why is it happening that the vote was, the oval wasn't counted correctly? And there's another instance in Ojongan, in Romblon, where the candidate herself voted for herself, right? When she fed the ballot in the machine, she just voted for herself, but it was counted as an overvote. That means to say, there's something wrong because
there's obviously a mismatch.
there is a problem there. So
Yeah.
I advised them, many people called, I advised them, just have it put in the minutes of voting, make the appropriate protest.
Yeah.
But it's more than one precinct, and that's happening in more than one province. And this is supposed to be the fourth automated elections. Comelec is supposed to be more than ready for these elections.
Commissioner, what? 2010, 2013, 2016,
And
2019, yeah.
And me say, just like you mentioned, the felt tip markers. You know, felt tip markers would blot. There are some precincts that report that they don't have any more felt tip markers. I've seen reports that the VCMs are not working. Why? These are supposed to be
Okay.
relatively new machines.
Here's what I wanted to ask you. I understand where you're coming from na pang-apat na to, dapat masanay na tayo, dapat parang mas expert na tayo. Is it possible, sir, that the integrity of the voting counting machines are compromised because of the time? That, you know?
No, me say,
Hindi ba nagiging luma siya o baka kailangan bang i-recalibrate yan? I don't know, sir.
So, when people look at automated elections, they see that, okay, automated elections, they look at the machines, they look at the system, they look at the software. They think that's a silver bullet, but they don't look at the process. Means say you can have the best system in the world, but if it's mismanaged, you'll have a bad elections. You can have a relatively bad electoral system, but if it's run well, then you'll have good elections. It's still a process. At the end of the day, it's still the people configuring the cards, checking the machines, printing the ballots, configuring the ballot face, doing the pre-lot, doing the delivery of the VCMs and VRVMs. This is what a lot of people don't see. They just see the counting machine, they just look at the software, that's it. They don't look at how it's being run, how it's being prepared.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Why can't you take a picture of your vote and also take a picture of your receipt?
Well,
Bawal
that's
eh.
bawal because
Yeah.
secrecy of the ballot po.
Secrecy of the ballot, yeah.
But that's prohibited because of the secrecy of ballot, and that can be used for vote buying.
Exactly.
But this is a question. This is a question that has to be also asked. Using that as a premise, if I fill up a ballot and I feed it, and there's a discrepancy with the receipt, now I don't. The electoral board say, oh, what's your proof that there's a
And
discrepancy?
how can you tell that person is telling the truth or not? That's actually a good point.
But in this case, it's the candidate herself who voted for
herself.
And it was miscounted.
All right, we're just going to go to our correspondent, Rex Remitio. He is in Cavite right now. Rex, go ahead.
Well, the voters here are aware on how bitter the rivalry is between candidates Ayong Maliksi and John Vic Remulla. The two were former governors of the province who are now seeking a return to the post. And their race has been marred by allegations of both buying and selling on both sides. Just last week, 10 supporters of Remulla were arrested over charges of alleged vote buying. The Remulla camp, meanwhile, is also saying the Maliksi camp is the one who's been engaged in such. He also hit Maliksi for spreading an alleged court document saying he was disqualified. Maliksi, however, says Remulla should stop spreading lies like his alleged involvement in corruption. Their bitter rivalry even forced the Commission on Elections to declare their hometown, Imu City, as an election hotspot. The two were actually former allies when Maliksi was governor from 2001 to 2010 and Remulla was his vice governor. Eventually, they had a falling out because of differences in policies for the province. Remulla then succeeded him from 2010 to 2016. He was challenged by Maliksi in 2013, but the latter lost. Remulla was then replaced by his brother Boying in 2016. He then decided to run to represent Cavite's 7th district in the House of Representatives. It looks like it's a tight battle for the gubernatorial post. So far, there seems to be no clear winner between the two. The Revilla clan, meanwhile, is confident they will win the respective posts that they want. In fact, they're optimistic that most, if not of all of the Revillas seeking elective posts, will win. This holds true especially for cinema's action star and comebacking senatorial candidate Bong Revilla. He ranked 4th to 8th place in the latest Pulse Asia senatorial survey. This despite his alleged involvement in the pork barrel scam case. He was recently acquitted in a plunder case. Revilla casted his vote here at Governor P.F. Espiritu Elementary School this morning together with his family. He was given a warm welcome by fellow Caviteños, befitting his action star persona. Accompanying him are his wife and re-electionist Bacoor City Mayor Lani Mercado and his son, Vice Governor, who is also a re-electionist, Jolo Revilla. Pinky.
Thanks a lot, Rex Remitio. Now let's go to Manila at Manuel L. Quezon Elementary School, where almost 18,000 voters are expected to cast their votes today. This is also where Mayoral Tibet Isko Moreno is registered. And our Carolyn Bonkin is there live. And she joins us via Skype. Carolyn, anong latest dyan?
Pinky, it remains crowded here at Manuel L. Quezon Elementary School till this afternoon. And just to show you, okay, this is the current situation in one of the wings of the school here. The crowd was a bit thicker this morning, but that somehow subsided by lunchtime. So that means navigating around the school is still quite a challenge with the heat. It's generally peaceful elections here, although there were technical problems earlier. A vote counting machine, or VCM, in precinct 460B, that's this one, refused to accept 6 ballots because it's either dirty, crumpled, or wrongly shaded. After 4 tries, these ended up as spoiled ballots. Votes from these ballots will not be counted anymore, as the poll clerk explained to us earlier. Pinky, aside from that, some of the voters also complained that the waiting time takes longer because some of the precincts here are short of supplies such as markers and secrecy folders. Pinky.
All right, Carolyn, just very briefly, can you tell us about the voter registration verification system, which pinilot test ata yan sa Manila today, Carolyn?
Yes, Pinky, that's right. Isa yung Manila dun sa mga lugar kung saan nga nag-pilot test sila nung voter registration verification system, or VRVS. Unfortunately, Pinky, at least 5 precincts here, or the BEIs, or Board of Election Inspectors in 5 precincts here, had to do manual verification of registered voters because the machines for VRVS did not work, or just suddenly stopped working in one of the precincts, and then for 3 other precincts they had a problem logging in, and then in another precinct the voter registration verification machine just reads no file not found. So but
but as the BIs are explaining to us earlier, all of these machines work fine. They work properly when they inspected it, when they tested it last Wednesday. However, the BIs assure, and as we can see now, that this do not cause any delay in today's elections. Pinky.
Thanks a lot, Carolyn Bonkin, reporting to us from Manila. Let me just welcome also UP Professor Jean Franco. Before we go again to this verification machine from Commissioner Goyo, welcome to the show, Professor. Thank you for being here. Also, give us your thoughts on what's happening so far.
Just to comment on what Attorney Goyo said earlier, yeah, we're now realizing that there are a lot of glitzes, a lot of mishaps happening. And I guess it's also because we attempted to modernize how we vote, but we did not modernize the COMELEC at all. Diba? Kasi, I mean, it goes without saying eh. Dapat ginawa yun eh. But I mean, we also have to temper our comments against COMELEC because COMELEC has a tight budget. They're always short of human resources and they are made to implement a synchronized election every 3 years. Kaya lang, of course, we have to also consider the fact that dapat na pag-aralan na nila to. Periodic naman.
So how do you actually put a balance between what you just said? You know, we're here modernizing our elections, but you're almost like not supporting the COMELEC and not financially, parang ganon. Di ba?
Yeah, exactly. And in terms of human resources.
Yes.
Kasi at the end of the day, gobyerno pa rin eh. Diba?
Commissioner? You can, naiintindihan mo.
I know she means. Kasi what happens is that the focus some people have is a legal approach to running elections. It's not a management, it's not a logistics. Basically, elections is a management and logistics event. So you deliver the votes, the ballots, you deliver the counting machines, people vote, you count it, you retrieve the machines. It's basically a logistics and management issue, not a legal. And the problem there is a lot of people there look at elections from a legal point of view.
Yeah.
And that's where many of the problems come from.
Thoughts, gentlemen?
Oh, I agree with that. COMELEC really lacks resources. I think just on a pure budget perspective, I think one of the problems is that they cannot even control their own budget. At the end of the day, it's the DBM who actually submits their budget for them, if I'm not mistaken. So that alone, it will be difficult for COMELEC to actually improve moving forward. I think it says from not just, I guess COMELEC, there's two functions. One is the management part, and the other one is it's the prosecution part, I guess. And COMELEC's also not doing a very good job in that aspect as well. So these are things that COMELEC needs to really improve moving forward. But it would need a lot of support, particularly, I guess, from Congress to give it more budget, I guess.
Okay, let's bring this in. Let's go first to Pasig City. One mayoralty candidate there, Vico Soto, also reported some problems in the vote counting machines. Our Chrissy Di Matulak is in Pasig. Chrissy, what can you tell us now?
Pinky, the day is far from over, but already many voters around the country have been complaining about malfunctioning vote counting machines in their areas. One of them is Pasig mayoral candidate Vico Soto, who refused to cast his vote until the VCM in his precinct in Valle Verde 5 gets replaced. According to residents, they were offered two options by COMELEC volunteers. First is they could cast their votes and then allow the volunteers to insert their ballots for them when the replacement machine arrives. The other option is to wait it out and insert their ballots themselves in the replacement VCM. The replacement machine arrived at around 11:45 a.m. The defective unit was replaced and fully operational at around 11:20 a.m. And at around 11:30 a.m., Soto lined up at the precinct to cast his vote. According to Soto, his camp has been trying to reach COMELEC Pasig to clarify issues on the defective VCMs, but they wouldn't return his calls. Pinky?
Chrissy, thanks a lot. I just want to bring in Commissioner Goyo here. Pagka ganun kasi, siguro, is it fair? Is it right? Tama ba? Pag tumawag tayo, tapos, we're gonna complain na hindi sinasagot yung tawag natin. Gaano ba, how crazy does it get also sa headquarters ng COMELEC with all the complaints and problems na ibinabato?
Okay, there's a lot of problems, especially now, no? But the common reply to that question is that if I can answer people calling me, why can't others reply to or answer calls to them, di ba? When you look at it, there's supposed to be a national support center. Who's manning it? What are the numbers? What's being done? What's the process on how to resolve these issues? I think going back to what I mentioned earlier, it's more of a management and logistics, resource management issue rather than a legal or whatever issue it is. Because the machines are there, no? It's just how to address the concerns. This is the fourth automated elections. I think they should have had it down pat na these are the possible problems, these are the possible solutions. Let's solve it faster.
You're quite disappointed.
It's obvious ba?
Re-electionist Makati Mayor Abby Binay has also cast her vote. She wasn't able to do that for a while also. The incumbent mayor had to wait for about an hour in line before she was able to vote. Joyce Ilas is at the San Jose Elementary School in Makati. Joyce, what happened to Mayor Abby Binay?
Pinky, re-electionist Makati Mayor Abby Binay said that this is the longest time that she and her husband had to wait in line just to be able to vote. Binay arrived at around 10:30 in the morning at San Jose Elementary School in Makati with their husband, the electionist, Makati 2nd District Representative Luis Campos. But they were only able to vote after an hour at around 11:30. Earlier today, the vote counting machine at the polling precinct where Binay and Campos were supposed to vote malfunctioned. It kept on rejecting ballots being fed to it. Poll workers had to shut it down at around 8:30 in the morning. A replacement machine arrived at 2 hours after at around 10:30 a.m. and it was only then that feeding of ballots resumed. A few minutes after the VCM was fixed, the Binay and Campos arrived. However, by then, the line was already very long. Now, despite reports of a malfunctioning VCM, Abby Binay said that she is not alarmed. Her father, former Vice President and Makati 1st District Representative candidate Jojo Binay, complained about the VCM in his polling precinct, which also malfunctioned earlier. Now, aside from these, Binay says so far she has yet to receive any other adverse report about the conduct of election today. Binay also denied reports linking her to vote buying. She believes that these are just rumors being spread against her by her contenders. Pinky.
All right, so Joyce, tapos na siyang bumoto, nakaalis na siya dyan?
Yes, Pinky, nakaalis na siya. Sinabi niya magpapahinga daw muna siya sa bahay at saka imo-monitor na lang niya yung magiging resulta ng botohan pagsara ng mga presinto mamayang alas 6. Sinabi niya noong 2016 daw, inabot ng alas 3 ng madaling araw nung pinroklama siya bilang winner. So she is hoping na sana daw ngayong taon mas maaga.
Joyce, aabangan natin yan. Dahil isa yan sa pinakamainit na labanan din dahil nga magkalaban ang magkapatid na Abby at Junjun Binay. All right, back to our guests here. Dr. Mahar, would you like to add anything before I go to Attorney Goyo again, dun sa pinag-usapan natin so far and what you're seeing so far?
I'm very bothered by Commissioner Larazabal's comments about these things because COMELEC is really very, very important. I'll give you my bias. I'll say that I have complete confidence in NAMFREL and EDSA Lagman. And all that I've seen here is that they've tried to put them aside and not let them participate in this kind of election. So I'm very disappointed there. I trust their integrity. That's why.
All right.
When I said kanina, when you
obvious ba? Kasi I said this, you sound disappointed. Sabi mo, obvious ba?
Yeah, because, you know, these are problems that are not supposed to be issues now. You say, fourth elections, everybody says they're ready, but the pens are not working. Kulang ang pens. The VCMs are not functioning. The SD cards are corrupted. There's a problem with the delivery of the election paraphernalia. The VRVMs are not working. You say, these are supposed to be things that are not, you don't even have to consider. You have to look at.
Are they supposed to be non-issues?
These are non-issues. Yeah. Now you should focus on vote buying. You should focus on issues outside of the system already.
I get what you're saying. Hindi dapat yung proseso ng pagboto nagiging problema, but it seems that is the problem ngayon. Lahat, yun na lang yung kino-complain. pentel pen, balota.
Basic thing, pentel pen and SD cards. And if these are problems now, I can't even imagine what will happen. Hopefully nothing will happen later during transmission. Diba?
Transmission pa.
Professor, go ahead.
And in a democracy, people have to believe in elections. Kung maging illegitimate ang elections, and then delikado tayo, hindi ba?
Well, karapatan natin yun di ba? We elect our leaders. Kaya nga sinasabi nila, yung iba nga sinasabi kung hindi ka bumuboto, wala kang karapatan magreklamo. Some people are saying that. But you know, when you hear stories such as, you know, the 85-year-old, hindi na sila halos makalakad o maakyat, pero syempre meron namang special lanes for senior citizens, you really see how important a vote is. One vote, it's your vote. Siguro depende na yan talaga sa tao, papaano nyo, you know, how you see your votes. But to some people, it's your honor, diba, to be able to vote for the people you want to see in your cities, in Congress, in both houses of Congress, that is. In just a few more minutes, the PPCRV will officially open their operations. We're going to show you live pictures over there from the Pope Pius Center a little later on. We had AC Nichols explaining this to us. There are about 100 computers in the Pope Pius Center right now, but the technical people are there. However, yung mga taong magmaman ng mga computers, the staff of the PPCRV will come a little later on because their operations actually begin, Commissioner, after the votes are cast. Baka lang nagtataka sila because it's still empty. You know, in fact, the PPCRV, their operations last till about, I don't know, sir, 2 weeks maybe after the votes are cast.
It might last longer.
Or maybe even longer. So our AC Nichols is there and she will report to us. So sabi nga niya kanina, there are about 100 computers there. And there are 100 people that will man the 100 computers, but they are on a 3 shift. So I guess every 8 hours magpapalit yan ng staffing. So possibly you're probably looking at about 300 people at least over there at the Pope Pius Center. So anyway, moving forward, elections, we were saying, very important to us. Any other concern, Professor, so far?
Well, earlier we were talking about, I think when we were not yet on cam, regarding the fact that it's very difficult for social scientists, for instance, like us, to study elections because we don't have much data. And to the extent that elections should be about issues, we need data because that's how politicians will be moved to respond to people's issues during elections. So I don't know how that's going to happen.
Okay, we'll be taking a short break. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. When we return, we check in on Electoral Watchdog, Parish Pastoral Council, again for responsible voting, or the PPCRV. We will be right back. We have some breaking news here on CNN Philippines. Let's go to Zian Arcangel in Quezon City. She has an update on Bing Bong Crisologo, who is running for mayor in Quezon City. He was arrested last night for obstruction of justice. Zian, go ahead.
Thank you. Congressman Bing Bong Crisologo and his son Edrix are still at the Quezon City Prosecutor's Office for inquest proceedings in connection with the alleged vote-buying incident they were involved in Sunday night. It's been 3 hours since Crisologo and his son arrived at the Quezon City Hall of Justice for the inquest proceedings, but there's no update yet about the charges they will be facing. Philippine National Police Chief General Oscar Albayalde earlier said that charges of obstruction of justice, unjust vexation, and direct assault will be filed against Crisologo and his son. The lawmaker and his supporters were arrested Sunday night after he allegedly intervened when police tried to arrest his supporters at a house in Barangay Bahay Toro, where vote buying was reportedly taking place. Crisologo reportedly tried to prevent the police from leaving the premises by locking blocking up the compound. Past 12 noon today, lawyer Larry Gadon arrived at the Hall of Justice with Crisologos running mate Jopet Tison. He confirms he's now Crisologos' lawyer. And with the inquest proceedings still ongoing, there's still no word yet whether Crisologo will be allowed by the city prosecutor to vote today. Pinky?
Thanks a lot, Zian. Archangel. Netizens are also reporting some defective vote counting machines causing delays and long lines in several polling precincts. Our Menchu Makapagal has the latest. Menchu.
Yes, that is absolutely right, Pinky. Actually, we have several tweets or several pics from social media, like this one that we have from Tristan Malunes, actually saying sira daw ang VCM sa St. Joseph Elementary School, especially sa precinct number 65. Done my rights to vote para sa bayan at kasanrilan. Next, we have another Twitter user by the name of Irene Ingles, and she adds, hindi na kinakain ng VCM yung mga balot. Hay, isang haba na ng pila. Now, meantime, for this netizen at Dar, he's actually worried because he says he's seeing a lot, or bakit ang daming nagre-report ng defective VCM. While for Kalisi Kasoho, she has tweeted that elections in Barangay Kalaan in Buldon, Maguindanao was delayed for more than an hour because of a delayed VCM as well. So it seems like VCMs are the talk of the town, if you will, among our netizens, and we will keep you in the loop on the latest on the midterm polls throughout the day. You can also join the conversation by checking us out on our social media accounts. Just use the hashtag #TheFilipinoVotes. Back to you, Pinky.
Thanks a lot, Menchu. We also have a report from one of our correspondents, Jeline Fule. She's in Makati right now. Jeline, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Former Vice President Jojo Binay voted the second time this morning. This time, the new ballot given to him was successfully casted into the vote counting machine. Earlier, the Binay patriarch headed to the COMELEC main headquarters to complain over a so-called glitch. This after his first ballot was rejected by the vote counting machine 8 times. Gina Iliga, an election supervisor and principal of San Antonio National High School, earlier said that the glitch was due to paper jam. But later on, they found out that former VP Binay's ballot was defective. Iligan says that what happened to the Binay patriarch was a special case. That's why the one ballot per voter did not apply to him today. Meantime, Makati mayoral candidate June Binay, his mother Elenita, sister Senator Nancy and Ann Binay have successfully finished casting their votes here at the San Antonio National High School. Pinky?
All right, Jeline, but how is the former VP now? He was very, he was quite angry a while ago. Medyo mahinahon na ba siya ngayon?
Yes, thank you. Actually, naging mahinahon na siya kasi at least nakita niya yung pagcast nung yung pagpasok sa VCM nung kanyang boto at nakaboto siya ulit kasi kanina he was worrying that yung credibility at saka yung kung hindi ba matatamper yung kanyang balota kung halimbawa sabi kasi kanina ipapasok daw ulit sa VCM ito kaya lang ayaw na niya ng ganun, gusto niya ay bumoto siya ulit para sigurado daw. Thank you.
Jeline, maraming salamat sa iyo. Jeline Fule reporting to us in Makati City. I just want to get last words from our guests this afternoon. Let's start with Professor. Just maybe just last words to the public or anything you want to say.
Well, this is an important exercise that we do every 3 years. Sana naman this does not end during election time, no? I mean, our civic duties carry on even after voting. We need to take our politicians to task for their promises.
This is just the beginning.
Yeah.
Di ba? Commissioner.
Okay, there are several reports about malfunctioning machines. More importantly, if you fill out the ballot and it does not, the receipt does not correctly reflect the votes you cast, please have it entered in the minutes of voting. That's your right. File a protest and take the appropriate measures. If there are people who are disrupting the proceedings, tell them to go out. I hope the military remains neutral and hope everything goes well during the transmission later. Hopefully.
Dr. Mahar?
Oh, I disagree very strongly that you should not be allowed to take a picture of your receipt, in particular, and of any of the proceedings over there. Those are very suspicious rules. I'm very disappointed with the complaints that Commissioner Larrazabal has been giving us. I'm glad he's still around, since he's got all the experience from the past. Really, these things should have been fixed by now. And if they're not being fixed, then I must say the responsibilities with the COMELEC, and help us, God help us in 2022, if this is the way things go.
Carla, go ahead.
So the situation today might be difficult, but it's important for you to remember that as a voter, you do have an option. You have two options if the VCM doesn't accept your ballot. One is to allow the electoral board to collect it, put it in an envelope and seal it. And second is you can wait for the replacement voter counting machine. At the same time, you have to be within a 30-meter radius of the polling place by 6 p.m. if you want to vote, even after the 6 p.m. deadline. So that's what you have to remember, so that despite everything that's happening today, you can still exercise your right to suffrage.
Thank you to our guest, Carla Africa Flente. Thank you, Carla. Dr. Mahar Mangas, SWS, and of course, former commissioner of the COMELEC, Goyo Larrazabal, and UP Professor Jean Franco. Of course, we all thank you for being here and sharing us your tips, your concerns in today's midterm elections. I'm Pinky Webb. You're watching the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. We are live all day and all night for in-depth and comprehensive coverage that is accurate, fair, and balanced. Keep it here on CNN Philippines. To go before polling precincts close for the national and local polls. This is the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. I'm Pinky Webb. Now we have on the line National Police Chief General Oscar Albayalde to give us updates on election security. General, good afternoon to you.
Yes, Pinky, good afternoon, and to all the viewers, good afternoon.
General, you just had a press conference a while ago. You were talking about certain data that has been released so far. Can you give us a rundown of these, sir?
Yes, as of this time, 2 p.m. today, all the voting centers, the 36,831 voting centers are all now functioning, are now open. We've just talked with the regional director of ProArm. The 6 voting centers that were previously closed were now open as of this time, and 100% all the voting centers are now functioning, Pinky.
General, what about the one in, are you talking about also the one in Lanao del Norte, sir?
Yes.
Del Sur?
Yes, the 6 voting centers that were supposed to be closed, they're now open as of 2 p.m. today.
So that's good news, General. Pero meron ho ba silang planong i-extend yan dahil late nagbukas?
There's no information on that, Pinky.
Okay. Sir, any more update you can give us in terms of violence, number of people caught, a gun ban, etc., sir?
Well, as of today, we have arrested 920 violators of the Bicol ban, and we have arrested a total of 244 violators of the omnibus election code, particularly on vote buying. And then, of course, we have incidents of explosions in Cotabato City, and one shooting incident near the polling center in Panglima Estino, Sulu, where 6 people were injured. This is this incident is probably an election-related incident, Pinky.
General, yung sa Sulu is what you're saying,
yes.
Yung shooting incident doon. But
yes,
you were also talking about an explosion in Cotabato also.
Yes, we had 2. Yes.
But there's another one, sir. There's 2 in Cotabato and
Maguindanao.
Yes. What's the update there, General?
Were just grenade throwing in vacant land. So these are very far from the polling center. So parang style POL ito. That they are just trying to scare people. Probably they're trying to make their presence felt.
Pero wala pong nasaktan in all three explosions.
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. Except of course in Estino Sulu.
In the one in Sulu, sir. How is the PNP describing the process of the election so far, sir?
Well, so far everything is smooth going on. So far everything is peaceful, except of course on the incidents that I mentioned earlier. And as of this time, just would like to make mention that 1,501 of our personnel were deployed and utilized as EBs or election boards in different parts of our country, particularly in BARM and some Pro 10 in Region 10, also in Region 5, Region 4A, and NCR.
All right. Thanks a lot, PNP Chief Oscar Albayalde. Sir, thank you so much. We're monitoring the mayoralty race of political science in San Juan City. Tristan Nadalo is there. Tristan, what can you tell us?
Pinky, before we go to the hotly contested San Juan mayoral seat, let me just give you an overview of how re-electionees and returning senators voted in San Juan. So Senator Grace Poe says it is up to the voters if she will land on the top spot if she will win in this midterm elections. Poe lined up early to cast her vote at Santa Lucia Elementary School in San Juan, but she had to wait a while along with other voters because the vote counting machine malfunctioned. In an interview, Poe says she is grateful for her consistent high ranking in pre-election surveys.
Ginawa natin lahat ng ating makakaya sa kampanya na to. Wala tayong nilamangan. Bilang isang independent, walang makinarya. Pero masaya na nga ako na nakakapasok tayo, di ba? Doon pa sa medyo bandang itaas. Kaya magaan ang loob ko ngayon Kasi kung ano man ang magiging hatol ng ating mga kababayan, basta malinis ang halalan.
Meanwhile, Senator J.V. Ejercito and former Senator Jinggoy Estrada voted at the same school, but both are offbeat about their chances on winning a Senate seat. Jinggoy says that even if they are not on speaking terms, he voted for his brother J.V. J.V. is optimistic he will fare strongly in the elections and be among the Magic 12.
I'm confident that I will make it in today's election.
Pero open kayo, sir, kung dalawa kayo makapasok?
Of course, no problem with me. As I've said before, kung ako na masusunod, pwede naman kami dalawang manilbihan. We don't talk. But I still voted for him. Sorry.
The two brothers both rank at 9 to 15 places in the recent Pulse Asia survey. Ngayon, balikan ko lang yung sa San Juan mayoral race, no? So, Francis Zamora against Janela Estrada. Janela says that she is optimistic that she will win. And ito rin naman yung sinabi ni Francis Zamora. Now, the issue is, willing ba silang magpatawad sa isa't isa? Both candidates say they are open to forgive each other, but in the right time. Pinky.
Thanks a lot, Tristan Nadalo there reporting to us from San Juan. We are still receiving reports of defective voting machines all over the country. Let's take a look at the Visayas in the region with the highest number of votes. Our Makoy Popioko is in Guadalupe Elementary School in Cebu City. Makoy.
Thank you. With barely 4 hours before polls close, the replacement for malfunctioning vote counting machines or VCMs have just arrived here at Guadalupe Elementary School in Cebu City. This poll center has not been spared from all the technical problems. We have monitored at least 2 precincts that had problems with their vote counting machines, and this precinct at the back is one of them. And what happened earlier was the vote counting machines were not receiving the ballots. The teachers tried troubleshooting, but to no avail. The backup VCMs arrived here just about an hour ago, and the delays caused long queues of voters. Now, the plan is the Board of Election Inspectors say that they will have to attend to all the voters waiting here outside first, and after that, they will deal with the backlog. The voters whose ballots have been collected earlier have already left. Many of them have left. And the COMELEC here have asked them to sign a waiver authorizing all these Board of Election inspectors to insert the ballots on the VCMs on their own, even without the voters seeing the receipts that will be issued by the VCMs. But the COMELEC has asked poll watchers to witness the process later today. Pinky.
Thanks a lot, McCoy Popioco there, reporting to us live from Cebu City. The Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting, or PPCRV, is getting ready for the counting of votes as soon as precincts close. Our AC Nichols reports from Manila. AC, how's the PPCRV now?
Pinky, 8 hours into the midterm elections, poll watchdog Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting, or PPCRV, is receiving incident reports mostly on bogged down vote counting machines all over the country. The church-based group deployed 300,000 volunteers nationwide to watch over polling precincts. And PPCRV Media Director Agnes Gervancio said the bulk of the reports coming in are on VCMs not working. They are also receiving reports of missing names on voters' list. Now, right now, not much is going on yet here at the PPCRV's command center. We expect people, mostly volunteers, to begin coming in later on in the afternoon. Now, we will be closely monitoring the developments here, as the PPCRV is the COMELEC citizens arm that will conduct a parallel unofficial count of votes. Its work is essential in verifying the electronically transmitted results of the election. Their work only will begin after voting closes and the results are transmitted. They will be using big LED screens to flash or display their quick count results, which are based on the digitally transmitted data from COMELEC's transparency server. Pinky?
The outcome of, thanks a lot, AC. The outcome of our midterm elections will help shape the remaining 3 years of Mr. Duterte's administration. Halfway through his term, the president continues to have high approval and trust ratings. While the president has endorsed a number of national and local candidates, will his endorsement translate to actual votes? Let's talk about the Filipino voting behavior. Joining us in the studio, political analyst, she's back, Jean Franco from the University of the Philippines, Pulse Asia President, Professor Ronald Holmes, Hirayang Kabataan co-founder Ron Reyes, and National Youth Commission Chairman Ronald Cardema. Gentlemen and lady, thank you again. Professor, thanks for staying. You know, if we were to summarize so far what's been happening, much of the news centers on problems with voting. I know that Commissioner Goyo Larrazabal told us a while ago, sana hindi na nangyayari ito kasi yung process should be smooth sailing. However, yan ang headline natin ngayon, yung vote counting machines. Anybody, are you concerned about this problem so far? Marami ba tayong masyadong nare-report at naririnig na problema sa mga vote counting machines? And should this be a cause for concern?
I think very problematic that sobrang dami nung problematic na vote counting machines na personally I experienced in our precinct. So
today,
ma'am, yes. So while I was voting, nasira yung vote counting machine. So we had to wait in line for it to be replaced. So like for example, si Senator Grace po, who was in the same precinct as I am, had to go back and feed her ballot herself dahil nga nasira yung vote counting machine while she was voting. So nakaka-alarm na ang dami, hindi lang siya isolated in certain areas, but it's just happening nationwide.
I don't think it can be called isolated case anymore with too many reports on that. Ronald, what about you?
I think, ma'am, yan nga ang lumabas na balita ngayon. And nakita ko yung kay former Vice President Binay kanina. In-accept yung ballot niya and binigyan siya ng bago. Pero dati kasi siyang Vice President kaya nabigyan siya ng ganong privilege. Paano yung karamihan ng mga Pilipino na pumapalpak yung pagboto nila, nabibigyan rin ba sila? Pagkakataong gumamit ng panibago?
Yun ang tanong. Kasi normally, wala talagang duplicate na There's no duplicate. You cannot get another copy of the ballot. That's been told to us even by spokesperson James Jimenez. Pag magkamali, wala na. In fact, pag pinasok mo yung balota, tapos medyo kulubot siya, may way na parang paplansyahin mo para maging diretso. Pero pag di pa pumasok, actually, hindi ka talaga bibigyan ng balota. However, what happened to the former Vice President is it was the vote counting machine that ended up to be the problem. Di ba, Professor, kanina we were talking about that. Yung vote counting machine, ang pinalitan doon sa eskwelahan or sa presinto kung saan bumoto si Vice President Binay.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm hoping that whatever happened to Vice President Binay, if he's allowed to, to do it again, I hope it goes the same for everyone.
Yeah, because nabigyan ata nga ng bagong balota. All right, Pulse Asia. Always, we were waiting for this last one. It came out, no? May 3 to May 8, if I'm not mistaken. And what happened here sa lumabas sa latest Pulse Asia survey on the senatorial is that nanguna na Professor Ronald Holmes si Cynthia Villar, si senatorial candidate, Senator Cynthia Villar kay Grace Poe.
Yeah, but she was first also in the April survey, although statistically tied with Senator Grace Poe. But the difference between her and Senator Grace Poe expanded in the May survey, and that survey was done a week before the elections. It might be a result of, I've read the news from PCIJ with regard to campaign spending, and it appears that among those who are at the top rank, you do have a number of people who are actually top spenders in terms of advertising. Although it doesn't necessarily translate to a higher rank because you have people who are not in contention, like former Senator and presidential candidate Mar Rojas, who's out of contention, at least based on the survey. I don't know why his advertising has not translated to voting support.
Yeah. There, we're showing this latest survey from Pulse Asia. I guess that is May 3, no, Professor?
Yeah, May 3.
May 3 to May 6. And very good to note here is that, well, with the past Pulse Asia surveys, yung second to the last was 1 and 2, Cynthia Villar and Grace Poe. Pero here, umangat na nga si Cynthia Villar because, you have a marginal error of ±3.
Yeah, plus minus a little bit over 2%. And what you have is really that in the past surveys, prior to the April survey, it was Senator Poe who was first ranked. And in this last survey, the top rank belongs exclusively to re-election is Senator Villar.
Pero, Professor, ang daming ding babae.
Kahit dati, mas maraming babaeng nasa taas. Medyo marami kasing re-electionist din, nakababaihan. Although mas marami rin yung lalaking re-electionists, they're not doing as well as the women. You have a returning senator, now Representative Pia Cayetano, also making it at the top rank. That means that their names have remained basically associated with the Senate, with the institution, and they're doing better than the ones who are also the electionists, like Senator J.B. Ejercito and Senator Bam Aquino.
Which we need to talk about. Professor Franco, you want to say something to that? Any surprises in the latest Pulse Asia survey for you?
None so far. And Senator Villar has been around for, I think, the past 6 years, no? I mean, kasi electionist din siya. One thing that I'm seeing is that it's only not it's not just because Senator Villar is also an electionist, but what sets her apart is probably yung resources available to her. She has a company that has a nationwide reach with grassroots support, so it's very difficult to beat that.
What about Ron? How do you see this latest survey? I mean, even in the past, now, Professor, please correct me if I'm wrong, it's almost 10-2, 11-1 because Grace Poe is an independent candidate. But obviously, the administration bets dominated with a number of 10 or 11 in the top 12. Would that be a correct?
In the last midterm election, Team Pinoy then had 9 candidates winning and 3 candidates won from the United Nationalist Alliance, the opposition at the time, or not really opposition, but the other camp. But in this election, you don't really have that type of contention between 2 camps. You have coalitions, and there's a coalition with 13 candidates being endorsed. There's a PDP Laban with about, 7 candidates. The president endorsed 11, and then there's 8 candidates coming from presumably the opposition, also Diretso. So it's not really a two-sided, two-camp race.
Yeah.
And many of the senators are actually campaigning individually.
Do you find that confusing?
Actually, yes, ma'am. Kasi whenever I see them on TV, I'm not sure whether they're representing Hugpong or they're representing PDP Laban. So, as a youth voter, I want to see them coming from a certain political party. Hindi yung nakikita ko sila sa dalawang grupo.
Kasi yung PDP and Hugpong ng pagbabago. Ronald, what about you?
Yes, ma'am. There's currently parang two government groups in the race, PDP and Hugpong. And yung ibang members ng PDP nandun rin sa Hugpong.
Yeah.
And so nadoble yung kampanya nila. Merong sariling sorties ang PDP, may sariling sorties ang Hugpong. Madami doon. Alternating lang napunta sa sorties, ma'am.
But we're seeing it really parang mas kanya-kanya. Is that how you would describe the elections, these midterm elections?
Yeah, kanya-kanya, but in a sense, if you look at it from a macro perspective, ang magbe-benefit talaga yung presidente. I think he doesn't want to be perceived as a lame duck president, even if traditionally ganun naman ang tingin, di ba? Kapag 3 years to the end of your term. And also the fact that we have a specter of Sara Duterte being perceived as the one running in 2022, then parang it's also a function of the one-term presidency. Kasi magiging lame duck ka na, hindi ka eligible to run. Pero ayan, meron anak ko who talks like me, who is very much like me, being in the specter of all these things.
It could be the future in 2022. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. When we return, we check out updates in Pasig City, where mayoral candidate Vico Soto also reported defects in vote counting machines. We'll be right back.
Boboto ako sa May 13 dahil gusto kong makatulong sa ating bayan at para magkaroon ng hustisya.
Boboto ako sa May 13 dahil responsibilidad ng mga tao ang bumoto.
Boboto ako sa May 13 dahil gusto ko ng pagbabago sa bayan. Yung tamang pagbabago na hindi lang dahil gusto ng masa, kundi dahil kung ano yung para sa kinakailangan ng bansa natin.
Welcome back. This is the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. Opposition senatorial aspirant Chel Diokno has voted in San Juan National High School, while the Ocho Derecho candidate seems popular with university students based on mock polls. Diokno is not in the top 15 senatorial preferences in the latest Pulse Asia survey. Detained Senator Laila de Lima was able to cast her vote in Parañaque City. Our Ruth Cabal has that story.
We're now at St. Rita College voting center here in Parañaque City. As of this time, there's just a few voters, and the situation here is somewhat orderly and quiet, which was different from about an hour ago when Senator Laila de Lima, detained senator, arrived here to cast her vote around 12 noon. Senator de Lima was accompanied by more than 20 police escorts when she arrived here. That's apart from the members of the Parañaque police who were also deployed around the area. The Muntinlupa branch 205 and 206, which are trying de Lima's illegal drug trade cases, had allowed her to go on a furlough and allowed her to leave the PNP Custodial Center in Camp Crame to cast her vote for 2 hours under the COMELEC's escorted detainee voting system. But it took Senator De Lima just more than about 10 minutes to cast her vote. She stayed also for a few minutes to talk to some reporters inside the voting center. But De Lima did not give a statement to the media. That's because earlier the court had told her to refrain from granting media interviews. Though earlier she had already released a press statement calling on Filipino voters to save what is left of the country's democracy and sovereignty by electing patriotic, capable, and independent-minded candidates. So De Lima was just here for a few minutes and immediately she left the area and went back to the PNP Custodial Center. She had been detained for more than 2 years in Camp Crame. Ruth Cabal, CNN Philippines.
Our Jeline Fule is in Makati monitoring the mayoralty race between the Binay siblings. Jeline, what's the latest there?
Pinky, it was smooth sailing for Makati mayoral candidate Junjun Binay, his mother Elenita and sister Nancy, who cast their votes at the San Antonio National High School this afternoon. This was unlike what the family's patriarch Jojo Binay experienced earlier when his ballot was rejected 8 times. The former vice president had to go to the Comelec main headquarters at the PICC to complain about his ballot being rejected by the voting machine. He even threatened to take legal action if he will be disenfranchised. Gina Iligan, election supervisor and principal of San Antonio National High School, said they found out that the ballot itself was defective. Meantime, as elections draw to a close today, Junjun and Nancy hope the family will eventually reconcile. Currently, there is an intense rivalry between June and his sister Abby, as they both aim for the mayoral seat in Makati. Despite this, their older sister Nancy says she and their other siblings will not get tired of reaching out to their sister Abby. Pinky?
Thanks a lot, Jeline Fule, reporting to us there from Makati City. For those who may have just joined us, if you're interested in the race over there in Makati, the Binay siblings have already voted. Current Mayor Abby Binay has already voted a couple of hours ago, although she had to wait maybe 1 hour or 2 because of faulty vote counting machine. Her rival, her brother, former Mayor Junjun Binay, also done with voting together with Senator Nancy Binay. And of course, we've reported this a while ago, former Vice President Jojo Binay also done voting after the vote counting machine very early this morning refused to accept his ballot after 8 attempts. A problem with a vote counting machine briefly hampered voting in a polling precinct in Pasig City. Our Chrissy Di Matulak is there. Chrissy, what can you tell us?
Well, Pinky, after refusing to cast his vote because of a defective vote counting machine earlier, Pasig mayoral candidate Vico Soto has finally voted. Comelec volunteers earlier offered 2 options to voters during the VCM malfunction here in Valle Verde 5. First is they could cast their votes and then allow the volunteers to insert their ballots for them when the replacement machine arrives. The other option is to wait it out and insert their ballots themselves in the replacement VCM. Soto says it's not that he doesn't trust the Comelec volunteers. He simply wants to see the receipt to confirm that his vote was counted. According to Soto, his camp has been trying to reach Comelec Pasig to clarify issues on the defective VCMs, but they wouldn't return his calls. He says his lawyer was not accommodated in Pasig City Hall to get an update from Comelec regarding the VCM issue. Meanwhile, around 1:30 p.m., the line of voters was already getting shorter. Pinky?
All right, thanks a lot. A Quezon City Court issues a release order for mayoralty candidate Bing Bong Crisologo. Our Zian Arcangel is on the line. Zian, what's the latest?
Thank you. Quezon City Congressman Bing Bong Crisologo is now a free man after the Quezon City Prosecutor's Office issued a release order for him. The release order read that the matter that the complaints filed against him for unjust vexation, obstruction of justice, and grave threat are subject for further investigation. Crisologo says that he just found out that the Quezon City Prosecutor's Office ordered his release when he came back to Camp Tingan after his police escort told him to leave the Quezon City Hall of Justice because they have been waiting for far too long for the chief city prosecutor. Crisologo says that he will still vote today, but he will go back to his house first to change his clothes and speak with the same actor for night.
All right, we'll try to get Zian Arcangel back on the line a little later on. Zian already telling us the latest on mayoral candidate, Congressman Bingbong Crisologo. He has been released. The charge of unjust vexation, obstruction of justice, and grave threats now the subject of further investigation. And Zian was telling us a while ago that obviously, certainly the congressman has not voted because this happened last night, and he is well on his way home, possibly to change and vote after. Let's go back to our guests. We were talking about the youth vote. Do you think there's such a thing as a youth vote? Ronald, we'll start with you.
Yes, ma'am. And kami sa National Youth Commission, we're enjoining the Filipino youth to vote. Kasi tayo, sa mga kabataan, gusto natin baguhin ang ating bansa. Idealistic ang mga kabataan, madaming gustong gawin. And sabi ng ating pambansang bayani, kabataan ng pag-asa ng bayan. Pero sana dito sa democratic process na to, mag-participate sila. Dahil dito, mababago nila ang mga iba nating pinuno sa bansa, lalo na sa Senado at sa Kongreso. At sana wag na nating iboto yung mga alam naman natin nagnakaw. Wag natin iboto yung alam nating papalit-palit lang naman ng partido. Kapartido rin ng nakalipas na administrasyon. And before that, party mates rin ng nakalipas na administrasyon dati na talaga nakikiride on lang lagi kung sinong presidenteng nakaupo. Sana ang ating mga botante hindi lang naaaliw sa mga sorties kapag nakikita nilang nagsasayawan at kumakanta. Dahil hindi naman ito ang trabaho ng ating mga senador at kongresista. So sana ang mga kabataan ngayon ay lumabas pa, kaya pa nilang bumoto ngayon, iboto ang mga tingin nyo ay tama na maglingkod sa ating bayan.
And Ronald and Ron, we're talking about a youth vote. We were talking about it a while ago. That's an 18 to 29-year-old range.
Right.
And it's 30% of the registered voters, which amounts to
0.3.
Yeah, so madami-dami siya talaga. What about you, Ron? Go ahead.
Actually, ma'am, nagulat ako sa pagkakaiba ng national survey and school survey. So, in the university surveys, we have the likes of Jokno, Colmenares, Tanyada. Topping the surveys. While in the national surveys, hindi sila pumapasok sa top 12. So, I think the challenge now is to have the youth go out of social media, go out of their classrooms, go out of their homes, and actually cast a vote today. Kasi we have to realize that the vote today is very important in crafting the 3 years or the 6-year plan for the country. And right now, I can see na sobrang excited yung kabataan to share their selfies with their inked fingers, tapos kung sino rin yung binoto nila. And nakikita ko yung excitement na they want to participate in this political exercise that the country is.
And why? Why do you think that? Bakit kaya, if true, mas excited ang mga kabataan ngayon?
I think
is it because they're happy with the president, or is it because they're unhappy with the president?
Actually, ma'am, I think it's both. It's right now the election kasi po is the best way to have your voice counted. So whether you are happy or you are sad with regard to the current administration, direct translation of your sentiments would be the actual election. So ngayon, nakita ko even while watching the entire campaign, nakita ko mas lumabas yung kabataan sa tumulong sila na magkampanya sa mga taong pinaniniwalaan nila na makakapagsilbi sa Senado.
Ronald, very quickly.
Siguro kaya madaming kabataan na masaya sa pagboto ngayon dahil karamihan sa kanila ay mga first-time voters. Hindi katulad ng iba, matatanda na ilang beses na bumoboto. Itong mga kabataan na to, first time nilang bumoto, gusto nila ng pagbabago, and nararamdaman mismo nila na may kapangyarihan sa kanilang pagboto.
The question, Professor Holmes, on minsan kasi kino-compare bakit sa Pulse Asia ito ang lumalabas at sa mga mock polls sa mga university, very different or very opposite ang kinalalabasan nung pagboto. Bakit daw ganon?
First, siguro tignan natin gaano kalaki ng populasyon na nasa university among the young. I think if I recall, only about 15% of the school-age population reach the university level. So if we're talking about the age group 18 to 24, which constitutes about 10% of the voting population, it's a small segment that are at the university level. The national survey takes a representative sample of the entire population. So they're not necessarily just university students. A number of 18 to 24 have not even reached the university levels.
Yeah.
That's where the discrepancy starts off from. And I guess then it's a problem really of accessing tertiary education. Since not so many, even with the free tuition at the university level right now, there's still that barrier. Why is it that many of the young do not proceed to the university? Second is, I think, the methodology also. I think if there's a difference in terms of the methodologies used in the mock polls done in the universities and our survey, then you can expect differences there. For example, in my own university, I know that they did a mock poll by sending emails to all university students with an email address attached to the university. So it's a convenient sampling. It's not a probabilistic sampling. So the ones who voted are the ones who actually have a preference that they want to express. And that's something that's more or less a self-selection bias that is not the same as in a representative survey as ours.
Yeah, and with regard to the youth vote, when you are already in the university, your socialization, your social circle becomes very different than when you are just in the household. So your family ceases to be, or the influence of your family in terms of who to vote for would somehow be lessened.
Really?
I mean, that's one thing that one of my colleagues in my department studied. So it's natural that they would have different results, aside, of course, from the methodology issues. The other one is that when we talk about the youth vote, we also have to think about it in terms of economic class, in terms of whether they live in the rural and urban area. Of course, they would have different things to look out for, to prioritize.
Yeah, and siguro their concerns.
Their
no?
concerns.
But because in fact, we were talking about the youth vote a while ago. Sinasabi nga that parang you can't really generalize there's one youth vote. In fact, they were saying that it's more per region. The concerns would be more per region than a collective youth vote.
It's hard to generalize that there's an electorate in the Philippines, whether it's a women's vote, a youth's vote, a religious vote, because I think that those constituencies are basically absent. What you have is really a contest that is driven by popularity, by name recall, by the extent by which people know a particular person or candidate. And that's the reason why it's expensive. It's a large constituency. In the senatorial race, it's a national constituency. And you have to reach all of those constituents. And the way to reach them would be through massive advertisements, which I think some people are disadvantaged because they don't have the resources.
Because you don't have really enough money for that. We need to talk about that popularity and name recall when we come back. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. When we return, we catch up on the latest in North Cotabato after defective vote counting machines cause poll delays. This is the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. I'm Pinky Webb. Filipinos also making their voices heard on social media. Our Menchu Makapagal has the stories trending online. Menchu.
That is absolutely right, Pinky. We do have our ears and our eyes glued to social media, and we are definitely seeing mixed reactions from netizens, from smooth voting processes to problems with the machines. Now, this Twitter user @JohnDanvik is thankful he had no problems or delays while casting his vote earlier. He encourages more Filipinos to vote, saying, quote, "Wag mong sayangin ang karapatan na ito, go out and vote." It's a different case for this netizen from Marilao, Bulacan. As of 12 this afternoon, he says the vote counting machine in the Saog Elementary School is not working. He is asking COMELEC to look into this concern as soon as possible. In the meantime, Mariel Peralta shares the story of her 81-year-old grandfather. She says, if my lolo, who has a hard time walking, can go out and vote, I don't think any excuse could be valid. And finally, here's one from our correspondent, Carolyn Bonquin. The photo shows several sample ballots scattered on the floor at one precinct in Manila. Just a friendly reminder to voters, please don't leave your trash behind, and let's keep the precincts clean after casting your vote. Do keep on sending us your photos and videos to let us know what's happening in your area. We are bringing you a comprehensive coverage of the 2019 midterm elections. Be a part of the conversation by tagging us on social media. Include the hashtag #TheFilipinoVotes. I'm Menchu Macapagal. Pinky, back to you.
Thanks a lot, Menchu. Let's now go to the PICC. There's a press conference by the COMELEC.
Region 4A, all clustered precincts opened. 4B, all clustered precincts open. Region 6, all clustered precincts open. Region 7, all clustered precincts open. Except in Naga City in Cebu. And then Region 8, all clustered precincts opened except in Samar. In Mindanao, Davao City, Davao del Sur, and Davao del Norte, all clustered precincts opened except in Compostela Valley. Region 12, all clustered precincts except Sultan Kudarat. The rest are ongoing confirmation. Those that did not have reported open precincts are being confirmed now whether or not they are functioning. But again, the general sense is that they are all functioning. We just haven't been able to hear from them yet. We understand that the perception is that there are a lot of VCMs that have malfunctioned. Right now, I can tell you that the estimate is about 400 to 600 VCMs out of 85,000 have experienced issues. It could be bigger, it could be smaller, but that is the estimate I have right now. Again, I am not going off of any official report, simply reports from monitors in the field. Again, we're looking at the scope of a problem about 400 to 600 VCMs experiencing issues currently. Again, 400 to 600 out of 85,700 plus VCMs that are actually in operation. With regard to overseas voting, as reported by the Office for Overseas Voting, ballots for postal mode of voting were delivered 100% as of today. Okay? Regarding the incident earlier today with former VP Binay, I would like to turn it over to Director Arabe, who accompanied Mayor Binay to Makati to resolve the problem.
We accompanied VP Binay to check on the facts as to why his ballot was rejected. And when we reached the precinct, the electoral board are already in possession of a new or a replacement VCM. And there were already around 49 more, or a total of 51 ballots that were waiting to be refed into the machine. As for the ballot of VP Binay and another voter, it was found to be dirty. So the electoral board decided to replace his ballot along with another voter, and the rest of the ballots, 49 ballots, were refed to the machine. He was allowed to vote, to fill out the new ballot along with another voter.
All right. Are there any questions? Microphone muna.
Just a good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Trisha Trada from CNN Philippines. Just a clarification on the case of former VP Binay, because we were told that there's just one ballot per voter that's allocated. How come they were allowed, or two people were allowed to get a new ballot and to cast their vote again?
That is the general rule. The exception is when the reason for the rejection of the ballot is not due to the fault of the voter, in which case the Electoral Board will give a replacement ballot to the voter. Dito sa case ni former VP Binay, yung balota niya nalaglag dahil dinumog ng tao yung Electoral Board nung hindi siya ayaw tanggapin ng machine. So yung balot niya at saka isa pang balot ay nadumihan. So hindi na siya tinatanggap ng machine. They had to give him a replacement ballot. So obviously hindi naman niya kasalanan. Pero yun, nabigyan na siya ng panibagong ballot to replace the other one.
Ma'am, still on that issue, maybe just clarify yung process po for batch refeeding. Kasi may mga cases na umuuwi na po yung voters kapag sinabing hindi mababasa yung balota. Like for example, in the case of VP Binay, umuwi na siya, pero pinuntahan pa raw siya. So, how will the batch refeeding be like? Di ba po dapat yung voter mismo na witness niya yung pag-feed ng balota niya? Paano po kapag nakauwi na? How can we secure the integrity of the ballot still?
This happens when the VCM machine does not function. So the voters are given an option to wait for the replacement ballot or to cast their votes and leave their ballots or entrust their ballots to the Electoral Board. Gaya nga dito, VP Binay decided to personally feed yung ballot niya, while the rest, they decided to leave their ballots in the custody of the Electoral Board. These ballots are secured. They are placed in an envelope by the Electoral Board, and it is done in the presence of the watchers.
Thank you, ma'am. Tina Pangaliban Perez po from GMA. Ma'am, we were able, one of our reporters in the field was able to interview a voter who was asked by a BEI to thumb mark the ballot. So, nireject syempre ng VCM. That's not the fault of the voter. So, yon, pwede siyang mabigyan din ng replacement ballot?
Ang sinasabi kasi namin not due to the fault of the voter ay external na factors. Like say, mali yung balota dahil ito ay balot na dapat sa ibang presinto, or there are certain marks or defects during the printing of the ballot. In this case, pag ganun yung situation, we will replace the ballot kasi external naman yung reason eh. But in this case, it is the voter himself or herself who affixed yung thumb mark niya doon sa ballot.
Ma'am, pero kasi inutusan po siya ng BEI.
Oo nga, that's what I heard. So this is a matter which is decided upon by the Electoral Board. On election day kasi sila na yung nagdidesisyon sa loob ng presinto nila.
So ma'am, ang hirap din nun kasi there might be instances where the BEI is at fault and then magro-rule sila against the voter. Kasi kunyari ako, I'm a voter. Tapos inutusan ako ng BEI na mag-thumb print ng ballot ko. Susunod po ako. Because BEI po yun. So, I will say that's not my fault and I deserve another ballot.
This is, pag ganon yung decision ng Electoral Board, no, the voter can go to their election officer and appeal the matter.
Thank you po. Ma'am Hannah from SMNI. Yung for refeed po ng mga ballots, kasi nga may sira yung VCM, iniwan sa BI, may chance po ba yung mga botante na mabigyan ng pagkakataon na makita yung receipt or wala na po? Receipt, oo, based sa ni-refeed po. Makikita pa nila yung receipt na hindi
yung
na
mga
po.
umalis na?
Yes po.
Hindi na, kasi it will be dropped in the box, yung receptacle for the vote receipts.
Ma'am, na-mention natin there are 400 to 600 po yung estimated po natin na may issue po doon sa VCM. Gaano po kadami yung contingency po ng COMELEC na VCM po?
Yung pag-distribute namin ng contingencies depending upon the voting population also of an area. So proportionate siya. According to our records, we have 9,000 BCM contingency machines. Nationwide.
Nationwide pa, okay. Attorney Arabe, just to clarify lamang po, sabi ninyo kanina, yung naging reason kay dating VP Binay, nalaglag yung balot niya, so naging madumi. Pero sabi ni Director James kanina, ang naging problema is the VCM. Alin po talaga?
Well, it began with the machine, ano. That's why he was not he tried to insert the ballot into the machine in 8 different orientations, and it was rejected by the machine. He had it in the minutes, yung kanyang complaint, and then followed by another voter and succeeding voters, hindi na talaga tinatanggap ng machine. So that is the time that the Electoral Board realized that the problem is the machine. So lahat ng mga succeeding voters, they were given the option to leave their ballots while the replacement BCM is being requested. And then, while waiting for the replay out, nung nangyari kasi yon, nung ayaw tanggapin nga yung balot niya, nagkagulo na sa presinto pumasok na yung media, tapos natumba daw yung mga papeles doon, nalaglag sa sahig. That is why some of the ballots were nadumihan siya.
Sir, good afternoon. Sir, Gerald from Malaya. Sir, clarify ko lang, yung mga mention nyo na areas na hindi nag-open. Clarify ko lang po, if buong province po ba yun, like for example, Isabela, whole province po ba or certain precincts lang?
Certain precincts lang sila din.
Sir, may estimate po kayo, ilan yung?
Right now, wala silang na-provide na estimate sa akin. For instance, for Isabela, 1,470 out of 1,485 ang the figure that they gave, no? So you're looking at what, 15 precincts only, no? Ang still for confirmation as to whether or not they open. But again, the sense is that they all open.
So late lang?
Late lang. Baka late lang.
Sir, will we consider, follow-up lang po, will we consider yung extending yung voting period, voting hours dun sa areas na?
We feel that extension is not necessary. Like a formal extension of tacking on extra hours at the end of the voting day is not necessary because the voting hours are, by design, already flexible. Like if you're already there at 6 p.m. and you're able to get your name on the list, then you will be able to complete your voting process no matter how long it takes. So walang necessity for tacking on additional hours. Kasi that move only benefits those who come late. Diba? Whereas those who actually felt the delay, they would not be benefited by that because, again, the voting hours are already very flexible.
Sir, sorry, another follow-up. Ano po yung cost
Spokesperson James Jimenez there, together with Director Arabe, talking about an update on the precincts all over the country. The spokesperson saying that they are presuming all have opened, but yes, there are some precincts that have not opened just yet. And a question from the media, for those that may have opened late, the precincts that have opened late, is there a possibility of an extension? Spokesperson James Jimenez saying that maybe that is not even really possible because that will only benefit those who actually come late. And he says as long as your name is on the list, you will be able to vote. And of course, on the criticism on some of the vote counting machines that are not working, James Jimenez saying that so far what he's received is that there are about 400 to 600 vote counting machines that are not operational or reported to be broken out of 85,000. And on the case, with regard to the case of Vice President Jejo Marbinay, the former Vice President, Director Arabe there saying that defending why he was given a new ballot, the reason for this was because nadumihan daw yung ballot ni former Vice President Jejo Marbinay. So a replacement was necessary because it was not the fault of the voter. You can still catch this briefing on our Facebook page. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. When we return, we get updates from President Duterte's hometown of Davao, where senatorial aspirant Bongo has cast his vote. just in to CNN Philippines, Quezon City mayoralty candidate Bingbong Crisologo has been set free. Crisologo was arrested last night for obstruction of justice. We will have a live report on that shortly. Also, we showed you the COMELEC press briefing just a couple of minutes ago. COMELEC spokesperson James Jimenez, together with Director Arabe, telling us about the latest on the precincts that have opened so far. Admittedly, some have opened quite late, and even with the opening, the late opening of the precincts, spokesperson James Jimenez saying that there is really no need to extend the voting hours. For those of you who are still planning to vote, voting began at 6 a.m. and will end at 6 p.m. Let's get the latest on what the situation in Manila. Our Paulo Barcelona is there. Paulo, go ahead.
Pinky, here at the P. Burgos Elementary School in Santa Mesa or Sampaloc, Manila, we've seen senior citizens and persons with disabilities lining up to vote since this morning. Now, I talked to some of them regarding their election experiences. Most of the people I've talked to say they were pleased, but some delays might have affected the way they chose to vote today. Now, I talked to Raul Labalona Jr., who was a poll watcher and was diagnosed with polio since he was 2 years old. He says he wanted to see changes in the way politics is done. That's the reason why he participated in these elections as both a voter and a poll watcher despite his condition. Meanwhile, Nelia Glory, a voter for 16 years here in the 4th District of Manila, says that she's pleased with the way elections have been handled for senior citizens like her. I also talked to Alice Santillan, an OFW in Oman, who voted alongside her relatives.
Makita ko po yung ganda ng botohan para makita ko kung may nakakadayaan, para kasi sawang-sawa na ako sa mga pangit na pakita ng mga politiko.
Maayos po.
Paano po naging maayos?
Pagdating ko, naasikaso naman ho ako agad.
So far, okay naman po.
Hindi po ba kayo nahirapan sa mga paghanap ng presinto?
Hindi naman po kasi may nag-assist naman po sa amin pagdating. So yun po yung maganda rito kasi medyo organized naman po sila.
Meanwhile, Pinky, less than 3 hours before the polls close, here at the P. Burgos Elementary School, voting is still ongoing, despite the fact that the crowd is much lesser than it was earlier this morning. We haven't seen any serious problems with the vote counting machines, but the voting in some precincts here was delayed earlier this morning due to the breakdown of some of the voter registration verification machines, or the VRVMs. This then resulted in the Board of Election Inspectors to use the manual voters list in order to verify the identity of the voters who are coming into the various precincts here in the P. Burgos Elementary School. It's also a big factor that the weather is also hot here, so we advise people who would still come here at this time in the afternoon to wear comfortable clothing and bring lots of water in order to hydrate themselves and keep themselves cool as we await the polls close, and some people would still be going out to vote here in Manila. Pinky?
Paolo, you said there's only 3 hours left. Madami pa bang tao dyan?
Actually, Pinky, kanina medyo marami pa bago tayo umere. Pero ngayon ay medyo kumakaunti na lang yung pila doon sa ground floor, which is yung pila para sa mga PWDs and senior citizens ay unti-unti na ring umiiksi, no? Doon sa second floor and third floor, ganun din. Kakaunti na lang yung naghihintay doon sa labas ng mga presinto para sila makaboto. Speaking of issues, Pinky, also, no? We've also seen some voters, who are refusing sample ballots that are being given outside the school premises. And we've also seen sample ballots littering in some of the garden areas of the school. So this might not just only contribute to the waste problem that would ensue after the elections, but it also might constitute some penalties for those who are giving sample ballots inside the polling precincts or the voting centers, Pinky.
Paolo Barcelon, thank you for that live report. This midterm election marks a historic first for former rebels in Mindanao. This is the first time that hardcore members of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front are voting. For the national and local leaders, David Santos is standing by in a polling center in Sultan Kudarat, Maguindanao, where MILF Chairman and Bangsamoro Interim Chief Minister Alhaj Murad Ibrahim is casting his ballot. David, go ahead.
Well, Pinky, Alhaj Murad Ibrahim is assigned on precinct number 140B here at the Simway Junction Central Elementary School. This polling center is located just outside Camp Darapanan, no? The main camp of the MILF located here in Sultan Kudarat town in Maguindanao. Pinky, technically, this is not the first time of Chairman Murad to participate in a democratic electoral process. He and the thousands of MILF members were part, if you recall, in the Bangsamoro referendum early this year. But this is going to be their first partisan political exercise where they will get to vote, or they got to vote for national and local leaders. This is monumental for the MILF since it never recognized the Philippine government and its democratic processes throughout the almost, 5 decades. It led an armed struggle for cessation and self-rule. But since it has signed peace with the government in 2014 and has been granted self-rule through the new autonomous government, the MILF has also been going through some sort of a transformation from a rebel group to a political party. This is also in preparation for their own elections in 2022 when the term of the Bangsamoro interim officials led by Chairman Murad will end. Pinky.
Thanks a lot, David Santos, reporting to us. Voters under the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao are still voting, rather, David, for their local officials? All right, David Santos, thank you. Reporting to us live from Maguindanao. Let's go back to our guests, Professor Holmes, Ron Reyes of Hirayang Kabataan, and Ronald Cardema, NYC Chairman. There was a question just during the break raised by Ronald, and I'll say that on air. For situations, Professor Ronald, like Grace Poe, Senator Secretary Mar Rojas, who ran for president in 2016, they got millions of votes. In fact, Secretary Mar Rojas ranked second. Ang tanong nga ni Ronald, hindi ba nagtatranslate yung bumoto sa kanya noong 2016 elections dito sa midterm elections?
Actually, it should translate, but there's also a gap of 3 years since the last election. And what we need to establish, essentially, what are the events in the last 3 years which could have led to an erosion of support, especially on the part of people who voted for then presidential candidate Rojas in 2016. Why is it that now we're seeing, at least based on the figures of the survey, that the proportion of voters supporting him is less than the proportion of voters who voted for him in a single winner competition in 2016. So, well, it's hard to recall what has happened in the last 3 years. The only thing that we note is that, there's been a lot of bashing on the part of the administration against the previous administration, included, of course, former Secretary Rojas. I don't know whether that was sufficient. That may have been sufficient to cause a decline or withdrawal of support from those who had expressed support or voted for him as president
in 2016. Would you like to share your thoughts? Ron, go ahead.
Well, while he was out of the public scene for 2.5 years, I believe that we will find out if those people will be mobilized later once the results are out already. Since we might not, parang baka silent lang ba yung supporters? Yeah, we never know. Later, the actual survey would be the actual election results.
Ronald, does that answer your question?
Yes, ma'am. Pero may isa pang factor sa tingin ko, sir. Because I worked in Congress before as a political affairs officer, and I remember in 2016, I think 160 plus members of Congress were in the headquarters of the LP. that time for MAR. And maybe command votes of their districts were given to MAR. Now, those 160, majority of them are already in PDP. Maybe they're also commanding their constituents to vote for another.
Also a point to consider. Professor Holmes, you were mentioning popularity and name recall. Ano? In fact, ito ho ba talagang lumalabas doon sa surveys ninyo, especially this latest one, yung May 3 to 8? Kasi sino ba mga surprise, yung bigla na lang umangat in the recent surveys? Well, I guess that would be two people I could think of, maybe Bongo and Bato de la Rosa.
Yeah. Essentially, the people whose awareness ratings were increasing. So one measured popularity in our surveys, except in the last survey, because we did not test any more awareness, is yung awareness rating. Kung may narinig, nabaltaan, napanood ng batong kung sa'yo bibigay mo yung pangalan. And the awareness ratings of candidates who have not been with the institution, who have done so much infomercials, increase. So if you look at the first page of, let's say, our media releases, all of those on the first page, all of those in contention, there's universal awareness. The ones on the second page, except for one, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's candidate Freddy Aguilar, their awareness would be anywhere from about 30% to a high of about 70%. So ibig sabihin, hindi sila kilala. Yung mga kilala, yun ang medyo mas madali sa kanila mag-engganyo na iboto sila. But how do you increase your awareness? Of course, you have to go around the country, but you cannot barnstorm around the country in a short period of time.
No.
So you have to do massive infomercials, and some candidates even do that prior to filing their candidacies. And that's not counted in terms of the campaign expenditures also.
Pero kapag name recall and popularity, may name recall naman si Freddy Aguilar. Popular naman si Freddy Aguilar. Yet, he doesn't make it to the top 12.
Well, then there are other factors there. For example, the type of communication that they have. What exactly have they done? If they've been members of the institutions, then they basically tell people that these are the laws that I've made.
Yeah.
I fought for healthcare. I fought for the free college education. Yun ang advantage ng mga incumbent. That's our advantage because they can say that these are the things that I've done and I'll continue to do these things and I also promise to deliver on other things. But of course, the other thing there is that even if they don't say that, if they're popular, nationally prominent, they will generate more support.
We'll be taking a short break. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. Stay with us.
Boboto ako sa May 13 dahil gusto kong makatulong sa ating bayan at para magkaroon ng hustisya.
Boboto ako sa May 13 dahil responsibilidad ng mga tao na bumoto.
Boboto ako sa May 13 dahil gusto ko ng pagbabago sa bayan. Yung tamang pagbabago na hindi lang dahil gusto ng masa, kundi dahil kung ano yung para sa kinakailangan ng bansa natin.
Welcome back. This is the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. Again, we'd like to take a look at our incumbent senatorial candidates or our senatorial candidates who are gunning for re-election. Senator Coco Pimentel was among the first to vote. He was in Cagayan de Oro City this morning. Senator Grace Poe was in Santa Lucia Elementary School in San Juan around noon. Senator Nancy Binay, the daughter of former Vice President Jejomar Binay, cast her vote in Makati City. Meanwhile, Senator Bam Aquino has also finished voting in Concepcion South Elementary School in his home province of Tarlac. Senator J.V. Ejercito cast his vote earlier today in Xavier School in San Juan. Senator Sonny Angara was with his wife in Suklain Elementary School in Baler, Aurora. Senator Cynthia Villar was with her husband, former Senator Manny Villar. They both voted in Las Piñas City. As we get close to 6 p.m. when polling precincts close nationwide, the Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting, or PPCRV, is getting ready for the counting of votes. Our AC Nichols has more.
Pinky, 8 hours into the midterm elections, poll watchdog Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting, or PPCRV, is receiving incident reports mostly on bogged-down vote counting machines all over the country. The church-based group deployed 300,000 volunteers nationwide to watch over polling precincts. And PPCRV Media Director Agnes Gervancio said the bulk of the reports coming in are on VCMs not working. They are also receiving reports of missing names on voters' list. Now, right now, not much is going on yet here at the PPCRV's command center. We expect people, mostly volunteers, to begin coming in later on in the afternoon. Now, we will be closely monitoring the developments here, as the PPCRV is the COMELEC citizens arm that will conduct a parallel unofficial count of votes. Its work is essential in verifying the electronically transmitted results of the election. Their work only will begin after voting closes and results are transmitted. They will be using big LED screens to flash or display their quick count results, which are based on the digitally transmitted data from COMELEC's transparency server.
All right, that was AC Nichols. Let's go back to our guests, Ron, Ronald, and Ronnie. Parehong mga pangalan ng guests natin. I want to talk about the youth, no? What are the most important or the priorities of the youth right now? What do they want our leaders to do or accomplish?
Right now, I think, Ma'am Pinky, is the number one topic na very popular sa youth, yung free education. Kasi they see it as the parang leverage na para they can secure a brighter future if they secure a college education. So at least very useful yung education in choosing the next set of leaders that we have. Kaya as we can see nga, different talaga yung set of values kapag nakaabot ng college education yung kabataan.
Ronald, what about you?
Una, yan
ano bang sinasabi nila?
Education, pero sa tingin ko, ang karamihan ng kabataan gusto talaga ng pagbabago sa ating bansa. Kaya mayroong mga kabataan na ang pangarap na lang ay magkatrabaho abroad. Kasi nagsasawa na sila dito sa ating bansa, parang mayroong sense of hopelessness. Gusto nila ng pagbabago, bakit madaming kurakot, bakit ang bagal ng sistema sa gobyerno, yung mga ganyang bagay. Gusto nila ng massive or radical way of transforming this country. So today, sana sa kanilang pagboto, merong mga leaders na mailagay na maghahatid ng pagbabago sa Senado at Kongreso.
If Ronald is saying that, Professor, and it's also been talked about our senatorial candidates who have been involved or have been accused of pocketing pork barrel funds, who are running again for the Senate, Senator Juan Ponce Enrile, Senator Bong Revilla, Senator Jinggoy Estrada. Yet you see Senator Bong Revilla, of course acquitted, Senator Jinggoy Estrada on bail, but they're making it in the top 12. In fact, Senator Bong Revilla much higher than Senator Jinggoy Estrada.
Yeah, but we should recall also that the standing of Senator Bong Revilla and Senator Jinggoy Estrada, as well as Senator Enrile, the last time that they ran, was much higher than their standing right now. So the PDAF cases have had an impact in terms of voting support. There are other factors that we can count also. I look at the 18 to 24 voting support. Basically, they're supporting the same candidates who are in contention. There's no difference. Senator Revilla is ranked lower, but is still in contention among the 18 to 24. Might be a question of personality also. How he presents himself, the popularity that he has garnered across the years as a movie actor. And the claim that, of course, in this case, he has been acquitted.
Yes. And sinasabi niya, tuloy ang laban. Yun pang slogan.
And he has been politically persecuted siya.
Yeah.
The case is...
Pero, Professor, mataas siya because in the ranking, he is in the Pulse Asia, May 3 to May 6. He's at 4 to 8.
Yeah, with 39.5. But in fact,
39.5.
if I'm not mistaken, when you rank first in the 2010 election, he had more than 50% of the votes. So to that extent, there's also a decline in terms of voting support. And maybe that's the proportion of the voting population who would rather not vote for him because of the allegation that he was part of that particular anomalous transactions involving the pork barrel.
Thoughts?
I think yung youth ngayon din, ma'am, malakas yung call-out culture eh. So if they see you doing wrong, they are not afraid to call you out on social media or talk about it with their friends. So yung level of socialization ng kabataan is very, very wide. And they use it to share the information that they know para maging informed voter din yung mga kasama nila.
Does that mean mas critical ang youth? Ganun ba yun?
Yes, ma'am. Mas informed naman ng youth kasi they use social media kaysa sa mas maraming matanda. And yung mga information talagang pasok ng pasok sa nila everyday sa cellphone nila. Kaya mas mabilis sila ma-penetrate. Kaya lang, syempre, there are candidates na ang galing rin mag-penetrate in social media and other media. So talagang na-advertise rin yung mga kandidatong ito.
That's true. Well, all right. I'd like to thank our guests for joining us this afternoon. It's almost 3:25, a couple of hours left before voting closes. Professor, thank you so much for your time. Ronald, Ronnie, maraming salamat sa inyong tatlo. Thank you. You're watching the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. I'm Pinky Webb. We have an interesting program coming up for you. Our resident sociologist, Nicole Curato, and her guests will talk about the impact of social media in our midterm elections today. Stay tuned to CNN Philippines.
It's impossible to talk about the elections without talking about the role of social media in shaping our political life. So this afternoon, we invited experts of digital media in our studio. We are going to talk about the trends in online campaigning, the highs and lows of our political conversations on social media, and the impact of these strategies in the integrity of our elections. I'm Nicole Curato, resident sociologist of CNN Philippines. This is the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. Joining our conversation this afternoon is communication professor from the University of Massachusetts Amherst, Jonathan Ong. Welcome, John. Digital strategist Ariza Nocum, and sociologist from Lyceum of Laguna, Mike Labayandoy. So thank you all for joining us. And this is the CNN Philippines special presentation, The Filipino Votes. So let's start talking about the campaign strategies of 2019, right? Because, John, in 2016, you wrote or co-wrote a study entitled The Architects of Network Disinformation, where you exposed the rise of the trolling industry in the Philippines. So I think yung tanong na ngayon is, anong nagbago ngayong 2019?
Yeah. So I think for this election, this is actually the first election when social media campaigning is really entrenched in the digital campaign. So I think in the past, social media is a peripheral, just an add-on to air, and this would refer to like TV ads and also on-the-ground machinery. Now it's become more central to strategy. So what this means is that social media, senators from the national and also candidates at the local level are invested across multiple platforms. So dati Facebook lang, ngayon they're now present on Twitter, Instagram, and YouTube. That's very unique for this election.
And Ariza, of course, you're a digital strategist, right? So anong itsura nito? How does this look like in practice?
I think the keyword here is diversity. So we're seeing candidates use more platforms, they're using more strategies, and as Jonathan mentioned earlier in a conversation we had, they're targeting different demographics in different ways. So we're seeing really that things are more spread out. So you have messaging dedicated towards millennials. You have platforms just dedicated towards senior citizens or older voters. You have brands just dedicated to women or men. So I think learning from 2016, candidates are more equipped and are more competitive in terms of how they use social media this year.
And I think one of the observations, John, we have in our research project is if noong 2016, sobrang sikat ng mga celebrity influencers to endorse or support a candidate, what we notice now is the rise of, your term is nano-influencers.
Yeah.
These are influencers who have how many followers? on Facebook and Twitter?
So influencers would refer to, there's different tiers. So there's the mega influencer, so 2
Mega
million
influencer
followers
talaga, okay.
and above. And so in political campaigning, this would refer to notorious blogger figures that we kind of know who they are. So now candidates are investing in micro and nano influencers. So those with 20,000 followers and below or 100,000 followers. So nag-tweet na sila ng hashtags and posts for certain candidates. So ang principle nito is micro-targeting. So that, as Arisa said, it would be catering to specific tastes, specific communities, and that's also harder to monitor. So kung kunwari may black propaganda or negative campaigning or fake news spread by these micro-influencers, it's harder to spot. And that's something
Kasi
that we need to be more
natural.
vigilant.
Right. And so, Mike, what are your thoughts on this as a sociologist specializing on digital media practices? Are we really doomed?
Not really, but we have worries about what's happening because if you, just like what they mentioned earlier, things are changing. Where we have this term political marketing, and it's a term being borrowed from the how products are being advertised, right? If you examine the literature, it's becoming very, very similar. But the difference is that elections are seasonal, and then it's not like buying products, right? You need to understand.
Why
you need
not?
to believe.
Siyempre, di ba, the marketing people would say, may binibenta kang produkto and this is a candidate. What's the difference?
But the concept of politics is that you have to engage for the longer term, for the more collective, you have to have collective reasons why you want to vote for that candidate.
Right.
So if you can examine that, may dangers doon kasi nga of course in-depth dapat yung ating conversation dito. And then just like Jonathan was saying, it's so hard to regulate, right?
Yeah.
Because there's a lot.
Arisa, your reaction. Is that problematic that we sell politicians like they are brands, like they're selling a product on Instagram subtly?
No, I think that you will have to do that eventually because what we're really doing here is seeking influence and seeking conversion. And it's uniform across anything that's being promoted, whether it's a product or whether it's a person. So actually in our line of campaigning, we see a lot of people who are advertising specialists, ad executives, people who have come from corporate communication firms pitching into the digital campaign. Because right now, actually, the social media industry is so much in flux that if you're an expert a year ago, you may no longer be an expert this year.
That's right.
And because of the changing tools and technologies, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, that are moving so fast, even young people like myself have a competitive edge if we're able to invest in the tools that are going to be up to date tomorrow, because the tools we're using today may no longer be the ones that deliver the most impact in 2022, for instance.
Can you think of an example? Ano yung uubra pa noong 2016 but not in 2019?
I think Facebook is now being used in a different way. So if in 2016 we were mostly using it for Facebook groups and having more organic conversations, now candidates treat their Facebook pages and their Facebook platforms as more not just organic, but advertising platforms. So if you look at the content that they produce, it's really made by big production budgets. It's really being advertised heavily. So it's not just a matter of organic reach, but also how much you can reach by putting in that much money that puts quality and quantity in the amount of voters you can reach.
And of course, in our conversation earlier, we said what really matters is the story. So I think when we come back, we will talk about precisely this. So when we return, we'll talk about how politicians present themselves on social media. This is a CNN Philippines special presentation, the Filipino Votes, Midterm Elections 2019. Stay with us.
Boboto ako sa May 13 dahil gusto kong makatulong sa ating bayan at para magkaroon ng hustisya.
Boboto ako sa May 13 dahil responsibilidad ng mga tao na bumoto.
Boboto ako sa May 13 dahil gusto ko ng pagbabago sa bayan. Yung tamang pagbabago na hindi lang dahil gusto ng masa, kundi dahil kung ano yung para sa kinakailangan ng bansa natin.
This is the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. We are still talking about the role of social media in shaping the way we experience politics. So let's now talk about how politicians present themselves online. And I think I'd like to ask Ariza about this. Of course, they use different platforms now, hindi lang Facebook, and we increasingly see them on Instagram.
Yes.
Can you walk us through this, I guess, fairly new campaign strategy?
Okay. Yeah, so usually the heart and center of the social media campaign is the Facebook page of the candidate. So that's where you see their photos and videos, that's where you see their commercials.
This is the official Facebook
This
page.
is the official
Right.
Facebook
Yung may
page.
check mark na ganun.
Yes, but also around that are supporting pages where candidates will want to create maybe third-party sites run by their volunteers, or maybe sites where supporters, say if you're a senatorial candidate or a national candidate, you have
friends of this candidate,
yes,
ganyan,
supporters
right.
from Cagayan, supporters from Visayas, etc. And then on Instagram, I see a lot of candidates starting to post more personal updates. So they want to appear more human, more everyday. So they post their OOTDs, they post where they go to parties, for vacation. So it's like they're being celebrities na rin in that aspect.
So they're borrowing the influencer celebrity culture online
Yes,
to
somehow.
curate their image, even as politicians.
Yes,
And what's the point? Bakit? Why do I have to know this politician's OOTD? Bakit ko kailangan malaman na naka-designer bag si madam?
Yeah, because people don't want to see just a politician. They want to see a mom, they want to see a sister, they want to see someone who wakes up early in the morning just to exercise. So it's more relatable, it's more humane, and it favors that engagement, that closeness between the candidate and the voter.
Right.
But Instagram is still an emerging technology. You have Twitter that a lot of candidates are active in, usually to post quick news updates, where I am on the campaign trail, sinong nag-interview sa akin, what's my quick soundbite on something that happened today. But that's also emerging. Not a lot of Filipinos are very engaged yet on Twitter. Mostly it's the millennials.
Yeah.
And then finally, there's YouTube. And I think YouTube is a very, very powerful medium because the engagement that you have when you're viewing a video is so strong. So in fact, YouTube now is being used not just for positive promotion, but also for black propaganda. So you see the videos like the Bikoy video, for instance. It's very engaging. You see the facts there, but you also see a lot of emotion.
Yeah.
And videos now, I think, are king. When you see a video, lahat na nandun, the information's there, the emotions are there, the story is there, which is the most important. And that's what really touches voters.
And I think what's problematic about, you gave the example of the Bikoy video, is the lack of transparency. Saan ba galing yung video na yan? Compared to when we watch it on television, the television ad, nakasabi na, this is a paid advertisement by this, ito yung nagbayad. Mike, how do you find these trends?
Well, it's not surprising because that's the idea. You want to maximize all the possible avenues kung saan marireach mo yung population at makakaboto ka. No? But it doesn't mean na dumadami yung ways to reach the public ay lumalalim din naman yung quality ng information being conveyed. Again, in relation to my point earlier, this is halalan. Hindi naman to pilian ng best outfit. Halalan ito. So, ibig sabihin, I need your platform. Kailangan ko ang iyong plataforma. At kung meron ka lang 15-second ad and it doesn't say much, it's not good for the democracy.
Right.
But I want to add na it's well-crafted. Meaning, I'm not naming ads, but for instance, alam mo, napaka-musical ng Filipino, di ba? Tatandaan natin ang mga kantang ginagamit, di ba, nilalapatan, nakakarindi sa umaga. But because we're very musical and they like using it, and then some would just dance, di ba? But if you examine closely the elements in those ads, it appeals to the people. Like, can you imagine someone putting LGBT representations in the very short dance video?
Yeah.
I mean, it's well-crafted.
Right.
But,
And of course, John, you spent the past, 4 or 5 months just obsessing, monitoring how politicians precisely sing, dance, and share their stories online. So What are your main observations?
Yeah, so I agree with what Ariza and Michael have been saying, no, na parang may shift na from the past na it was crafting a masa image for politicians. So now hindi na lang ganun yung pag-sell ng candidates. Influencer culture has kind of shaped how politicians brand themselves. And one aspect of that is kailangan mas balanced na yung content. So if you look at yung mga Instagram feeds and YouTube videos of politicians, they show different aspects of themselves, catering also to different kinds of communities and interest groups. So hindi ako super pessimistic about social media. So for example, we were actually pretty surprised to see in Amy Marcos's YouTube page, she would have videos that dedicated to talk about senior citizen issues, to talk about technology. So different aspects of her platform are elaborated on YouTube, and I think that's quite different from before. Na puro song and dance numbers lang on TV ads and catchy jingles.
But I think the trouble there is kung micro-targeted nga siya, yung mga interested sa issues, yung makikita nila, pero yung mga interested sa song and dance, pwedeng song and dance lang din yung makikita nila. So why are you not pessimistic?
Yeah, so there's a way of like giving recognition to different groups and communities, and it's a powerful feeling for voters to be seen, to feel that they are heard by these politicians. And also for politicians to show different aspects of themselves. So they're able to elaborate on positions more. So we also encounter different politicians who would use infographics to talk about their achievements, all the legislations that they have passed. So parang you're not able to elaborate on that in great depth on a TV ad, for example. Yeah.
Yeah, Mike, reactions before we pause for a break?
For me, I'll be optimistic if there's active engagement, because sometimes even though there are many ways to reach the not homogeneous audience, the reciprocity is not there. The reciprocal relation is not there, which is very important. But I can be optimistic because ito na yung Gen Z and Y, because hindi nakakalagpas sa kanila tong mga memes na to, di ba? They will really talk about it. They are creative in, eto si politician may gantong paandar. So, they get it.
Right. So actually, we can discuss that later when we get back. What are the possibilities for change? Because when we return, we will ask what are the possibilities for reform. This is a CNN Philippines special presentation, The Filipino Votes, Midterm Elections 2019. Stay tuned.
Yung prinsipyo, yung totoo sa salita nila, may paninindigan.
Ang mga tao hindi makasarili, yung hindi na iniisip yung para sa pamilya lang, sa kamag-anak, yung para sa ikabubuti o kaunlad ng Pilipinas.
Honesty and authority. Kasi ayun yung kailangan natin, the transparency of their advocacy. Then hindi naman magiging effective yung pagiging honest nila without having the authority to lead other people.
We're in the final stretch of the program. Still with us, communication professor Jonathan Ong, digital strategist Ariza Nokum, and sociologist Mike Labayandoy. Let's please end this on a positive note. I mean, very balanced naman din yung conversation. So it can be a good thing or a bad thing, the trends in the 2019 campaign. And I think at the heart of this, when we talk about micro-targeting, when we talk about online advertisements that are unmonitored, ang problema naman talaga is hindi siya transparent. Hindi natin alam kung sino yung nagbabayad. Halimbawa, sa influencers, hindi natin halimbawa alam kung yung mga meme na nakikita natin, bayad ba yan or organic ba yan. For me, as someone who works on political sociology, yun yung problematic na minamanipulate ba tayo or totoo ba talagang supporters ito. So let's talk about, I guess, the ethics, the rules, the regulations, the kinds of reforms that are needed considering ang bilis-bilis ng pagbabago ng technology. John, do you have any suggestions?
Yeah, so we need to preserve election integrity. And I think I'm actually welcoming COMELEC's ability to at least make reform sa ating social media campaign spends. They're now monitoring the official campaign pages of senators and politicians. They're increasing yung obligation nila to report on their official pages. And my worry here, however, is that fake news and disinformation has also morphed. And so, hindi lang naman yun yung dapat nating bantayan. And I think what Comelec should do is to form alliances with academics, journalists, civil society, to have more transparency and also more support in the monitoring capacities that they might have.
Yeah, Ariza, how about you? Ano bang emerging ethics when it comes to digital advertising?
Well, like I said earlier, the industry is really in flux, especially when it comes to political campaigning. So right now, there's really no line or platform in which we could say that we have these ethics. But we do have guidelines, and those are the ones that are implemented by Comelec for these elections. But the problem with that is that they're not very specific. So they just say that you have to report your Facebook page and that the expenses that reflect on your Facebook page and your Facebook platforms may be measured or evaluated, but it's not specific enough to really say that you should avoid fake news, or if you have a high production video, then it will be recorded as sort of an advertisement in your statement. So things like that, maybe we should see more specific regulations from Comelec. But on my side, I would advocate more for voter education. Maybe it's time that we educate voters, not just about the regulations of the campaign in general, but also about how to ascertain what's real and what's not on social media when it comes to the campaigns of candidates. So maybe we should just give a crash course to voters. Paano ba makakita ng fake account? Paano ma-identify na mali yung information na to? Ano yung mga credible sites na kailangan mong tingnan? Saan tayo makakakuha ng information about voting or about elections na hindi misinformation or hindi fake news?
Yes, kasi parang kung isipin natin, ang theme talaga dito is electoral integrity, di ba?
That's right.
Na sinusukat natin yung quality ng elections, if it's free, fair, competitive, and I would add, deliberative. Ano bang klase ng deliberations, klase ng communications na nagaganap online? And if minamanipulate tayo ng mga ganitong paid ads na hindi naman mukhang paid ads, lugi tayo as voters, di ba? Ano naman yung sabi natin? What can we say about big money influencing the share of voice in digital media? How about you, Mike?
Well, by the way, it's a very difficult question for an emerging process, right? To suggest things how to improve the process that is actually still emerging is very, very difficult. But I appreciate the beautiful sound policy level na mga proposals. For me, as I was saying earlier, observation and sa literature, itong ang cultural, yung reform kasi cultural din eh.
Yes.
It's a habit. It's a habit on how we elect, how we converse. I saw your video last time and you were saying that, the election is just, yung paglalagay ng balota ay huling bahagi lang o hindi nga end eh. It's just still a process. And that's where I have faith for the young ones because, again, they really like to engage. They want to have conversation. My wish is that we further develop this culture of openness, engagement, and then that's it. If we are disadvantaged because of this big money and we're bombarded with all these ads, we're critical enough because we share and then we counter-check each other. We converse. That's very important for me.
Right.
On that note, may I just add, I know we're talking about big budgets here and that we're saying na paid ads and whatever on Facebook, but actually I think social media is very important because it can level the playing field. So I hope na the future candidates or future political celebrities out there or even young people who want to run someday are not discouraged by the conversation we're having right now because I think even though, of course, ground operations, traditional campaign operations is still a big expense, social media has the capacity to reach a lot of voters at very low cost and to really convey your story and message in a way that could convert voters to your side. So even though you don't have a big budget, if you could create your message well, if you could craft your strategies efficiently, then you have a big shot at winning hearts and minds?
I think we can end on that very optimistic note. I hope the viewers found this episode quite uplifting and inspiring. I mean, obviously, as Mike said, this is not the end. Maybe this is just the beginning. Our use of social media can be used not just to campaign, but to hold our politicians accountable. So thank you to our guests for finding time to join us today.
Thank you.
And thank you for watching our program. And we are still watching CNN Philippines special presentation, The Filipino Votes. Midterm Elections 2019. I'm Nicole Corrado. Thank you for watching.
I'm Ruth Cabal. You're watching CNN Philippines special coverage, The Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. There are more than 36,000 polling precincts nationwide, and millions of Filipinos still casting their ballots before polls close. CNN Philippines is at the heart of the story. We have correspondents and stringers staying across developments nationwide. Comelec says a high turnout is expected out of the 61 million registered voters. So far, no major security situations, but there were sporadic complaints about the malfunctioning vote counting and voters' verification machines. The Comelec assures adequate machines for the conduct of the elections as authorities remain confident midterm elections to remain generally peaceful until it closes at 6 p.m. With 2 hours remaining before polling centers close, voters in Naga City continue to arrive. Vice President Leni Robredo voted there this morning. With more than 3 million registered voters in Region 5, our Anjo Alimario is at Tabuco Central School, observing if the turnout will be high in vote-rich Bicol. Anjo, can you tell us the latest from there?
You know what, Ruth? It's really been a hot day here in Naga City. Voters are trying their best to keep their cool. Some of them had to wait for more than 30 minutes, some of them more than an hour just to cast their vote. And here at the 3 clustered precincts at Tabuco Central School, most of the precincts here are still packed with voters. Even the holding areas are filled with people. And when we ask them, they don't mind the long period of waiting. They say they only do this once every 3 years. Now, business is also thriving for some of our kababayan. Some of them are taking advantage of the summer heat by selling ice candies. Again, with the intense heat, keep yourself hydrated. If you are just about to head to your precincts, don't forget to bring a bottle of water with you and food in case you get hungry. That's why some of the voters here at Tabuco voted early this morning, just like Simeon Bejino, who was the first one to vote at the precinct where Vice President Leni Robredo cast her ballot. Bejino suffered stroke in 2015, but it never became a hindrance for him to exercise his right to vote. Robredo spent 40 minutes waiting before she was able to vote this morning. On the eve of the elections, Robredo admitted she and her family could not sleep. Asked if she voted for 12 candidates, well, Robredo says she voted for only 8. The opposition, of course, has only 8 candidates. Now, polling precincts have yet to close here in Naga, of course, at 6 p.m. But Robredo says whatever the outcome of the elections is, they have already won. But she is still hoping for a miracle for the opposition. Ruth.
Anjo, can I just ask you yung observation mo ngayon kasi 2 hours to go before the polls close. May mga humahabol pa ba or pakonti na ba yung mga voters na dumarating dyan?
May pakunti-kunting dumarating dito, Ruth, no, may mga humahabol. Siyempre gusto nilang iwasan yung napakatinding sikat ng araw. That's why sa mga kababayan natin na papunta pa lang dito ay magsiguro na po tayo, magbawan pa rin tayo ng tubig, ng pamaypay, ng pagkain din para hindi tayo magutom. Again, we're still observing voters coming in here sa presinto dito sa Tabuco Central School. At so far, doon tinanong natin yung ibang election inspectors dito, ay di pa naman daw nagkakaaberya yung mga vote counting machines dito, no? Hindi gaya tayo dun sa mga ibang parte sa ating bansa na may matatanggap tayong reports na nagloloko yung mga VCMs dito ay wala pa naman daw aberya. Kasi nga noong 2016 merong experience diyan si Vice President Robredo, nagloko yung kanyang machine kaya naghintay pa siya ng mahigit 2 oras bago natuloy yung kanyang pagboto. But so far, smooth yung daloy ng eleksyon dito sa Naga. Particular dito sa presinto kung saan bumoto si Vice President Robredo, Ruth.
Ando Alimario there reporting. From bullets to ballots. In September 2018, MILF leaders affixed their thumb mark as first-time voters, including Moro Islamic Liberation Front Chairman, Bangsamoro Interim Chief Minister Alhaj Murad Ibrahim. The MILF head is voted at Simway Junction Central Elementary School. This polling center is located just outside Camp Darapanan, the main camp of the MILF, located in Sultan Kudarat town in Maguindanao. Technically, this is not the first time that Murad was able to participate in a democratic electoral exercise. He and thousands of MILF members were part of the Bangsamoro referendum early this year. But this is their first partisan political exercise where they get to vote for national and local leaders. This is monumental for the MILF since it never recognized the Philippine government and its democratic processes. Through the many years, it led an armed struggle for cessation and self-rule. Quezon City mayoralty candidate Bingbong Crisologo casts his vote. He was freed from detention this afternoon after the city prosecutor's office issued a release order for him. He was earlier arrested after an altercation with police in relation to alleged vote buying incidents. Sian Arcangel is on the phone. Sian, she's with us live right now. Sian, what can you tell us?
Ruth, Congressman Bingbong Crisologo was finally able to cast his vote after spending the night at Camp Karingal in connection to an alleged vote-buying incident. Cheers and claps from supporters greeted Crisologo when he arrived at his polling center at Heroes Hill Community Center in Barangay Santa Cruz. Earlier this afternoon, the Quezon City Prosecutor's Office ordered his release pending further investigation of the complaints against him. The lawmaker was detained overnight at Camp Karingal after being arrested by the police for alleged obstruction of justice. He was accused of intervening when police tried to arrest his supporters at a house in Barangay Bahay Toro where vote buying was allegedly taking place. Crisologo reportedly tried to prevent the police from leaving the premises by locking up the compound. Aside from obstruction of justice, complaints for unjust vexation, direct assault, and usurpation and illegal detention were filed against Crisologo. However, the Office of the City Prosecutor says preliminary investigation is still needed to determine whether Crisologo indeed committed the offenses that are being accused of him. Ruth?
Sian, on the part of Crisologo, did he mention may plano rin ba silang mag-countercharge? What's the next move for him?
Crisologo says that he is planning to file charges against the police officers from Quezon City Police District Station 3 who arrested him at the house of his supporters at Barangay Bahay Toro because he insists that his arrest was illegal. He says that he and his supporters were not informed of the charges that were being filed against them, the offenses that they committed, and they were also not informed of their rights. However, as to the exact charges that he plans to file against the police officers from QCPD Station 3, Crisologo says that told the media that to wait for a few more days because he and his legal team will still talk about it. Ruth?
Sian Arcangel there reporting. Joining us here in the studio, we have Ariza Nocum Digital Specialist, Clarice Quezon, Secretary General of Humanist Alliance Philippines International, and Ramon Casible, Political Analyst from the Institute for Political and Electoral Reform. Gusto ko lang munang simulan yung ating discussion with what's going on now in polling precincts. Juan Casible, Institute for Political and Electoral Reform. So how far have we gone in terms of reforms? Kasi yung mga vote counting machines natin, ano bang nangyari?
Well, wala pa tayong statistics, ano? Kasi wala pa namang eleksyon na hindi nagkaroon ng problema sa makina. Pero ang pattern before, pababa yung number of machines na nasira. Meaning may mga corrective measures dyan. Remember, napakalaki nung 92,000 I think ang number. Kahit na 1,000 yung masira dyan, mababa yun kung tutusin. Kaya tingnan natin, antayin natin yung final verdict siguro dyan ng mga technical people. Pero isang usapin actually dito, hindi bago itong mga makina. Ito din yung ginamit ng 2016. Kaya ako, I would assume talaga may mga maintenance problems yan.
Pero is it yung iniisip lang ba natin na maraming nag-bog down na machines, or is it because mas active lang yung social media, mas active yung reporting? By the way, when we're talking about social media, we have Menchu here who will be telling us the latest mamaya sa ating social media monitoring. Yamon.
Actually, ganyan din ang impression ng mga 2013 and 2016 election na mas marami nasira. Pero yung actual figures from the Smartmatic at saka Comelec up to now, yun na nga, going down yung numbers ng mga machine na nasira.
So yung assessment mo is it's actually going down. We'd like to ask the others who are here with us, monitoring nyo sa mga groups nyo, kamusta yung pagpasok daw or yung experience nila of voting? Clarice. Women's group.
For our group kasi, since our group is actually diverse, so we have our own social media manager, Edwin Bulaklak, that does that for our group. We monitor. The good thing about humanist, or happy as we call ourselves, is that we are free to choose who we vote, but we can suggest and we do influence our members, particularly the Leadership Council, as to who we should be voting for.
But in terms of the process of actual elections, kamusta naman sila?
We're pretty good. Actually, Mr. Bulaklak voted early on, as early as 6 in the morning, so as to avoid yung usual traffic of voting.
Yeah, Ariza, ano observations nyo?
Yes, so we've noticed that in these elections, as digital strategists, we've already done bulk of our work prior to today. But because of social media, the immediacy of information, the way that it's happening 24/7, even last-minute events and updates can influence the voters on the day of election. So something that happened last night, something that happened this morning, when they see it on Twitter, when they see it on Facebook, it could still influence whether they're voting for this candidate or not.
Pero pag ganyan ba, kunwari, nakikita natin ang daming nasisira, ano ba yung usual reaction? Mas na-encourage ba sila na bumoto o parang na-discourage ba sila na bumoto?
Well, may tendency yung mga hindi makahintay. Halimbawa, yung mga seniors, na umuwi na lang. Lalo pa kung masyadong mainit, wala silang access sa aircon, mga ganyan. Simple matters, pero mahalaga sa kanila yun. Meron naman na talagang gustong bumoto. They will sacrifice.
It does affect the numbers. Social media plays a big role, actually, for the elections. But the actual numbers and the turnout of the actual votes.
Si Menchu kanina has been monitoring social media. Anong napapansin mo with yung feedback ng mga tao when it comes to...
You know, I think yung star ng social media ngayon is the vote counting machines and the huge number or perceived huge number of these that have bogged down. So a lot of people are saying that we've been receiving reports of people actually being told to sign waivers para yung Board of Election Officers na lang ang mag-i-insert ng ballots ng mga botante when the replacement VCMs arrive. So yung mga voters will not be able to check yung receipts kung tama ba yung boto na ipinasok at actually nanabasa ng machine. So a lot of people already questioning kung talagang is this credible?
Yeah, and yung to complete the whole process na ikaw talaga yung naglalagay no?
Exactly. So a lot of people are already questioning how sure are we about the sanctity, if you will, of the electoral process.
But if there's one thing I noticed siguro kasi I've been covering elections na for several years, several elections, yung binanggit mo Mon kanina kasi parang depende kung yung mga elderly or the PWDs, kung maghihintay ba sila. Kanina I was in one of the precincts in Parañaque. Parang ngayon ko nakita na medyo talagang mas organized yung what they're calling the emergency accessible polling place, yung EAPP nila, 'di ba, for for the PWDs. I don't know if you noticed that, pero it's very nice now na talagang meron sila talagang specific. Mas malinaw ngayon kasi dati hindi mo ma-pinpoint kung saan-saan tinuturo yung mga matatanda. Oo, it's more organized, I think, now. Do you
Totoo yan, totoo yan. Kasi ako din kanina, bumuto. Andun ako sa seniors.
Okay.
Actually, nag-iisa ko doon kasi the moment may umupo doon sa upuan ng senior, tinatawag na kaagad. At ako tingin ko tama yun. Nang na-notice ko, mas organized na ngayon yung handling ng mga PWDs saka senior. Na isang kwarto, malapit sa gate, ground floor, may ganun na.
Mas maganda yung hangin. Kanina yung puntahan ko, maayos yung ventilation eh. So that's I think one of the improvements I've noticed then for this election. So we'll be talking more about that. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. Later, we'll check the latest at the Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting's Command Center. That's after the break. Stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. After the voting comes the counting. The COMELEC about to convene the special board of canvassers tasked to canvass election returns, accomplish statement of votes, among others. Our Trisha Terada is at the Philippine International Convention Center in Pasay City, where the counting of votes will happen. Trisha, can you tell us what's the latest happening there?
Well, Ruth, just right in time as we get on the air, the national canvassing is about to open. With the commissioners coming out is a signal that the canvassing will officially open any minute now. Just to give you a quick update, COMELEC is estimating, based on initial reports, that there are 300 to 400 vote counting machines that had to be replaced for this midterm elections out of 85,000 vote counting machines that they used. This is actually 3 times higher than the number of vote counting machines that had to be replaced during the 2016 presidential elections. Why did this happen despite the supposedly rigorous testing and the final sealing that should have taken place? Well, COMELEC doesn't have an answer for that yet. For now, what they can tell us is that they will investigate and analyze this after the elections. For now, what they say that's important is that these vote counting machines that are found to be defective have already been replaced. Now, earlier, former Vice President Jejo Marbinay arrived here at the PICC, where the national canvassing will actually take place. He was looking for officials to personally complain and air his concerns about the rejection of his ballots in the vote counting machine in his precinct. Now, we have here Director Francis Arabe to tell us about the update on the case of Vice President Jejo Marbinay. Ma'am, can you please share with us, ano na po yung nangyari? Nabilang na po ba yung boto ni former Vice President?
Hindi nabilang, pero the machine was finally able to accept the ballot of former Vice President Binay.
But from what we understand, binago yung machine, and at the same time, pinayagan po siyang mag-cast ng boto ulit. How was this possible, ma'am, when in fact there was a one-to-one correspondence that there's only one ballot allocated per voter?
The rule on one ballot per voter is not without exceptions. That is a general rule. But in the event that the ballot is rejected due to external reasons or not due to the fault of the voter, then the electoral board can give a second ballot to the voter.
I understand that yung nangyari kina Mr. Binay was part of a batch feeding na mangyayari. A lot of people are asking, paano ma-maintain yung integrity ng balota kung halimbawa iiwan siya sa Board of Election Inspectors na hindi alam kung pwedeng mapalitan. May mga ganun po kasing takot yung ibang voters natin.
Yung ballots that are left with the electoral board is with the permission of the voter. Now, if they believe that their ballots will be safe with our electoral board, pwede nilang iwan. But if they don't trust the electoral board, then pwede naman silang mag-antay and wait for the replacement BCM so that they can personally feed their ballot. Nevertheless, these ballots which are left with the electoral board are under the watch of the watchers which are in the polling, which are in the polling precinct. So aside from the electoral board putting it in a security folder, nandun din yung watchers natin. So yun po ang pinaka-assurance natin na yung balota ay hindi naman mapapalitan.
And for many who do not know about the situation of the former Vice President, many are saying that it was a sort of a special treatment. What are your thoughts on this? And paano ma'am kung mga ordinaryong citizens na walang access to officials and resources to even come here to complain or air their concerns? What are they supposed to do?
Yung case ni former Vice President, hindi naman mako-consider na special treatment yun. Ang nangyari kasi, he came to PICC, which is our voter care center. So necessarily we entertained him, and since we do not know the true facts of the case, the electoral board are not here and the election officer also of Makati is not here, we decided to accompany him back in Makati. And when we got there, nandoon naman na yung electoral board tsaka election officer. So we turned him over properly sa kanila para sila na yung mag-handle ng situation. So dun sa mga regular voters natin, pwede naman na pumunta rin sila sa kanilang election officer para doon magreklamo.
Ruth, we will be back on the air in a bit to give you more updates as the canvassing opens. Back to you, Ruth.
Yes, Trisha, can you just tell us, kasi kanina binanggit mo na parang 300 to 400 VCMs yung nag-malfunction out of the 85,000. But is there any word? I'm taking my time because I think we're playing the national anthem over there, so we'll just be waiting for a while. But Trisha Terada, there was reporting that the COMELEC was saying that out of the 85,000 vote counting machines, ang sinasabi initially ng COMELEC, about 300 to 400 actually malfunctioned or had defects, and she was saying that that's actually 3 times higher than the figures or yung number of machines that malfunctioned in the last elections. Mon, you had a different view kanina, no?
Actually, normal yun from the point of view na yung mga makina hindi naman bago. So, kung may problem dyan, yung maintenance problem, ano? Pero yung number itself, mababa yan compared, let's say, to 2010, yung first time na meron tayong mga makina.
Na automated.
During that time, member kasi ako ng advisory council at that time, ano? Nag-make room kami for around 1,500 na masisirang machine out of 75,000 na actual ginagamit. Meaning may reserve kami ng mga 3,000 at the time. Ito alam ko malaki reserve 92,000 yung alam kong binili. 85,000 ang ginamit, so may mga reserba.
Lagi may reserba eh.
Oo, palagi naman sa planning yun.
7,000 or 10,000 yung reserba nila.
Yung actual na nasira na machine ng 2010, kung tama yung memory ko, was almost 1,000. Hindi umabot sa 1,005. So we consider that within the error na plan. Itong 2016, bago entirely yung makina. Kaya dapat talagang mababa yan. In fact, tingin namin kung mahusay yung pagkagawa niyan ay halos wala. But then itong 2019...
Kumbaga kasi sinasabi mo, second time pa lang naman kasing gagamitin.
But basically, used machine yan.
Yeah,
Nandyan na in storage for 3 years. Tinesting na lang nila ulit. Nung gumana sa testing, wala namang pinalitan ng mga pyesa doon. Pero obviously, may problema ka na dyan. Kasi yung mga parts na hindi siguro ng testing or whatever. Ano? Pero you should have more machines na masisira. I mean, you have to anticipate that. Ang question actually sa COMELEC is, ang kanila bang programming, within the range ba yan ng expected error? Yun ang dapat tanong natin.
Tsaka kanina kasi sinabi rin ni Trisha, based on her report, wala pa rin sagot yung COMELEC kung anong nangyari nga dun sa mga testing, kung lumabas na maayos naman pala yung machines when they tested it.
Yeah. Baka siguro yung yung actual na process ng hindi na alam pa.
Do we still have Trisha with us or mababalikan pa ba natin si Trisha? Okay, we'll be taking a short break. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. We have more stories for you. Stay with us.
As safe polling places. To our citizens armed, the Paris Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting, the Legal Network for Truthful Elections, and other election watchdogs, thank you for your objectiveness and recommendations to help us improve our electoral processes. Bawat Pilipino ay bahagi sa pagkakaroon ng matagumpay at tunay na malayang halalan. Your COMELEC, together with our partners in the public and private sectors, stakeholders and citizens armed have endeavored throughout the years to give substance to the precept of fair and free elections. Critics have made efforts, although futile, to cast doubts on these initiatives, but we have remained steadfast in our duty and commitment to safeguard the solemn voice of our people. Even draw strength from the harshest of our critics and continue to be inspired by our mandate to the Filipino people to come up with innovations initiatives to further enhance and improve our electoral exercise. For the 2019 national and local elections, we have undertaken the pilot testing of the voter registration verification system, or the VRVS, in various municipalities throughout the country. This not only seeks to make the verification of voters faster and more efficient, but more importantly, aims to establish a cleaner, correct, and more reliable list of voters to ensure that only those who are qualified and registered will be able to vote. To bolster the protection of votes cast, the Voter Verified Paper Audit Trail, or VVPAT, was made to include not just the precinct number, but also security markings such as a QR code to properly enable the verification of the voter receipt with the ballot. Masasabing tunay na malaya ang isang halalan kapag ito ay sumasalamin sa tama at totoong boses ng taong bayan. That is why we further strengthened our random manual audit by engaging the services of credible and committed partners who are also skilled professionals. Our random manual audit, or RMA, is the process we manually verify the result as transmitted by the vote counting machine is the same as it appears in the ballots. Our RMA committee for the 2019 election is under the able hands of Senior Commissioner Louis Tito Guia. The COMELEC would like to acknowledge our dedicated partners who will be assisting us in the conduct of the RMA. The Department of Education will provide more than 540 highly skilled teachers who were thoroughly trained to conduct the election audit. The Philippine Statistics Authority have also allowed us the service of their expert statisticians to ensure that the votes as cast are correctly counted. To bolster our already top team of teachers and statisticians, lawyer volunteers and lawyer students from the Legal Network of Truthful Elections, or LENTE, as well as volunteer certified public accountants from the Philippine Institute of Certified Public Accountants, or PICPA, have partnered with us for the proper conduct of our voting audit. With the random manual audit, we are assuring the Filipino people that our automated
You're watching live pictures right now on your right. That's COMELEC Chairman Sharif Abbas speaking as the COMELEC convenes as the National Board of Canvassers. On your left, that's live pictures of President Duterte getting ready to vote at a precinct in Davao City. Again, you're seeing live pictures there from Davao City. That's President Duterte just about starting to vote. He's using the verification machine and just arrived a few minutes earlier in Davao City in that precinct in Davao City to cast his vote. Of course, we have several members of the president's family running for local office there in Davao City, and
Dili mo reduce, di ba?
Ay,
Dili mag-reduce siya.
That's the president's partner, Handilet Avensenia.
Ako'y ang sakit, Berger's disease. Nawala o.
Na-erode ay ang mga line.
Erode akong, wala na ko
We have the, if you can hear what the president is saying, he was actually asking them to explain, the Board of Election Inspectors to explain how the process of voting is. Just a few minutes ago, we see him with his thumb on the verification machine. That's the machine which verifies the identity of the registered voter, and it comes out with other details of the voter.
gusto ko yung dot niya. Kana ID, okay na. Okay na, sir.
The president is accompanied there by Handilet Avensenia, and he's just about to start voting, and we see him taking out a piece of paper. We barely can't hear what the president is saying. If you've just tuned in, that's President Duterte casting his vote. He just arrived there a few minutes earlier. That's at the Daniel Aguinaldo National High School. The president is accompanied by Handilet Avensenia. Just a while ago, we saw him asking the Board of Election Inspectors there to explain how the process of voting will go. As we have mentioned, the president is just about to cast his vote. Family members of President Duterte are also running for local positions there in Davao City. We have Mayor Sara Duterte, who is seeking re-election. Another son, Paulo Duterte, is running for 1st District Representative. And Sebastian, presidential son, is running for vice mayor. Sebastian is unopposed. You're seeing live pictures of the president there casting his vote. That's in Davao City. President Duterte is casting his vote in Precinct 1245A of Clustered Precinct 361. That's in Davao City, the voting center at the Daniel Aguinaldo National High School. On the left side of your screens, we're showing you live pictures at the PICC, where the COMELEC has convened as the National Board of Canvassers. If you've just tuned in, you're looking at live pictures of President Duterte there voting at Daniel Aguinaldo National High School in Davao City. Earlier, we saw that the president was accompanied by his partner Hanilet Avancenia. Just a few minutes ago, the president started voting there in Davao City. We're looking at President Duterte voting. His precinct number is 46. He's voter 46 of precinct 1245A in Davao City. It's the same. The same area where presidential daughter Sara Duterte earlier voted. Sara, of course, is running for re-election as mayor of Davao City, and there are other members of the presidential family who are running for local posts there. The president is voting in the same room as with the other voters, and he was given a special room to vote. Again, that's Hanilet Avancenia assisting the president while he's casting his vote. Ano bang ibig sabihin nito now that several members of the Duterte family are running in Davao? I mean, for sure na ba yun naman nanalo talaga sila?
Well, kung political dynamics ng Davao, halos sure yan. In 2016, President Duterte got 86% of the votes in Davao City. The opposition did not even campaign. Walang rally doon.
Yeah.
Natakot baka walang matid. But I would presume na mananalo ngayon. Hindi ko lang alam kung may kalaban ngayon. Kasi before...
I'm looking at yung dito kay ang post dito si Baste. Si Sara is running against an independent candidate. Tapos si Paulo naman, who's running for first to see congressman, is against two independent candidates. So parang sure win na ba yan? Kasi...
Usually, dahil ang independent, usually, walang ganong klaseng resources. Usually, pero meron din.
If you've just tuned in, that's President Duterte casting his vote in Davao City. Pero yung in terms naman of yung endorsement naman ni President Duterte, not just syempre yung family members, but in terms of his candidate, how will that translate to actual votes, like for senatorial candidates? Kasi yung latest survey, we have a lot of hugpong candidates in the Magic 12, hugpong and PDP laban.
Actually, ang mas accurate yan yung dalawa lang and that's Bato de la Rosa and Bongo. The reason, yung dalawang yan, hindi yan politiko. Kaya pag tumakbo ka sa, lalo pa senatorial yan, malaki talaga yung bearing ng endorsement. Yung iba kasi like Francis Tolentino, tumakbo na yan before Noong 2016, actually, he was number 13. So, ibig sabihin, on their own, meron silang kakayahan. Lalo na yung iba pang nasa listahan ng hugpong. These are former senators o kaya re-electionists. May track record.
Pero so it's not so much as the value of the president's endorsement din. Kasi sinasabi mo, even wala pang endorsement, may track record na. Kasi yung pinakahuli, the Pulse Asia survey, 11 yung nasa hugpong or yung PDP Laban Coalition na pasok eh.
Totoo yan. Hindi lang naman ang endorsement ang factor. In traditional politics, may tatlo dyan na major factors eh. Your name brand, tawag dyan. Merong usapin ng resources, financial and otherwise. And then you have the network. Meaning, kung national candidate ka, you must have access to the various political groups sa lokal. Based on that, pwede ka naman nanalo actually. Ngayon, kung may endorsement, panigurado lang yon. Or importante yan pag mga close fight. Pero sa case nga nung dalawa, yung missing doon sa dalawa, yung track record, yung experience. But they have resources.
Pero ang taas nung nila sa surveys talaga.
Oo, kasi yung endorsement is not simply yung oral, yung sinabi ng presidente. It also includes providing them with resources. And of course, every time na na-mention sila ng presidente, nasa news sila. So name branding, may ano dyan. And then the network, the all-important network. Ang pinakamalawak na network yan, of course, is the president.
Pero naniniwala ka ba na kasi some are saying parang daw to, referendum daw to dun sa performance ng administration. Like, di ba, parang sa Amerika kasi usually that's what they say di ba, pag may mga midterm elections sila. Ganun ba dito sa atin?
Oo, in the usual na electoral framework, a midterm election is a, hindi pa siguro referendum, is a measure kung hanggang saan na yung pagtingin ng mga tao sa iyo. But then, it's not the only measure. And I hesitate to call it a referendum.
Referendum, oo.
Kasi, halimbawa, survey pa lang, he already has around 80%. That's already an indication. Halimbawa din, may mga controversial policies siya, like train. Pero anong reaksyon ng mga tao? By and large, wala. Sinanggap nila yun. Meaning may mga hard policy decisions na nakaya niya na because of his political will and also because of popularity. These are already a measure anong kanyang status at this time.
But in terms of yung makeup if we're looking at yung ganitong possible makeup ng 18th Congress, anong mangyayari?
Well, ang pinaka-importante dyan tatlo, in terms of objectives kasi. Unang-una, preparation nito for 2022. Obviously, kung maganda showing ng mga kandidato niya rito, at yung hindi kandidato, by the way. Kasi si Sara Duterte, ito yung coming out party. May implication yan sa strategy for 2022. Ngayon, may mga difficult policies siya na mahalaga kasi bahagi ng promisa niya to, pero that requires support from Congress. I'm speaking of charter change, federalism. Isa sa mga possible ways to do it is what we call the Constituent Assembly approach, which requires 3/4 vote in the Senate. That's 18 votes.
So, kailangan yun.
In fact, yung 12-0, yun ang target talaga nila makuha. So, mahalaga yan. And then the stability question. Dahil meron siyang, ang administrasyon may tingin na may mga people are oust him, may destabilization, etc. In that sense, if he got his candidates are elected in this election, that's already saying na the people will reject any destabilization.
So malaking bagay talaga na maraming mga kaalyado yung presidente dito sa papasok na Congress.
Ito yan.
How about in the House? Anong nakikita mo sa House of Representatives?
Ibang dynamics ng House, Kasi, una, hindi pa nag-aspire for presidency yan, kaya hindi sila masyadong sa 2022. Pangalawa, mas parokyal usually ang concern. Kaya mahalata mo, naming of schools, naming of streets. Diyan ang gagaling sa House. At malaking usapin ng pork barrel dyan.
Yes. And how about the tax bills? Kasi meron pa tayong several versions of the train law
Yeah, remember, the House is the one that approves the budget.
Yeah.
Pag nakalusot na yung train law dyan, hindi na masyado yung nagiging problema sa Senate, actually. But then, ang question sa train law kasi, yung impact sa mga constituents yan, ano? So, nagbibilang din yung mga congressmen kung meron silang support yan. Pero at this point in time, kung pumasa sila at malaki yung nanalo itong mga representative ni Presidente, mga sinuportahan niya, I doubt kung meron pang ganong klaseng malaking opposition sa House.
For those who've just tuned in, you're looking at live pictures of President Duterte there casting his vote at the Daniel Aguinaldo National High School in Davao. I think the president has been there for, like, if I'm correct, about 15 minutes. He's and we see him putting a sheet of paper inside his pocket. He arrived there a while ago. We saw him that he was accompanied by his partner Hanilat Avancenia, and that's the president already standing up and bringing his ballot to the vote counting machine. There you go. So it's the president waiting for the BEI there putting indelible ink on the president's finger, and as is with the process, a voter has to wait for the receipt for the ballot, for the votes cast. The president has just voted, and he's now being assisted by a member of the Board of Election Inspectors. He's looking at the receipt after the president had just put in his ballot into the vote counting machine. Reviewing perhaps if the votes were the same as that he had cast. So that's President Duterte just finishing his vote and having a photo opportunity with members of the Board of Election Inspectors in the precinct that's at Daniel Aguinaldo National High School.
Bawal yan. You should not have the camera in...
Pero ang hindi pwede yung balota, di ba, sir? Or...
Hindi, tama yung ginawa niya up to that point. Nung kumuha na ng picture, that's supposed to be prohibited.
Okay, so the president has just finished casting his vote, and we see him there with members of the Presidential Security Group. Let's try to listen in if the president will be giving a statement. He's writing something. You were talking about parang this is like some sort of a historic chair that he used before. I'm not sure if this is the same one. Kasi may sinasabi sila na, di ba may isang parang upuan na nilagay pa nila sa case na they're calling a historical chair kung saan bumoto dati si President Duterte.
Yan, pwede yan. Labas, sa
We
labas.
see him flashing his finger to show yung proof na meron na siyang indelible ink proof that he had finished voting. Yes. Let's see if the president will give a statement to the media.
I have to leave at 5:15.
If you've just tuned in, that's President Duterte. He just finished casting his vote in Davao City, and he's getting ready to give a statement.
Just give him this place. Come here. Yung tindig lang yan. Yung pakita na yung bike. Wala.
Pare, yung microphone,
Test 1, 2.
Check mic 1, 2, 3, 4.
Taas mo ito ng konti.
Sir, patingin lang ng ano, sir.
Good.
Sir, patingin lang ng finger.
Score.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hi, sir. I'm Ina from CNN Philippines. Can we get your initial assessment, sir? About 1 hour to go na lang po magko-close na mga presinto. Can we get your assessment?
Teka muna ha, sandali. Before I ask the question to you, or you asking me the question, merong mga bagay na there are matters which I would like to leave to Attorney Panelo to answer. Kasi lalo na ngayong panahon, fake pati genuine news. Pagtingin ko na maalanganin ako o imiskot ako o baliktarin ng media ang salita ko, I would rather refer you to Attorney Panelo, who is the press secretary. Now, ako ang mag-una ng tanong. Kailan pa kayo dito sa Davao?
Friday, sir.
Sinong subaybayan ninyo? Ako? Only for this goddamn finger? Okay, ask the question.
Hi, sir. I'm Ina from CNN Philippines. How's your assessment? What is your assessment of Election Day? In just about 1 hour, magsasarado na po ang mga presinto.
Well, I have yet to receive something that is more than just the ordinary, the vote buying and violence there, violence here. But nothing of a big one that would maybe probably disturb the conduct of the elections throughout the nation. Well, Lanao.
Yes, sir.
Gusto ko nga pumunta doon, but the problem is ganito. At the request of the party who are with me, iba lang yung pangalan, but the problem is if I go there today, because that was the request last night, baka whether I like it or not, ang maglapit sa akin, people will always congregate where I am. And political leaders would also be there. So it might be construed by the many na campaigning beyond the allowable days. And rather than risk disqualification, parang hindi naman talaga pwede. But ang summer, Del Sur, Lanao remains to be controllable. We are, I communicate with the Taas, the Army and the police almost every hour. And for them to tell me if there is something big, a big splash in the conduct of the elections.
Sir, good afternoon. Sir, mukhang yung mga reports ng mga media, mukhang maraming sira, sir, na VCM. That's the common complaint. Vote counting machines. All throughout po the country, mukhang ang common denominator are faulty na mga vote counting machines. Meron po bang iutos kayo sa COMELEC to investigate? Why is that so?
That will be early. COMELEC is an independent body. And if there's any malfunction there, or if there's any aberration at all in the procedure or process, in the conduct of the election, let COMELEC explain first to the people before we even initiate a sort of an investigation. That is in recognizance of the separation of powers of church and our independent organizations.
Sir, last from my part. Sir, they say that this is a referendum of your administration. Ibig sabihin, kung majority manalo yung mga bets ninyo or admin bets, that means that's an affirmation of your governance. Kung manalo man yung opposition, that is the opposite. So, what do you think?
It could be taken as one referendum, so that if you agree with me, then you can vote for my candidates or the people I'm supporting this election. Now, if I am repudiated by the loss of all candidates coming from the hugpong slate, then that would indicate that the majority of the people ayaw nila ako. Madali lang yan. Easy to solve. If media demands that I step down, I will step down. But only accredited, legitimate, tax-paying, hindi kasali yung, yan ang ayaw ko talaga sa lahat, sabi ko. I can stomach a tricycle driver shouting sloganeerings at me. I will never bow down to any foreigner.
Sir, based on the pre-election surveys, administration candidates are poised to win big this midterm elections. Meron na po ba kayong mga expectation sa magiging resulta po ng halalan?
Alam mo, ma'am, ganito yan eh. Ever since I've been in politics, it's always at the start of the election campaign, I would always place it at 50-50 ang odds. Bahaski na malakas ako sa survey, bahaski wala akong kalaban, it is always a 50-50 proposition. Because if I do not have opponents, then I am supporting a group of people who will help me run the city government. So kailangan mga tao mo rin. Sa awa ng Diyos, mukhang namang ganon ang lumabas sa Davao.
Also, sir, the people are expecting a landslide victory for Mayor Sara and Pulong. And also si Baste, sir, wala siyang kalaban dito for Vice Mayor. May message po ba kayo sa kanya or sa kanila or kinakausap niyo na rin po ba sila?
The earlier that they go out of politics, the better. And Inday, I am publicly warning her. The presidency will not educate you. It will just destroy you. Especially with the kind of media na ngayon, paid hacks, mga hyena, and they themselves know that they are dishing lies. They proclaim to the world with protestations that they are the victims of. They are just of their own making. We do not control them. We have not organized any sa kanila yan. And yet, when the ruling is there, ayaw nilang tanggapin. Then the idiots of the Western world start to give you and even people who are in jail facing criminal charges, trial, may mga awards na. This is a crazy world. And let it remain there. I'd rather that ganito, so that allow the Western to muddle up everything. Because in the end, it is the Western world that's going to suffer.
Sir, SMNI, sir, Sunshine Media po. Sir, maraming insidente ng vote buying po, na aresto at ano pong mensahe nyo sa vote buyers at saka nagbenta ng boto nila?
Well, ganito yan. If they are caught, they should be prosecuted to the fullness of the law. Now, the practice of buying votes has been an integral part of an election in the Philippines. Yang pagboto, lahat yan. Walang hindi nagbibili ng boto dito, maniwala ka. Yang walang hindi nagbibili ng boto. Sino, ituro mo kung sino ang hindi nagbili ng boto?
Kandidato?
Rhetorical question.
You know, when you start to give money, sabi ko nga sa Comelec, it's not because I'm buying the vote of the fellow. It's because I'm giving him money to go to the presinto, cast his vote, and go home. Hindi naman lahat ng tao may pera. Or you send food to your leaders who are here sacrificing and waiting for the food to eat so that they can last until the last vote is counted. Hindi naman lahat yung papadano na basta lang may makita ka nakain dyan, ibinibigyan. If for you all know, leader ko yan. Alang-alang naman patayin ko sa gutom. Kaya mahirap yung vote buying. It can take many forms of... basta mahirap talaga yan. Hindi yan ba? For as long as the Philippines remains to be a poor country, for as long as the feudal system exists, lalo sa rural areas, aggravated by the communists, yun. We are becoming poorer and poorer. Nobody can till the land, improve the land, and the communists are there asking for money, asking for food and everything. And they think that they are on the right track. Yan ang, dyan ako humiwalay. I mean, from the ideology which I wanted and the ideology that was implemented. Mag-start ka lang ng negosyo dyan sa countryside, kaning. Sana mura na. Sunugin yung mga equipment, sunugin. And then you attack the government for breaking the law. I cannot understand them.
Yung pong sinabi niyo na some subjects are better left and answered by Secretary Panelo, what are these things?
Those are the things that are can be characterized as equivocal, can be the subject of two interpretations. Now, kung nandito yung mga professional twister, yung bayad yan sila, maniwala ka. Someday you will, they are bayad sa Western. Kayo ang kawawa, ang wala. They have sponsors, they have admitted it. They cannot organize without the money of the Western. Kaya itong mga Western press.
Sir, Matrix lang yun, sir. Yung Matrix lang, yung Sir Panelo na lang.
Panelo na lang so that kung i-misquote siya, Siya yung madaldal eh. I get tired of answering questions that are stupid. And one that would only make you... Totoo yung matrix. Totoo yung matrix. Pati yung bigoy, kita mo naman, pati yung spectral analysis ng boses nila. Totoo talaga yun. Si Tordesillas talagang totoong ano. She's an every inch a prostitute.
Sir, but Secretary Panelo said we should ask you and not him about the Secretary Panelo said we should ask you, not him, about the matrix.
Yes, that matrix. Bahala na kayo mag-interpret. But those lines are really not lines connections. There were a lot of communications there that were recorded. But, yes, wiretapping is against the law. Sino ang nag-wiretap? I really do not know. Finished product na yan eh. Then only if you use it in court, it cannot be accepted as evidence.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you. Okay, are we... Thank you. Thank you.
That was just President Duterte. He has just finished his media conference after casting his vote at the Daniel Aguinaldo National High School in Davao City. The president was asked about his assessment for election day, but he says he has not received all the reports yet. Though when he was asked about malfunctioning vote counting machines, the president says that he will just let the COMELEC first give their explanation as to what happened to these vote counting machines before he can talk about initiating an investigation. He says he wants to respect the independence of the COMELEC on these matters. President Duterte was also asked about the midterm elections being a referendum of his administration. He says this could possibly be a referendum of his administration, so that if the candidates he endorsed would win in these elections, especially the senatorial candidates, he says he could see that as the people agreeing with his administration if they vote for his candidates. But if the candidates, the administration candidates, will lose, that is probably a signal that the people don't like him. He is even saying that if they want me to step down, I will step down. He was also asked about members of his family running for local positions. We have Mayor Sara Duterte running for re-election. His son Paulo is running for congressman, and Baste for vice mayor. The president says the earlier they try to go out of politics, the better. That was President Duterte just finishing voting at in Davao City. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation, The Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. We'll check the latest at the PPC RV Command Center after a quick break. Stay with us. Welcome back. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation, The Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. The Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting, or PPCRV, closely monitoring polling precincts 2 hours before they close. Our AC Nichols is in Manila. AC, can you tell us what's the latest from there?
Well, it's now less than an hour to go for voting period, and people are beginning to gather here at the Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting, or PPCRV's command center in Manila. Some of the officials of the COMELEC Citizens Arm are now here, as well as some of their volunteers and technical team for last-minute system and network checks. The PPCRV will carry out an unofficial parallel count of votes, and this is essential in verifying the electronically transmitted results of the midterm elections. Now, PPCRV's work will begin a little bit later on when voting officially closes and election officers begin to transmit results from the polling centers. The PPCRV quick count results will be flashed on big screens set up at the front of the room. Now, those numbers will be updated as new data come in from COMELEC's transparency server. Now, behind me, computers occupy most of the room. These will be used by volunteers who will manually encode results on election returns. PPCRV will have 300 volunteers working every day. They will be working in shifts. That's 100 volunteers per shift, because for the next week or so, the PPCRV's work will go on around the clock. But most likely, though, the manual encoding will not begin until tomorrow morning. That's according to PPCRV officials. What time exactly will depend on how soon the election returns are brought here to their command center by their couriers. Now, the manual encoding is another way to verify the election results by comparing the digitally transmitted data to the numbers on the election returns, which are printed before the results are electronically transmitted to COMELEC server. Now, if nothing went wrong during the digital transmission, or if there was no manipulation of the results, then the numbers should tally. Ruth?
AC, may sinabi ba sila how soon will they get the first batch of yung electronic transmission? Kasi nag-cover na rin tayo dati dyan. Minsan talagang halos sunod-sunod yung dating. Pero yung mga first few transmission, mga gaano kabilis natin malalaman yan?
Well, they are expecting na possibly after some polling centers close, that they will be able to receive some of the transmission already, or some data from or through the COMELEC's transparency server. But it will still depend, Ruth, on the situation on the ground, especially considering that there were a lot of vote counting machines that shut down or bogged down. Then they're also expecting delays. But either way, they are already ready. Their system is ready to go. So they're just here. The officials are here. They're just waiting for data to come in. And it will all start from a simple transmission notification. So once they get a notification that data has been transmitted, then they will copy data from the COMELEC's transparency server to their own server. And then their own technical team will summarize that data before they put it on or display it on the big screens that they've set up here at the command center. Ruth?
AC Nichols reporting. In Central Luzon, Pampanga has more than 1 million voters, and they troop to polling centers today. Our stringer, Justin Dizon, gives us more details on the ground. Justin?
Ruth, the Police Regional Office in Central Luzon arrested 62 persons in Region 3 for allegedly violating election laws. The PRO3 Task Force Contra Bigay apprehended 7 individuals in Pampanga and 1 in Tarlac who are allegedly involved in vote buying and selling. Authorities also nabbed 54 individuals for drinking alcohol during the 48-hour liquor ban. Joint elements of the PNP and COMELEC have removed more than 36,000 illegal posters, most of which are oversized and placed in prohibited areas, under their clearing operations dubbed as the Oplan Baklas. COMELEC Central Luzon said 68 vote counting machines were reported to have experienced technical errors, which forced voters to leave their ballots. COMELEC Assistant Regional Director Attorney Elmo Duque said poll clerks are allowed to do the feeding of the ballots once the replacement machines arrive, or they may use the VCM in the other clustered precinct after the voting hours. Duque said there are a total of 500 contingency vote counting machines placed in critical areas within the region. Ruth?
Justin Dizon there reporting. Social media discussions taking notice of today's midterm polls. Our Menchu Makapakal has the stories trending online. Menchu, what's the latest?
All right. Thank you, Ruth. Now, more Filipinos exercising their right to vote, and we are seeing that as well online. They are definitely lining up for the next set, or to vote for the next set of officials, mostly serving during the last half of the Duterte administration. Now, we are receiving a lot of reports on the machines bogging down, but now COMELEC has responded, of course, to those complaints. We do have a story on our website already. If you guys would like to, go over that, we do have it up on cnnphilippines.com. And they were saying earlier that, of course, they have received all of those reports already, and they said that they are definitely looking into it. Now, they did say that although there is a question about, there is doubt now on the results of the elections, they promise that they are doing something about it, and they are actually stepping up their efforts to make sure that nothing else goes wrong during this election. Now, here is one report of malfunctions in Life Homes Rosario Pasig. Now, this post actually showed voters waiting for replacement machines. Now, in a later tweet, the Twitter user says that voters were actually asked to leave their ballots and return at around 4 o'clock this afternoon, pending the availability of backup vote counting machines. Now, this actually happened much earlier in the day, and this has been like a common occurrence in a lot of the precincts nationwide. And of course, we are seeing more of your tweets about faulty machines, but don't fret. Our friends from PPCRV are also on top of things. They did send out a tweet earlier about what you can possibly do if you encounter that particular possibility where your VCM actually bogs down. They did say that, let me see really quickly. Okay. They did give some tips about what you can do. So the first one was that you need to go to, of course, make sure that you secure your ballot, and make sure that you go to the Board of Election Inspectors. And if you would like to wait for the VCM or the vote counting machine, the replacement vote counting machine to arrive, then you can hold on to that ballot and feed the ballot into the machine yourself. But if you don't really want to stay around and wait for the replacement VCM to come in, then you can leave it with the election officers, of course, and just make sure that you sign a waiver, and they will do like a sort of a mass feeding into the machine of all of those, which will be witnessed by poll watchers and, of course, election watchdogs as well, to make sure that the security of the ballots are still in place. Of course, we are still monitoring all of your tweets online. We have all of our social media posts here behind me. So let us know the situation in your area by sending us your photos and videos online, and be a part of the conversation by tagging CNN Philippines and by using the hashtag The Filipino Votes on social media. I'm Menchu Macapagal. Ruth, back to you.
Thanks, Menchu. And we will be talking to some of our guests who are with us right now. Maganda to kasi mga babae na lang yung naiwan sa ating discussion ngayon. And very interesting dito yung women voters. Alam nyo ba, I mean, I'm not sure most people know na there are actually more women voters than men voters now. We have 32.9 million women voters. That's 52% of the total registered voters. 30.7 million or 48% lang yung mga lalaki. Pero yung ganitong trend actually started lang daw noong 2013 election. So bakit ganito yung nakikita natin? Ariza, Clarice, okay.
I think kasi with the advent of women empowerment plus yung education, I still feel we do lack something about those advocacies. But if you noticed, yung difference din kasi of the Gen Zs, the Gen X, di ba?
Yung mga age,
yes, yung mga age. But if you are so familiar, especially with the social media, makikita mo yung millennials, the female millennials are actually the ones na sila'y nagpo-push for a better vote, you know. I think ito yung nag-equate more dun sa registered voters. Even if it started 2013, sila talaga yung
Parami ng
movers.
parami yung mga babae.
Pero if you look yung the grassroots kasi, we still lack yung if you think na yung mothers, how mothers are, 'di ba? Yung kulang pa rin tayo with women empowerment, no matter how we see it as the women's now are being empowered. We still lack those eh. Kasi if you look at yung mga candidates, women candidates, 'di ba? I do feel na dahil patriarchal pa rin ang Philippines, from your na rin earlier said na 19% are women candidates.
Yeah,
Tapos how many percent yung men?
Sige, balikan natin yung talking about the candidates, the women candidates. But let's talk about the voters. Yung sinasabi ko na mas maraming, actually meron parang disparity doon eh.
Yes,
But
it
when
is.
it comes to voters, Ariza, bakit mas maraming mga babae, even for voter turnout, maraming registered voters na babae, and even higher voter turnout for female voters?
I think it's because women naturally, and men naman, we all want to vote. We all want to have a say in how our future is going to be run. And for me, maybe it's a personal issue or an emotional one for that matter na, syempre as women, we rear children. So we are very much in touch with the future we want to have for our children. So maybe that's one reason behind the fact that we're so driven to vote and driven to have an active hand in how we want to see the future.
Kasi nga para sa mga anak. Pero yung kanina naman, yung sinasabi nga nating disparity, di ba Clarice, yung, eto galing to sa COMELEC mismo eh, kasi sinasabi dito ng COMELEC, like for example, nung 2016 elections, 19.36% lang ng candidates are females, and on the average, from national to barangay level, laging 20% lang yung mga nananalo na babae. So 80% of your candidates or your elective officials are still men. Bakit naman ganon?
From the ground roots, kasi I work closely with ITAS, empowering the women ITAS. So I can see na even if they wanted, I'm specifically discussing yung IPs natin. ITA for that matter. Even if they would want to run for a barangay captain, they don't have the resources. Unlike men who's able to get the resources. So yun pa rin eh. I think doon pa rin tayo nagkakaroon ng parang disconnect.
Pero in terms of yung, di ba yung gender equality, mataas tayo.
Yes, it is.
In Asia,
Actually
and even
nga,
in the
Philippines
world.
is very tolerant.
In the world. Pero,
how
totoo
would
ba na...
we equate it?
Yeah. At
Kasi it's there. But how do you equate it? What is the measurement in equating it? Kasi there's the study is there.
Kumbaga sa totoong buhay,
yes,
nagagawa ba yun?
Oo nga, in social media, we would say, yeah, women empowerment, yes, the women are strong. But where is it? But where is it, diba?
Pero ikaw, Ariza, what do you think? In terms of yung capability or yung kayang gawin ng babae, mataas, as a public officer, mataas na rin ba yung tingin for women leaders or public officials?
I think in terms of capability, wala naman tayong pagtatalo dyan eh. Everyone's capable of it. But in terms of perception, I think that's the key word here. There's still really a disparity. We sort of have idea in mind of what we want to expect from a leader. And I've read in previous studies na political parties would rather fund male candidates because, for instance, some elections, especially local elections, are perceived to be violent or aggressive. There's some aggression going on between candidates. So they feel that if they put in a male candidate, they have a better chance of addressing that aggression or maybe fighting, even physically for that matter, kung may violence in that elections. And I think generally, even though we perceive ourselves as more liberated and progressive, there's still really that perception na pag leader, kailangan strong, kailangan hindi emotional, kailangan hindi effeminate. So, kailangan macho. So it's still something that we have to address.
Okay. We'll continue our discussion and we'll be back with more updates on the midterm elections 2019. Keep it here on CNN Philippines. Welcome back. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. The youth comprise almost half of the voting population in the midterm polls. The Commission on Elections says they can shape the results of the elections if they exercise their right to vote. Our Chrissy Di Matulak tells us more.
Maris Montegrande is a 20-year-old call center agent from Davao City. A breadwinner in her family, Maris admits she has no time to think, much less worry about the midterm elections.
Para po sa akin kasi may job ako ngayon, so currently dami kong priorities. Like pinag-aaral ko yung kapatid ko, so wala akong time muna para sa election or about sa politics sa bansa natin.
Like Maris, 24-year-old Russell Pua, a freelance videographer, says he is also not interested in this year's polls.
Actually, last election, I'm a very ardent supporter kay President Duterte. This year, I won't be participating sa election because I'm just fed up with the current government.
27-year-old Jules Kiang, a founder of a youth organization, on the other hand, will be participating in this year's elections.
I think the youth can actually dictate the future of this election. This is a very compelling information that all members of the youth sector should realize that we have this kind of power.
Maris, Russell, and Jules belong to the so-called millennial group whose voting power can shape the outcome of the midterm elections. According to the Commission on Elections, there are around 26.3 million voters who are 18 to 34 years old. That's more than 40% of the country's 61 million voting population.
If you consider the number of votes garnered by the winners from the previous elections, then you get a sense of how powerful this bloc can actually be. You're talking about 21 million voters in a political environment that only takes around 16 million to elect a president.
Media literacy advocate Aaron Medina meanwhile shares a similar sentiment. They say this millennial generation is politically energetic and can have a big say in this year's polls.
So hindi lang sila basta nauuto o nag-iisip din yung mga millennials na to. So they desire for something. They desire for change. They desire for something, upward na yung di pong pagtaas ba ng kanilang antas ng pamumuhay.
Pulse Asia research reveals that millennials belonging to the 25 to 34 age bracket like Jules are more responsive to national events.
When they start having families and they're working, they realize the impact of national events on their work lives, their professional lives, their personal lives, their family life. So then they develop a greater interest in political issues.
Those in the 18 to 24 age bracket like Maris and Russell are more passive to political causes.
When they're 18, they're still in college, okay, up to 20, now 22 because of K to 12. They're still essentially relying on their parents to make a lot of decisions.
Sociologist Jimrel Naval offers a similar observation, saying the focus of the younger millennials is more on their career.
Ang concentration nila ay sa kanilang career. For sure. Hindi ko alam. May mga pumasok sa politiko, no? Yung at age of 37, pwede ka na mag-senador. No? Pero sa tingin ko yan ay busy pa lang, no? Sa kanilang career. So, karerista itong mga millennials so far.
The youth say they want real changes from the government that will benefit the Filipino people. With their large voting population, the youth, experts say, can dictate how these elections turn out. But that can only happen if they go out and exercise their right in choosing the country's leaders. Chrissy Di Matulak, CNN Philippines.
Still with me, Clarice Quezon, Secretary General of Humanist Alliance Philippines International, and Ariza Nocum, Digital Specialist. O yung nakita natin yung story about possibly having a millennial vote. Women's vote, is there such a thing?
I do believe there is. Magkakaroon lang ng variation, state the equation of who they are going to be voting. Kasi from personal perception and observation, yung from the baby boomers to the Gen X, iba yung voting nila eh. Yung voting preference nila over the voting preference of the 18 to 22. Masyadong malayo yung pag pinagmasdan mo at pag pinag-aralan mo. Doon mo makikita yung women's vote, oo, may women's vote nga, pero meron pa rin siyang great divide because the mothers would be thinking of the future of their children, whereas the 18 to 22, they are looking for the yung who can offer the economic value. That's just my perception, diba? But it does.
For me, I think there's really an impact of women voting, but I don't think it means that women vote for other women. Women vote for candidates who support the causes that they think women need. Like, for instance, recently we had the Expanded Maternity Act. Recently, we've been more bombastic about reproductive health and how it's being enforced in the Philippines. So I think if we have candidates who are very forward about how they want to protect women and support women in the workforce and how to protect mothers, then women will support that. But I think the bigger challenge to the women's vote is not about the vote, but about women's candidacy. So I think there has to be a really active campaign, not just by the government, also by civil society groups, by international NGOs, by even the media, to push women to become candidates in the next elections, even as close as 2022. I think even though we've had several female presidents and a lot of high-ranking women in politics, it's still not enough because, as you mentioned earlier, only 1/5 of candidates are usually women. So there's still a large gap to be filled, but I think because of the advent of social media, because millennials are particularly conscious about these social issues, we have a really good chance in the near future to bridge that gap.
Kasi kung titignan mo, yung Senate natin ngayon, 6 lang yung 6 out of 24, di ba? Pero looking at the surveys, we have Cynthia Villar on top. Puro babae yung nasa taas. We have Villar, we have Grace Poe, we have Cayetano, di ba? Pia Cayetano. So parang marami rin talagang, like what you're saying, hindi siya babae na boboto sa babae. So even possibly the male voters, ang taas ng mga ng mga babaeng senatorial candidates.
Just to take off from what she said, it's really in the causes eventually, young females will become mothers, diba? So pag naging nanay ka na kasi, iba na kasi yung, diba? Yung pananaw sa buhay. So yung candidates din, even if you wanted to vote for, let's say, Grace Poe, you'll have a second thought. Out of how many, let's say, nandyan si ganito, tapos siya iboboto ko, ano ang i-convert kasi ng mother siya i-convert niya yun sa table, sa food on the table.
Yung malapit sa bituka na issue.
Yes, oo. Kasi, let's face it, ang poverty level pa rin ng Philippines is very low. At 90% of that women voters are those in the poverty level. Diba? Let's not assume na okay, the digital stage is there, tapos women empowerment is there. How do we equate it in real life? Diba? So, bago ka kasi, we're looking at it in a big context, national agad. But if you think about it sa national, kung sino yung tangay ng barangay captain, kung sino yung tangay ng mayor, kasi these are the magbibigay sa kanila ng food on the table. Saka pa lang yun mag-equate into senators.
Okay, let's talk more about that later. And we will check again on what's trending on social media after the break. This is CNN Philippines special coverage, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. Social media is filled with posts, photos, and endless conversations about our midterm elections. Our Menchu Macapagal is following all that is happening on social media. Menchu, what's trending right now?
That's right, Ruth. We are reaching the final stretch in our midterm polls, and as more Filipinos try to beat the closing of polling centers at 6 p.m., Voting ends in less than an hour, but the liquor ban will still be in effect. So these are just some tips that we're giving you right now about what else is going to be happening this midterm election day. The National Police will continue to strictly enforce the ban until 12 midnight. So you can't really go out and celebrate just yet with a bottle of alcohol or your favorite alcoholic beverages. Metro Manila Police Chief Guillermo Eliazar inspected several establishments to ensure that they are not violating the rules. Now, the ban covers drinking, serving, and selling of alcoholic drinks in public. Now, we are also seeing a number of posts from netizens. Now, they say they were unable to vote for a party list group. Blogger Noemi Dado reminds Filipinos to check the back of the ballot. That's where you can find the party list choices. And this netizen expressing disappointment over the amount of trash left by voters around their precinct. She posted this photo where we can see flyers, ballots, and election paraphernalia littered all over the place. Again, just a gentle reminder to all the voters, make sure that you take your trash with you and just clean as you go. Keep it here on CNN Philippines as we bring you a comprehensive coverage of the midterm polls. Visit our website, cnnphilippines.com, for the latest. We'll also bring you the partial and unofficial tally as they come in later. That's on our website. We'd love to hear more stories from you. Keep tagging us with our hashtag, the Filipino Votes. I'm Menchu Macapagal. Ruth?
Thanks, Menchu. And we go back to our guests. We have Clarice Quezon, Secretary General of Humanist Alliance Philippines International, and Ariza Nokum, who's a digital specialist. So pinag-usapan natin yung if there's such a thing as a women's vote in the Philippines. Pero kung meron nga, ano ba dapat yung mga issues na tutukan para masungkit mo or makanligaw ka sa mga women voters?
For me, I think that we have a lot of laws in place, but that they lack really strong implementation and monitoring whether they're being implemented or not. So, for instance, the law on sexual harassment. So, we have punishments for people who are found guilty of harassing women, and we even have local government units who enforce an anti-catcalling ordinance. But this is not as well implemented as it should be. So I think when voters find out who their next leaders are tomorrow or in the days after, we should keep pushing them to implement the laws that are already in place that should benefit and protect women.
Yes. Just to follow on to that, yeah, we do have laws. Some of it are being implemented, but who are the enforcers? Who are the enforcers of those laws? I work closely with incest victims, but who helps the incest victims? So these are the realities. Eventually, yeah, we do vote, but do we vote for the wrong people or do we vote for the right people? When you say women's vote, again, I'm going to go back to the mothers, diba? We do have yung with the SSS, with the PhilHealth. Pero for the working moms yun How about the mothers who doesn't work?
Walang
diba?
SSS.
Babalik ulit tayo dun sa poverty. So, as a general rule talaga, for me, we should go back to our roots. I-mend natin what has to be mended for that grassroots. Doon pa lang siguro tayo magkakaroon ng sapat na kamalayan on how to forward or empower more women.
Ngayon, initially, or top of mind, ano ba yung gusto nyong isulong pa na legislation that will benefit women, Filipino women more?
We got so many laws already. Like, sabi nila equal rights, sabi nila sexual harassment. Oh, pero pag ba ang babae nagkaroon ng sexual harassment, ilan ba ang porsyento na natutugunan natin? Diba?
Or that they actually result to cases?
Yes, diba? Ang dami nating laws. The law is not the problem, it is the enforcement.
Yeah.
Lalabas yan. So pag lumabas yan, ginawang bill yan, lumabas yan, implementation na yan. Sino ang enforcement? Kanino pupunta? Again, I am working for incest victims. Sabi may VAUSI. Punta ka sa women's desk. After nun, gap ulit, wala. So, women has a strong vote. Pero pag sinabi na ano ba ang kakainin namin sa lamesa at sino ba magbibigay sa amin ng proteksyon? Diba? National vote to, oo. Pero, bago ko iboto ang sinasabi mo na senator, aalamin ko muna kung ano yung sinasabi ni barangay captain ko.
Yung mas
Diba?
madali niyang lapitan.
Oo. Kasi
mas tutugon sa kanya directly.
Correct. Pag sinabi kasi ng barangay captain ko na, oo, gusto mo si ganyan. Pero ang partido namin, eto. Ang nagbibigay ng tulong sa'yo, eto. So even if that female thinks, may critical thinking siya, it will not translate. It will not equate, di ba?
Riza, proposed laws or that for women, meron ka pa bang naisip?
I think it's about time we have legislation or at least regulations to help us increase the number of women who are running for elective positions. Like, actually, there was a proposal, I think, from the Philippine Commission on Women before. They wanted to float the idea of having a certain quota in political parties. So they proposed like a 60-40 law where neither male nor female would comprise less than 40% or more than 60% of the composition of that political party. And they wanted to have a massive information campaign. And they even wanted to have a small fund to help women who don't have financial resources but want to run, to help them at least fund some parts of their campaign. So I think these are just some regulations that are so simple and can even be implemented also on the local level that don't even need national legislation to run. Because the spirit of the law, as you said, it's already there. It's just a matter of really implementing.
Who's going to enforce the law? There's so many. Like, if I remember correctly, the sitting president was Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, who's really one of the flagship of women empowerment. Dami naman yung in-place na laws. But after that, where is the enforcement? So babalik ka na naman doon sa enforcement. The laws are there already. What we need is the enforcement of that law.
Other reforms na pwede niyong masuggest for...
I think since I also mentioned earlier na it's still in the perception how we generally, even us women, how we view other women who run for these elective positions. So since I work as a social media strategist, I look at these comments on Facebook and YouTube every day and I still see comments like, wag iboto yung babae masyadong emotional or baka kung lalaki yung iboto natin mas matapang, mas siga. So this is something I think that we should reform at the youth level, at the education level. So maybe we can go back to our curriculum and look at how we can better show both women and men that in terms of having the capabilities to run for public office and deliver competent service, hindi naman nagkakalayo. We're competent on both sides.
When you think about it, educational attainment, minsan mas mataas pa nga educational attainment ng babae, di ba? She really worked hard for that educational attainment. Pero pagdating ng botohan, ganun pa rin eh. So I really have to go back to the educate the grassroots, di ba? Especially yung mga young females. Educate them, you know, how to value themselves, and then equality plays along the way. But yung education pa rin plays a big part. For me, the education is really, should be the first and foremost, sabi mo nga is reform. Meron tayong education, nag-ano tayo ng free education, pero sino ba ang umaakyat sa bundok? Yung malalayong bundok para turuan tong mga to, mas tuturuan pa rin nila yung boys over girls. So these are the realities because I do this every day.
Pero yung mga gender equality, may mga ganun namang subjects na now di ba?
Yes, oo. But what I'm saying
even
is...
in government offices, you're required for yung programs nila, di ba? You have that.
Yes.
I think we take this one step at a time. So we've done some progress a little, but I think there's still a long way to go. I mean, when I was studying in elementary, there was already some idea of this GAD program, but not that strong yet. But we've seen a stronger implementation of that in the recent years, but not in all areas also. So I'd also like to point out, lastly, that we shouldn't also leave out of the equation the members of the LGBT community. So when we're talking about the women's vote, we also need to talk about the rights and the empowerment of the LGBT community.
Okay. And thank you very much to our guests, to Clarice and
Thank
Chrissy.
you.
This is CNN Philippines election coverage. The Filipino Votes midterm elections 2019. Our coverage continues with our chief correspondent, Pio Ontiveros, as the partial and unofficial tally of votes start to come in. Stay tuned to CNN Philippines. I'm Ruth Cabal. Good evening.
lang po paper jam yung ating machine. Inaayos po ngayon ng technician. Pero hindi natin pwede ipatigil ang botohan.
Yung mga makikinabang, can na-reduce ang number of voters, at least malaki pag-asa nila manalo.
When we looked into the problem, we determined that the problem was actually with the VCMs.
What's more alarming right now is that out of 479 precincts, 35 have been reported to be not working.
Lagi ko naman sinasabi, hoping that over time, ma-settle din yung differences. Hindi lang naman sa pagitan namin dalawa ni Ate.
Hoping and optimistic naman ako. I believe I finish strong.
As I've said before, kung ako na masusunod, pwede naman kami dalawang manilbihan.
Ito masasabi ko sa isa sa pinakamadumi na halal na labanan ko. Sobrang batuhan ng putik, sobrang wasakan, sobrang masarap. Sana, after this, mag-aisang lang.
Gila niya na yung sobrang pagbubulaan, hindi pagsasabi ng totoo.
Halatang harassment itong ginagawa.
Kaya ako, inaresto na hindi kami binasahan ng Miranda rights.
Set up wherein meron silang follow-up operations on vote buying, alleged vote buying.
Magaan ang loob ko ngayon kasi kung ano man ang magiging hatol ng ating mga kababayan, basta malinis ang halalan.
Whatever the outcome of the elections is, tingin ko panalo na kami.
Do we have the script? You want to read it? And election day is over. It is exactly 6 o'clock in the evening, and that means the polls are closed or are closing nationwide, concluding the May 13th midterm elections. Now it's all about the counting and the canvassing of the votes. I'm Pio Ontiveros here watching a CNN Philippines special presentation. Our correspondents at the heart of the story, we have Trisha Terada live at the Commission on Elections headquartered now at the PICC. That is where they are going to be functioning as the National Board of Canvassers, or NBOC. Joyce Ilas is in Makati, where one of the hottest local races are turning out. AC Nichols is in the headquarters of the Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting, or PPCRV, in Manila. That is where we are going to see the partial and unofficial count. We also have George Cahiles in Ilocos Norte, Ina Andolong in Davao City, where President Duterte just about an hour or so ago voted, and Tristan Nodalo in the city of San Juan here in Metro Manila. We head on over first to the Philippine International Convention Center in Pasay City, where the canvassing of votes for national positions, that means the senatorial and the party list votes, will take place. COMELEC has convened, as we said, the Special National Board of Canvassers, or NBOC, tasked to take care of election returns and accomplished statement of votes, among others. Well, actually, they're going to be canvassing the certificates of canvass that are accompanied by the SOVs, or statement of votes. Our Trisha Terada reporting live from there. Trisha?
Yes, Pia, that's right. Voting is now officially closed according to the Commission on Elections. At around 4:29 this afternoon, the commissioners of COMELEC convened as the National Board of Canvassers. But it didn't last so long. They also adjourned barely an hour after they actually opened. The consolidating and canvassing system box was opened as this afternoon. Now, this is very crucial because the CCS box contains the equipment that will receive the election returns that are transmitted electronically. Now, since the on-bank adjourned earlier than expected for canvassing today, election returns that will be received within the night and tomorrow will be opened tomorrow at 1 p.m. because it will resume its canvassing, or it will convene once again at 1 p.m. tomorrow. It was quite a tough day for COMELEC after it had to address problems with the vote counting machines. There are about an estimated number of 300 to 400 vote counting machines that had to be replaced after reports of malfunctioning and after reports that they are defective. Now, these are just out of 85,000 vote counting machines that were used for this midterm elections. But it's quite notable, and it's good to note that this number is actually 3 times more than the number of vote counting machines that had to be replaced during the 2016 presidential elections. Why did it happen? Despite the several preparations, the rigorous testing, and the final sealing that supposedly took place, well, COMELEC doesn't have an answer for that until now. They said that what they can do is they will analyze or investigate the incident or why these vote counting machines failed, maybe after the elections. Now, aside from this, we also learned that elections or the polls opened late in some areas in regions 2, 3, 7, 11, and 12. We were told that aside from these areas being situated in quite far from the center, we were also told that there were issues with the SD cards which are also not working. Although elections started late for these areas, COMELEC will not be extending the voting hours. The poll body claims that despite all the glitches and problems that they encountered today, the midterm 2019 elections is still generally successful. Pia?
Yeah, Tricia, just one question. At around 3 o'clock this afternoon, COMELEC, through its spokesperson, James Jimenez, was saying that some 400 to 600 vote counting machines, or VCMs, had problems. Like, for example, hindi nila tinatanggap ang balota at kung ano-ano pang mga problema. And he said that this is out of 85,000 VCMs. Do they have the latest number? Do they have a total of the VCMs that that didn't function properly today?
Actually, we've been asking that since this afternoon, since the reports came in that there were dysfunctional VCMs. But unfortunately, COMELEC couldn't provide the exact number yet as to how many vote counting machines were actually reported to be malfunctioning or defective. We're still awaiting also for the complete list of areas that actually experienced defective vote counting machines. There's also some sort of confusion as to how the protocols would be followed, because if you remember, earlier this morning we had former Vice President Jejomar Binay coming over here at the PICC to personally air his complaints that his ballot was rejected. Apparently, when he returned to his precinct, he was still allowed to take another ballot because the vote counting machine rejected the ballot because it's dirty. Yun yung sinasabi nila na madumi daw yung balota ni Vice President Jejomar Binay. But then when we asked about the protocol for this, because from what we understand is there's just one ballot assigned per voter. COMELEC was explaining to us that the case of the Vice President is quite different because there were external factors involved, like The people went over when there was already a problem with his ballot. Nagkagulo daw, natulak, nahulog, kaya nadumihan. So that's what COMELEC's trying to explain, that there are some external factors that they had to consider. That's why these ballot extensions were given to them. Pia?
Yeah, I guess that concern was aired because there were many other voters who had other or similar problems. So siguro yung tanong doon paano naman sila, no? Kung si former VP Jojo Binay, who is by the way running for congressman in Makati, is going to get a second ballot. What about the others? Also, the other issue there is that, like we said earlier, no, we don't have a final count yet of how many VCMs had any problems. So between 400 to 600 earlier, no, at 3 in the afternoon. Pero meron ding mga reports kasi coming from individual precincts, no, na minsan sinasabi nila na may dumarating na kapalit na VCM and they were able to resume the voting or to go on with the voting. So even that, we're not sure, no? Correct, Trisha?
Mm-hmm. Yes, Pia. They're not sure. They couldn't give us a complete details yet as to which areas experienced these defective machines. In fact, when we asked them earlier as to how they're dealing with it, because these are, again, as I mentioned earlier, this is 3 times more than the number of VCMs that they had to replace compared to that of the 2016 presidential election. So, logistically speaking, it's logical to think that it would be quite difficult to transport these to different places. And the COMELEC admitted that there were really some areas that experienced a 2-hour to even to 3-hour delay, and they haven't consolidated all this information yet. We will try to have access to this sort of information, and we will provide it to you as soon as we have it. Tia?
All right, that was Trisha Terada reporting live from the NBOC, PICC. That's where the COMELEC is headquartered now. Joining us here in the studio, of course, Dindo Manhit, our political analyst, Ed Tayao, another political analyst, Maluti Kia, a political strategist, and, former political strategist turned coup plotter, Edwin Lacerda. Thank you very much for being here. Good evening, everybody. Very quickly lang, like a minute and a half, your very quick thoughts on what happened sa VCMs. Pero hindi rin naman ito bago because we had the same problem back in 2016. Very quickly, Ed Tayao, you first.
Well, this is expected. Mga luma na yung mga makina. So it's a question of preparation. Pero supposedly, pababa yung incidence sa ganyan. So pag nag-increase yan, this is a question to the leadership in COMELEC now. Yeah, well, back in 2016, I remember Andy Bautista, he was chairman of the COMELEC. He had said that 2,500 out of 93,000 ang nag-malfunction noong 2016. That's right. Nasa threshold pa rin, nasa total pa rin tayo na medyo acceptable? Ganun ba yun? Or what? 1,000 ang maximum mo. Marami yung 2016 actually.
Yes.
Pero dapat bumaba yan. But the problem is, ang VCMs, the way I remember it, 2 gamit lang. Instead na ibalik natin sa Smartmatic, binili ng COMELEC yan. So we must ask Andy again, no, why they did that during their time.
Yeah, and then we need to ask COMELEC now what they're going to do about that kasi paulit-ulit na lang ito. Dindo Manhit.
We have to remember 85,700 plus is a VCM. But when you hear 600 or less than 1,000, that's less than 1% of VCMs. And we know, based on reports, monitoring different media outlets, some were replaced. Some were SD cards, some were because the paper wouldn't go in. Yeah. And my understanding was that aside from the VCM, COMELEC decided to outsource the paper to somebody else and the SD cards to another group also. So we have to...
So in other words, may mismatch?
No, I'm not saying that.
But, di naman.
But we have to...
You're just stating a fact.
We have to focus on also yung paper nga. Yeah. But generally, I think the mere fact we covered so much of this, it shows how the elections, I think, transpired peacefully.
Right.
Because we're focusing on the machine. Yeah. How we are now here at 6 o'clock, where voting ends. So
yes, and we all remember what it was like when the elections were manual. We would wait for days para sa mga bata.
So that's what I wanted to emphasize.
We would wait for days for results.
People should remember that.
Count, and again, for the young people watching, dati, 1992 elections, nagbibilang ganyan, no?
Yes.
Taras. Alam niyo ba yung taras?
Dark classrooms.
Very dark classrooms,
so let's remember now, it's a step forward. We just have to ask COMELEC nga why they are experiencing this kind of problems from 6 to 6 today.
It looks like, well, an explanation naman is going to be forthcoming. Maluti, Kia.
Pia, ang akin lang kasi, this is the 4th election cycle we're using an automated system. So, that means we should at least be near a perfect, not really a perfect scenario, but almost a perfect scenario where alam mo, stable, at alam mo yung mangyayari sa susunod. Ang problema ko lang dito really is I don't see the commissioners coming out and telling the public, you know, we're handling this, our contingency plans are like this. That's one.
Okay.
Secondly...
Well, just now, Tricia Terada said that that's what the commissioners had said. They're attending to it, they're looking into this. They will
somebody should come out, not just the spokesperson or, you know...
You want Chairman Abbas.
Oo, di ba? Then second, I just want to put this on record that I understand that the stress testing was not done on the machine. There was, I'm handling local races now, the instruction was to test and to seal the machine. So pag tinest mo, isang test lang yon. Pero kailangan, kung nasaan siyang bodega, dapat yun na stress test. Kasi alam natin for a fact, for every 100, umiinit yung makina.
Right. So
kailangan patayin. Yeah, they should have learned from that. Di ba?
Oo. Well, stress test, kaya ngayon, stressed out tayo lahat.
Stressed out tayo. And then there's the SD card. Tama yung pinoint out ni Dindo. Comelec is handling it end-to-end. That means they should be able to come out saying, we handle this end-to-end, okay naman yung ginawa namin.
Interesting, Malu, when you say na hindi, near perfect sana yung sistema kasi pang-apat na ito, di ba? So in a way, what we're saying here also is that kahit na 1% lang na VCMs, estimate lang ang nag-malfunction or medyo bumigay at na-stress out, meron pa rin na-disenfranchise siguro na botante dahil doon, which is what we do not want to happen.
Yes,
kasi masakit yung ma-disenfranchise.
Not all voters are Jojo Binay. I mean, this is unique. That's why when I was asked the question, should he be given the chance? Everyone should be given the chance if you're, you know, you cannot put your ballot inside the machine.
Right, okay. Edwin, Lacerda?
Well, the first thing is there will be another set. The learning curve of Comelec isn't that steep. I mean, they've not learned from the previous 3 elections. The other thing, more importantly, is whether these machines will reflect the actual vote of the voters. I think that's a more primordial issue for voters, whether did they reflect what I voted in the polling precinct.
Why do you say that?
No, but because we're now concerned about the breakdown, but more importantly, are we sure that the votes that are reflected on the machines would truly reflect also the votes of the voters?
You mean to say, kasi siyempre ang nangyayari, sinishade mo yung oval, pag pumasok, dapat may resibong natatanggap, dapat yun ang...
There was a text going around that you voted 7, there was another vote there was another name was entered as well, apart from the 7, so you want to make sure
that... In fact, there's a candidate in ARM where he voted, tama naman yung resibo niya.
ARM o Bangsamoro Autonomous Region?
Bangsamoro. And then ang lumabas, yung kalaban niya, ang binoto niya. So I don't know if these are just stories, you know. But really, ang kagandahan lang, nakikita mo yung resibo.
Right.
Sa tingin ko yun ang difference ngayon. Nakikita mo yung resibo, nako-compare mo, tama ba ito na ihuhulog mo?
Which is a concern kasi some voters said nga, kung iwanan lang namin yung balota namin, gusto namin makitang finifeed sa VCM para makita na rin namin at makuha na rin namin yung resibo.
Hindi, kailangan mas maraming mock-up training dito.
May reports ang senior citizens, nagrereklamo sila. They weren't the ones na nag-feed ng kanilang
Okay. Okay, well, we don't want to make our reporters out in the field wait too long. Very sorry for that. But we're going to go live now to Joyce Ilas, who is in Makati, one of the most heated local races in this country. Of course, we know it's a Binay versus Binay. Sibling rivalry gone ballistic, but I'm sure there are many other stories in Makati. So Joyce, please tell us what's going on there. This is minutes before the canvassing. The counting, of course, is going on as expected in the different precincts. Joyce?
Pia, all day we've been hearing reports about defective vote counting machines here in Makati. But besides that, we also heard from some voters who said that the ink of their markers bled into the other side of their ballots. At least two voters said that two voters from San Jose Elementary School here in Makati said that their votes were invalidated because of these bleed marks in their ballots. Ramon Escaño said that the vote counting machine did not count his party list vote. He is certain that he voted for one, but when he checked his ballot receipt, it said that he undervoted. He blames this to the ink marks that bled into the other side of his ballot.
Nung sumulat po ako doon sa harapan, mga senador, lahat-lahat, pagdating doon sa may likod, yung party list, maraming nakatagos doon. Kaya siguro pagkadating doon sa may papabasa na, hindi mababasa. Sabi ko, bakit hindi nabasa? Sabi ko, siguro nga, yung manipis yung papel, pag ganun mo, siyempre, pagka mayroong mga itim-itim doon, hindi babasahin talaga. Sayang. Sayang po yung boto.
Another voter, Margarita de la Cruz, says that the vote counting machine considered her vote for mayor an overvote. She is certain she voted only one mayor, but her marker bled into the other side of the ballot, making it seem like she voted more than one candidate.
Overvote nakalagay. O overvote. Bakit gano'n, sabi ko. Tinanong ko nga sa kanila. Baka daw dalawa yung nakalagay na mayor na binoto ko. Isa lang naman nilagay ko. Sayang naman.
Yung pentel na ginagamit nila, hindi kumakalat. Kasi pag ginanon mo, pag ganon mo pa lang, gumaganon na sa lumalagpas na ganon. Tumatagos po eh. Kasi nang bumoto ako sa party list, pag ganon mo, tatagos sa kabila. Kasi yung papel manipis.
Pia, as of now, we are here at the Makati Coliseum where the Makati City Board of Canvassers has just resumed its proceeding, and anytime now we expect the canvassing here to start. And the Board of Canvassers said that if the transmission of results from the precincts to the City Board of Canvassers goes well, they expect or they hope to be able to proclaim winners of the local elections at around 11 p.m. at 11 tonight. Pia.
Joy Silas there reporting live from the COMELEC at kahit papaano, no matter what the problems, yung lahat ng aberya sa AES, Automated Election System, that is still the beauty of automated elections because again, there was a time tayong mga medyo may edad na naalala pa natin yung naghihintay tayo mga 1-2 linggo bago malaman natin yung resulta ng halalan. But anyway, we're gonna go. Sorry? What?
Hindi daw niya inabot.
Pinakabata.
Birthday lang yan. Nakalimutan na niya. Ganyan talaga yan. Okay, we're gonna go first live to the Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting headquarters in Popeye Center in Manila because their chairwoman, Myla Villanueva, is joining us. Myla, thank you very much for taking some time with us. Let's begin with this. Your headquarters will be
Hi, Pia.
Yeah, hi. Your headquarters will be springing to life in about a few minutes, about 30 minutes or an hour from now. And it's going to be the beehive of activity because all eyes will be there. Explain to us how you're going to do your partial and unofficial count. You have a transparency server. You're going to be getting the same documents that, election documents that COMELEC's getting.
Yes. Pia, first I'd like to say that I've been going around different cities today and meeting up with our volunteers. It is good that it's relatively peaceful in all of the voting centers that I have visited. Now, we have been preparing for months, and at the end of polling, which is right about now, we are going to be waiting for the 4th copy of the election return, which will then be consolidated and brought here to Pope Pius by our volunteers through our partners. Now, it is here that we will match each of these election return to a transmitted copy of it. So in essence, what we're doing is we are ensuring that what is transmitted is the same as what was printed at the close of the polls.
So you will have in other words, 2 copies of the ERs. The soft copy that is transmitted.
No, we have one.
The hard copy, because you said dadalhin sa inyo eh.
Yes, there's a hard copy, the physical copy.
Yes, the
that
physical
is a
copy.
pre-transmission copy. Yes, and the
Alright.
second one is, of course, the electronic, so to speak, copy that was transmitted to the transparency server.
Okay, sorry. What I just meant was that the same copy, but one transmitted physically brought to your headquarters, the other transmitted electronically. So
By the Comelec.
yes. So your count, partial and unofficial count of all of the senatorial party list, etc., will be based on the election returns.
Yes.
The election returns, of course, yun
Yes.
yung dokumento galing sa mga presinto. Myla, in
Correct.
2016, again, like we said, no, by the evening of election day, we already had a clear idea about who was leading in the various races. Well, that time it was the most focus was on presidential and vice presidential. We are looking at the same time frame, right? By late tonight, we will have a very clear idea about who the top 12 are, perhaps 10 to 12 in the
Yes.
senatorial race.
Well, there are a few dependencies, of course. The polling centers must be transmitting. In essence, it is dependent on the amount of time they take to transmit. But generally, it is very fast. So at about the same time, we will probably know pretty much who is leading. But things change over time. And I'd like for people to wait for the next day or so in order that we have a better view of what happened today.
All right. Also, just one last question. People can check your count, your partial and unofficial count. This will be available on a website, correct? Tama ba?
Yes, it is. We will be flashing and releasing that information shortly in terms of the links that are available to the public. And of course, you will see it in our big screens.
Okay. Is there any reminder you would like to make, Myla, for the voters, for the public, for those who are still vigilantly, I guess, guarding the counting at the precincts or the canvassing at the city, municipal, provincial levels?
Yes, let us continue to be vigilant. I mean, this is not an instant process, and everybody has been, preparing for months. So let's give time for the process to play out. But at the same time, please continue to be vigilant. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank so many of our young people who have come out to guard your vote. And these are the PPCRV volunteers. I've seen them all throughout the day. So thank you for that.
And we should also say thank you to you, Myla, and the rest of the PPCRV volunteers for what you're doing. This is a very great service to the country. Thank you very much. Myla Villanueva, PPCRV Chair. We're going to have to take a very short break. You're watching the CNN Philippines special presentation, The Filipino Votes, Midterm Elections 2019. Be right back. Welcome back to the CNN Philippines special presentation, The Filipino Votes, Midterm Elections 2019. Technical difficulties also plaguing machines, vote counting machines in Ilocos Norte in Region 1. Our George Cahiles is in Lawag City with the very latest. George?
Well, Pia, after a 12-hour-long voting period, teachers and poll watchers here at Lawag Central Elementary School are now gearing up for the transmission of votes of the result of the polls here in their respective precincts. Earlier, with news about technical glitches and problems with vote counting machines, the teachers were worried about possible technical glitches. Now, and with the hot weather here in Ilocos Norte the entire day, Pia, teachers have dedicated electric fans to the machines to avoid possible overheating. Teachers here are telling us that they are happy that they're just a step away from finishing their election duties. And COMELEC Ilocos Norte says that the conduct of the elections here, of the voting here, is technically and generally peaceful with minor glitches of VCMs. And they also convened the local board of canvassers to initialize the consolidated canvassing system, Pia.
George Cahiles, they are reporting from Ilocos Norte. I'm wondering we do have a line to him. George, just one question. Talk to us about the Marcos family. Matthew Manotoc running there unopposed in Ilocos Norte for governor of that province. His grandmother, Imelda Romualdez Marcos, campaigning very heavily for him. So did his uncle, Bongbong. Of course, he's the son of Aimee. Tell us more about how the Marcoses are in Ilocos Norte and the vote that's going for them.
Well, you know, Pia, since 1998, the Marcoses hold the highest position here in the province of Ilocos Norte. And now, the third generation of politicians here, board member Matthew Manotoc, is expected to take the helm, as he needs only a vote to win these elections, because his supposed opponent, former House Majority Leader Rudy Farinas, backed out from the race the last minute, during the last stretch of the campaign period. Now, they are well, the entire family was very supportive of Matthew's candidacy. During the past few days that we were here, they were present during campaign rallies, during the meeting de avance. Even 89-year-old Imelda Marcos, the grandmother of Matthew Manotoc, was present and giving speeches to the people, ensuring that the Marcos family will continue its legacy of helping people here in Ilocos Norte, while senatorial candidate Aimee Marcos telling us earlier that she thinks that her son Matthew will be a better local executive of Ilocos Norte. She says that her son has characteristics, more compassionate, more competitive. She says that she thinks that Matthew can be a better politician compared to her. Pia.
All right, George Cahiles there reporting live from Ilocos Norte. We're going to go back to that area in just a bit. But first, we're going to go to the PPCRV now. We're going to show you some results that have come in there. And all right, I need better glasses. I think I can't read very well from this distance. Goodness. Okay. Cynthia Villar is leading. Everybody remembers over the weekend, Pulse Asia survey, Cynthia Villar is number one. After Cynthia Villar, Grace Poe. All right, and then the third. You know, I'm so sorry. The monitor's a bit medyo malayo sa akin yung monitor eh. Cynthia Villar, Grace Poe, Bongo, Pia Cayetano, Bato de la Rosa, Sani Angara, Aimee Marcos, Lito Lapid, and then that's followed by Bam Aquino, Coco Pimentel, Jinggoy Estrada, Marojas, Serge Osmeña, Doc Willie Ong, Jiggy Manicad, so on and so forth. Of course, it is very early in the day or in the night. It's just 33 minutes past the hour of 6. Anything can change here. But we're going to be monitoring the results. This is the PPCRV's partial and unofficial count. It is, of course, unofficial because the only official count is that of the Commission on Elections, which will happen, which will take place. The official canvassing will be at the NBOC or the National Board of Canvassers. So those are the very, very early partial and unofficial results from PPCRV's headquarters. Edwin, yeah, go ahead. Sorry?
Would they know where these precincts are coming from?
Yeah, we're not, we don't have that idea right now, no? But that is an interesting question. We always want to know saang presinto to galing, no? Which ERs are being reported.
So
Yeah, but these are transmissions straight from
Yeah,
the...
straight. That's
pero-
why you cannot break it down. Transmission
Yeah,
straight to the
oo,
server
oo.
of PPCR.
Oh, at saka marami siya, talagang bumubuhos no. Ganyan talaga, ganyan talagang election, automated election. All right. So again, let's go through the list. It's still, like we said, Cynthia Villar, then Grace Poe. Like we said a while ago, the Pulse Asia survey over the weekend showed Cynthia Villar in the #1 spot. She had dislodged Grace Poe. Coming in at #3 is Bongo, and then followed by Pia Cayetano, Bato de la Rosa, Sani Angara, so on and so forth. We'll see how things change or remain the same in the next few hours. PPCRV's partial and unofficial count is underway, and that means that the headquarters in Popeye, Central Manila is going to be springing to life. That is going to become the beehive of activity as all eyes will be on the PPCRV, the partial and unofficial count. Back in 2016, we had 60% transmission by 8 o'clock in the evening of Election Day. Now we're going to go to AC Nichols. She is on the phone. She is our person on the ground at the PPCRV. AC, what can you tell us?
Yes, the PPCRV is now beginning to receive transmitted data through the COMELEC transparency server. They are now flashing it on the huge screens that are set up at the front of their command center. And as of 6:05 p.m., and based on their unofficial count, Cynthia Villar is leading the senatorial race with over 93,000 votes. Grace Poe follows her with more than 83,000 votes. A former special assistant to the president, Bongo, is at third place, followed by Pia Cayetano. Bato de la Rosa is at fifth place with 67,000 votes. Edgardo Sani Angara is at sixth place with over 65,000 votes. Amy Marcos is at seventh place with over 65,000 votes as well. Lito Lapid is at eighth with over 65,000 votes as well. And they are basically just flashing these unofficial results from highest to lowest. Now, aside from the unofficial parallel count of the PPCRV, which is also based on the digitally transmitted data from the COMELEC server, they will also be doing a manual encoding of the results that are reflected on the election returns. So they should be doing that once they receive copies of election returns, but most likely that will not begin until tomorrow morning, because obviously the couriers will still have to bring or physically bring the election returns here to the PPCRV's command center. And considering delays in the polling centers, then the PPCRV is also expecting that they will probably most likely not get election returns by tonight. But if they do get election returns possibly from nearby polling centers that close early, then they do have volunteers here who are ready to work to manually encode those results printed on the voting counting machines. And that's also essential because that's a way of verifying the election results by comparing the post-transmitted data to the pre-transmitted data. And if there was if nothing went wrong or if there was no error, there was no manipulation of the results during transmission, then these numbers should be the same. Pia?
AC, very interesting. 38 minutes past the hour of 6 or 38 minutes since the polls closed nationwide, except for give or take a few hundred perhaps that may be open and accommodating voters who are already there. No, this is the beauty again of an automated election system, because I was about to say back in the day, but you know, I'm sure you hadn't been born yet. At this time of election night, nag-aagawan pa ng ballot box, nagbabantayan pa, by candlelight ang bilangan, taras pa, nagtataras 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and yet we have these initial results that are coming in at the PPCRV. Like you were saying, AC, they are going to be, and as Myla Villanueva was explaining earlier, there's going to be also a hard copy that's going to be delivered to them so that pwede nilang i-check, no? Kung ano yung pumasok dun sa kanilang server, i-check nila doon sa physical copy, no?
That's right. So that's a way of checking the correctness of the transmitted data. Because like I said, if there was no manipulation or if nothing went wrong during the digital transmission, of course, in any technology, you can expect that something might go wrong. So that's why it's important for us to have these verification processes. And the PPCRV is the official partner of the COMELEC to do that in this midterm election. So we are on standby here. We will obviously be monitoring closely the development here. As of now, wala pang mga election returns. Wala pang dumadating na election returns dito. So it's just the digitally transmitted data pa lang.
Yeah, AC, just last two questions na lang. No? Yung una, did you notice the moment the first ERs, or at least the first results were flashed on the screen? Because again, back in the day, no, pag pumapasok yung unang-unang resulta, nagpapalakpakan sa NAMFREL or sa mga quick count centers. I mean, napakalaking bagay yon. Meron bang ganon or medyo sanay na tayo sa high-tech?
Alam mo, honestly, wala. There was none of that. No, no hype. Just people, mostly members of the media, suddenly just brought their phones out, including myself, because we wanted to take photos of the screens, syempre, so we can tweet them then and share. But walang palakpakan, very chill.
Chill lang, no?
Yeah.
Oo nga pala. Sorry. Oo, chill na pala. Okay. Sige. One last question lang, AC. Yung sa fill-up rate, may tinatawag na fill-up rate, di ba? Yung 12 senador, dati nung manual, kailangan isulat mo yung pangalan. Pero ngayon ng AES, shade mo na lang yung oval. Magbibigay ba yung PPCRV ng idea sa atin? Ano ba yung fill-up rate? Is that information going to be available from them? Out of 12 senators, how many senators will people be voting for?
For now, they are not giving us any information on that, Pia. What they are offering us is just the partial, the unofficial parallel count pa lang ang ibinibigay nila sa atin. And they are giving us information. If election returns do get here, then we will personally see the volunteers manually encoding those results. That's the information available to us right now. Wala pa dun sa sinasabi mo.
Sige, all right. Salamat. AC Nichols reporting from the PPCRV. Malutiki, your first thoughts, Grace Poe number 1 so far this early. I'm sorry. Cynthia Villar. What am I saying? Cynthia Villar.
Well, it falls within the results of the recent survey of polls. If you drill into that data, you will see it's rank 1 is really a fight between Villar and Poe. And you will see if you do your regional readings, they just change on certain regional agrupations where their baluartes are. So in the case of Poe is high in NCR, in CAR, in Region 1, and then Region 3 and Region 4A. But you will see Villar very close in NCR, number 2. Villar drop in CAR, number 5. Villar was number 2 in Region 1. Region 2, she wasn't there in the top 5. Villar was number 2 in Region 3 and number 2 in Region 4A. So dun sa Luzon, it's essentially a Villar-Poe fight. Pero pagdating mo sa Visayas, it's Poe Villar in Region 4, in Region 6 it's Poe Villar, Region 7 it's Villar, ang Poe nawala, naging number 4, and then sa Region 8 it's Poe and Villar was number 4. Ang interesting is Mindanao. Kasi sa Mindanao, out of the 6 regions, ang nagpapalitan lang sa 1 and 2 is Go and De La Rosa. So, I think you will see Mindanao. I think this is an election where you will see Mindanao metrics being different from the previous matrices. One, because the president is from there. Second, it is under martial law. Third, it's under COMELEC control. So, all the variables are working for people from Mindanao.
Oh, Bongo doing number 3 now. Interesting again, the Villar and the Grace Po scenario. Nung April 10 to 14, rank 1 to 2 silang dalawa, no? Tapos biglang sa May 3 to 6, 1 na si Cynthia, si Grace Po, nag 2 to 3 na, no?
I think you will see a lot of ads. Actually, yung dalawa naghahabulan sa ads nung last week. At nag-iiba sila ng materyales. So, alam nila sinong tatargetin nila, alam nila kung saan, alam nila kung ganong kataas yung frequency at ibababad kasi weak sila doon. So, these two you will see, even postering. I was surprised that in Mindanao, Grace used a poster with his father, the late FPJ, beside her. Kaya nga, ang lokohan ko, parang nabuhay ang patay. Diba? Nandun siya. But that was only in Mindanao. Why? Because Po is very strong in Mindanao. That's a baluarte of the Mindanao. What is not captured in the surveys are essentially the baluartes. Kasi
Explain, wait, before you go further, explain to us yung baluarte, because I remember back in 2016 we had this discussion. We talked about baluarte or bailiwicks, bellwether. Okay? Because before, for example, di ba nabanggit na rin yung Solid North halimbawa, blah, 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 no? Marami nang nagbago, no, since then. Sige.
Pero yung kunyari, Solid North, ang Solid North usually Marcos yan. Ang bellwether niya. Pero, ang baluarte ng Marcos is Northern Luzon. Pero hahanapin mo nasa lahat ang mga Ilocanos.
Yes.
And the Ilocanos, to a certain degree, are in Mindanao. Kasi nung una nagtapon si FM ng mga tao doon, galing sa Ilocos. So pag trinace mo yan, if you're a national candidate with very strong regional or dialect-based strategy, then you will be able to put a spine together from Luzon to Mindanao. Ang bellwether is essentially kung sinong manalo sa, let's take the case of Pangasinan, kung sinong manalo sa District 3, mananalo sa probinsya. Sa Manila, kung sinong manalo sa Quezon City, sa Manila, dala yung NCR. So ang bellwether is defined by the vote-rich areas. And the historical data that shows tuwing merong kabuuang pagboto, paano ang behavior nitong mga maliliit na lugar. Heterogeneity, hindi siya homogeneous. Hindi rin yung nakakapture ng survey. Ang survey kasi, hindi, di ba yung random sampling, hindi ka naman pumupunta sa baluarte. Kasi pag minesyo mo rin yung baluarte, panalo yung kandidato, di ba? So ang nangyayari, random sampling, nasa-set aside ang baluarte ang kicker. Like the clustering we have right now from 8 to 12, ang difference is 2 to 1%. Your baluarte means a lot. So if you are strong in copies and copies carries you can, that's the kicker. Yun yung tatalon ka doon sa...
so what's happening tomorrow, Has? Okay, we'll get back to that discussion in a bit. And also, we will go to a discussion mamayang konti on Manila because the initial results are coming in. Our Carolyn Bonkin is reporting. Isko Moreno is leading in the mayoralty race there. Far second si former President Joseph Estrada. But before we do that, we're going to go around the table lang. Dindo Manhit, your thoughts on the initial PPCRV count?
Always remember that 56% of the vote will come from Luzon. And just 23% will come from Mindanao and maybe 22% will come from Visayas. So key regions like Mega Manila will try to define initially, and these are both strong areas of Cynthia Villar and Grace Po. What's unique with Senator Cynthia is that she's a candidate of the president, so she might get that boost in Mindanao. Grace Po is an independent candidate, but we all know the pool of Fernando Po. He's not allowed to die in his movies in Mindanao. So we'll see if that works. But very critical is who captures those votes. And of course, Susan Roses is also from Western Visayas. So, and she was a foundling in Iloilo. So these are key areas that it's too early to say, but it's now time to look at these geographic areas. And as votes come from different regions, we will see how the voters supported these top candidates.
Yeah, more analysis coming up on the initial results that are coming out of the PPCRV. But like we mentioned just a while ago, our Carolyn Bonkin talking about the elections, the local race, the mayoralty race in Manila. Very interesting. We have Isko Moreno on top for now. ERs expected to come in at the San Andres complex anytime now. Our correspondent, Caroline Bonquin, there, joining us on the phone. Caroline, tell us more.
Pinky, as of
No,
now,
it's
at
Pia.
around 200, Pia, around 200 precincts have already transmitted their election returns here in San Andres Sports Complex. And as of 6:36 p.m., Isko Moreno is already leading the mayoral race with 147,000 votes, followed by Mayor Erap at 83,208 votes. For the vice mayor position, Isko Moreno's partner, Honey Acuna, is also leading the race. The City Board of Canvassers here say that they are expecting some delays, especially with the problems in a number of VCMs earlier. Around 1,502 precincts are expected to transmit their election returns until early tomorrow morning. Some precincts are still waiting for replacement VCMs before they can transmit the election returns. One of them is Rosario Elementary School, where 3 of 52 vote counting machines malfunction. One precinct just received a new VCM at 6 p.m. As of now, we're still waiting for more election returns to come in here in San Andres Sports Complex.
You mentioned Isko and Erap's numbers. What about Fred Lim? He's coming in at third place?
Yes, Pia, definitely. He's at the third place. We're just checking the results now. Okay, so for that specific number, former Mayor Alfredo Lim is at the third place with 55,000 voters. That's as of 6:36 p.m. Because until now, we're just waiting for the canvas summary, to refresh so we can see the additional numbers from the other election returns, Pia.
Of course, the mayoralty race in Manila is an 8-way race. There are 8 candidates, and well, again, the top 3, like you said, Isko Moreno. So, Caroline, we're going to get back to you within the night. Let's see what happens there. That's Caroline Bonquin reporting from the city of Manila, where Isko Moreno is leading the mayoralty race. Comments on that first, Isko Moreno. Ed Tayo?
Well, Isko has always been leading the surveys ever since. But of course, the Erap factor is something that you cannot just discount. Last elections, Lim was reported to be leading the race then. Then last minute, Erap recovered. So that's why I was trying to ask as much of some of my friends on the ground what's happening. And so far, wala namang interesting report so far.
Pero ngayon, ang numero kasi 140 kay Isko, 80 si Erap, no?
Yeah.
That's kind of a big...
That's right.
Nung 2016, when it was between...
margin.
Slim margin, so... Yeah, of course, but...
It was come from behind.
Come from behind, oo.
Ito, mahirap itong abutan siguro.
So, what is it? People just want someone younger? Ayaw na nila kay Erap, ayaw nila kay Lim?
Could be. One of the main issues against the incumbent mayor now is masyadong bengatibo. Malalaman mo kagad kung saang barangay siya hindi nanalo. Because for the longest time, ang tagal bago kolektahin yung basura. No? And even the ERA is late, no? Given to them by
Internal Revenue Allotment. Yeah. Okay. Any other comments on that Manila race before we...
You might as well see possibly the end of the Estrada dynasty in local politics. Janela in San Juan is also in danger. Francis Zamora, I think, is doing very well. I'm from San Juan, so I see the intensity of the campaign of Francis Zamora compared to Janela.
Yeah.
The problem in Manila is basically garbage, and it's also a contrast between the young, new blood and old
young
blood.
and the old.
Si Isko presents himself as galing sa Tondo, tunay na Maynila, laki sa hirap, and now he transformed himself. So he's a nice story to tell when he goes around, and he has a nice story to tell. And plus, look at him, he's so young, he's so vibrant looking, and he's very responsive to his constituents.
And then when you compare him, if you put their pictures beside each other, you look at Isko, Erap, and then Fred Lim.
You got two worn out candidates, geriatric at best. And here Isko seems like he's fresh from as a fresh face. Although he's been in local politics for quite some time, but he's got a good following, especially in Tondo, in the other areas where garbage is really a problem in Metro
And
in
amazing,
Manila.
a 60,000 vote lead. Wow. We'll see if there's going to be a come from behind that time. But sa nabanggit mo, Edwin, interesting, because si Erap himself had said na hindi pwedeng mawala ang Estrada sa San Juan. And you just mentioned that well, Janela Estrada isn't exactly, and Jinggoy's daughter also, isn't exactly in a very safe place right now. Because Francis, the son of Ronnie Zamora.
I see the number of volunteers of Francis. They're in red. And just today, this morning, when I went to the polls, from every classroom, there are about 5 watchers compared to just 1 or 2 of Janela. There's a huge discrepancy in terms of resources. There's a difference also in terms of aggressiveness and gung-ho among... There are a number of stories being told in San Juan which really seems to spell the end of the Estradas in local politics, at least in San Juan.
Okay, so you don't... Saka readiness naman. Ang hirap ikumpara si Janela doon sa kalaban. But they might have chosen the wrong candidate to run under the Estrada clan.
The wrong candidate. Who should it have been?
I don't know. But siguro kung allowed pang tumakbo ulit si Mayor Gia, wala, mahihirapan talaga yung kalaban.
But see, that's a problem of local politics. It's become a family corporation. Kamag-anak mo tatakbo, you won't see beyond your family to see who's the more competent guy that can run the city, even if it's just an ally. No, you'll go for your own blood.
Well,
that's a problem that festers and corrupts the system to a large degree.
Yeah, when I was talking to Francis Zamora, I was saying, a lot of people say na bakit ka ganyan, wala kang quote-unquote utang na loob sa mga Estrada. No? The Zamoras have no utang na loob because, of course, Ronnie Zamora, Ron Zam, Executive Secretary to ERAP, etc., long-standing friendship between the two. And then ang sagot ni Francis is, well, sila rin naman. Wala rin naman silang utang na loob sa mga Zamora because my father and my uncle bankrolled the campaigns.
That's right. By the way, may kaya rin sa mga Zamora. So, kaya tapatan ang resources ng mga Estrada. Which is, by the way, divided now between so many candidates. That's why it's so... The resources are split in so many ways.
So, since you mentioned the mayoralty race in San Juan, what about the congressional? So, it's Ronnie Zamora versus Edu Manzano.
Ronnie Zamora is the incumbent. I think it's last term, and Edu just got disqualified recently. So, but Ronnie is a strong force in San Juan. I doubt if he can be unseated by Edu Manzano, who has, by the way, has been moving from one party to another.
And he moved from Makati before, right?
Makati to San Juan.
From one jurisdiction to another.
Jurisdiction to another. Okay. Any other? No, Dindo.
It's reflective, really. As Edwin mentioned, when you spread yourself thin, like the Estradas, running in different seats. Maybe the family of Jinggoy should have concentrated in San Juan, no? That's the problem. But it's still early. We'll see how it all happens.
We
all know that at the end of the day, these are political families who will make it. It's just a battle among themselves. So as votes come in, we'll just monitor and just keep on looking at will there be surprises or the tightness of some races can reflect either changes from previous leadership to new leadership, but still coming from political families.
By the way, for the record, doesn't mean that new leadership equates to good governance.
That's right. That's right. It's the same.
New blood, pero old blood.
Political.
All right, 58 minutes since the polls closed nationwide. It is May 13, Election Day here in the Philippines. We're taking a very short break. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. We'll be right back. Welcome back. This is a CNN Philippines special presentation, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. Ruth Cabal is standing by. She's going to be giving us the latest results from the Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting, or PPCRV. PPCRV, of course, is doing a partial and unofficial count. They have results just in. Ruth?
Yes, Pia. Actually, I will be bringing you the partial and official results that we are also taking from the KBP and the CNN Philippines count. And we'll be going first for the senatorial elections. And can we flash the results on screen? Okay, so you're looking at the senatorial race. We have at number 1 is Senator Cynthia Villar with 93,660 votes. At number 2, we have Grace Poe with 83,258 votes. We're looking at number 3. That's, of course, former presidential advisor to the President Bongo with 73,786. Incumbent Congresswoman from Taguig, Pia Cayetano, and comebacking senator has 72,105 votes. Again, Pia, we're talking about unofficial partial count of CNN Philippines and KBP. At number 5 is former PNP chief Bato de la Rosa with 67,102 votes. Coming in at number 6, we have incumbent Senator Sunny Angara with 65,916 votes. Of course, we have here Governor Amy Marcos with 65,816 votes. Lito Lapid is coming in at number 8, 65,753. Moving on to the next set of senatorial candidates, we have Francis Tolentino at number 9 with 56,274 votes. Going down to number 10, we have incumbent Senator Nancy Binay right there with 55,616 votes. Bong Revilla with 53,528. And we have Senator J.V. Estrada at number 12, 52,097. Senator Bam Aquino, so far the only candidate from the Ocho Derecho Liberal Party, 51,605 votes. Coco Pimentel, former Senate President, has 51,017 votes. We have here Senator Jinggoy Estrada, former Senator, 43,508, and also former Senator Marojas with 36,004 votes. Again, Pia, those are partial unofficial votes coming in through CNN Philippines and KBP. Pia.
All right, that's Ruth Cabal giving us the KBP PPCRV unofficial partial count. Not much difference from what AC Nichols was reporting earlier. It's still, eto na naman ako, Cynthia Villar, number 1. No? Cynthia Villar, Grace Poe, Bongo at number 3. Again, hindi na pwedeng initial thoughts your second thoughts. Dito nakangiti.
It's kasi when you look at it, I think we're in 0.003%. So I think we just have to really wait.
Yeah.
It's now reflective still of the top 14, top 15 names that we have seen in the last polls. So you're just hoping that as it comes and reaches a certain percentage, higher and higher, we see clarity. I've seen that through the years that the trending happens after a while when you see this automation coming in.
Yeah.
You see the nature of the voting pattern already, that people voted for this person over the other.
Yeah. Well, it is just an hour and 4 minutes since the polls closed. No?
That's
so
the big story there. We are seeing results.
0.000 whatever percentage still that we're seeing on the screens. No? But what we see now is that the Ocho Derecho is nowhere up there, nowhere in the safe zone. And it's mostly the regional parties endorsed candidates, hugpong ng pagbabago, the president's candidates.
But there's also the 3 independents there. I'm referring to Grace Poe. We forget that they are independent. Nancy Binay is independent. Even Lito Lapid is not part of hugpong or the coalition of the president. So just like in the 2013 election, we had 9 supported candidates of President Aquino winning with 3 from Una.
Yeah.
So it's a nature at times of the midterm election.
Kanina pinag-usapan natin Manila San Juan and what's happening to the Estrada dynasty. And there are 2 Estradas in the senatorial race. And they're not in a very comfortable position. Lalo na si Jinggoy, no? Si former Senator Jinggoy. His brother JV, who's running for re-election, medyo nandun sa baba. No? So what is that telling us now?
It's the first time that really 2 siblings, in this case half siblings, in the same fighting for the 12 positions. It's possible that they really took away votes from each other. And that will be a burden when the two of them will not make it or one of them will not make it.
Oo. Well, JV had always used ehersito and then for this election, dinagdagan niya ng Estrada, hindi ba, Ed?
Yep.
Nakatulong ba sa kanya yon at nakatanggal ba ng boto kay Jinggoy? Ganun ba yon?
Sa akin, wala namang difference yun eh. But siguro, nung una, kaya hindi siya masyadong nagpipick up, nagka-problema talaga siya doon sa grupo niya, yung mga motorcycle riders. That's one. Second, siguro hindi masyadong re-resonate yung mga accomplishment niya sa Senate. It's only recently that's picking up more because of the controversial ad of the half-brother. So, na-highlight ngayon yung accomplishment niya as compared to the half-brother. But if, the way I look at it, itong mga initial numbers, kung tama yung assumption ko na NCR lato, kasi tinitingnan ko, pati yung mga nagra-rank sa social media like Larry Gadon and Doc Willie Ong nandun eh. So kung tama yung analysis ko na NCR yan at medyo mababa si Jinggoy, baka pag pumasok yung ibang region, baka bumaba lalo si Jinggoy.
Well, there was that very latest JV ad the good one.
Good one.
I parang may pinaparinggan.
The other problem there with JV is his messaging was convoluted at the first.
Yeah.
And then when there was already that clash between the siblings, that's when they found out the good one. Sinagot naman ang tunay na Estrada. I was hoping, they could have, made it a lot sharper with the best one, which Jinggoy did in a rally in the meeting de Avance.
But he would also tell people to vote for...
Yeah, but essentially, if you're the good one, you should have lined up bakit ako ang mas matino kaysa sa kapatid ko.
Okay. But did it also work against JV kasi para bang the good one?
Yeah, but you need that clash.
Yeah, but do Pinoys appreciate na nag-aaway ang kapatid?
Hindi sa harap-harapan, pero sa mensahe, you need that clash. Kasi kung walang clash,
you need to contrast yourself against someone.
Yes, the base will remain with the Estrada. Sino sila? Siyempre pupunta doon sa masa. Ang masa, teritoryo na kulyar na ni Jinggoy yung masa. Ako yung masang Estrada. Siya yung artista. So, built-in awareness, trust, question mark.
And he looks and sounds like his father.
But this one is competitive because of his track record. Ang problema, hindi sharp yung mensahe. Natatakot siyang banggain. So makikita mo yung pag-aalang-alang ni JV na nako kapatid ko to, nako hindi ako ganito, nako. But you need that.
Yeah, okay. Well, while we're talking about that, we're going to bring up again the numbers in the senatorial race. So there's Cynthia Villar, 93,000. Tama ba yung basa ko? Mahina mata ko. Teka, asan yung salamin ko? 93,000. Grace Po, 83,000. Bongo, 73,000. Pia Cayetano, Bato de la Rosa, Sani Angara, Amy Marcos, Lito Lapid at number 8. And number 9, it is Francis Tolentino, who hasn't figured in the latest surveys, by the way, hindi ba? Nancy Bina is still at number 10 in the Pulse Asia survey. Medyo nasa mataas pa siya. Bong Revilla, JV Ejercito Estrada at number 12, Bam Aquino number 13, the only Ocho Diretso who is in the top 14 as of now this early. Coco Pimentel, who just hours ago na sinabi na sa hugpong sample ballot.
Was dropped.
Naku, Diyos ko, wala pala siya doon. Pero nagpasalamat din pa rin siya.
Saka yung instructions na last minute instructions, si Secretary Tolentino yung talagang pinupush nila. Wala si former SP Coco.
Okay. And the Iglesia, magfa-factor in ba dito yung Iglesia sample ballot?
For close race, ranks 8 to 12.
That's how
the Iglesia will be the swing.
1.8 million ang estimate na voters.
1.8 million.
So that will matter. If you're 10, 11, 12.
Oh, and they do vote, will vote as a block.
Yes.
Even the younger
katulad
ones.
Before. Meron na ding yung mga younger
INC.
Iglesia.
Pero noise lang yan. If you've noticed, if you talk to actual Iglesia, it's considered a sin. It's a sin.
Okay. So they will not dare.
So anyone who tells you na I will not vote, name me your names, bibisitahin ka ng leader mo. So when that news came out, I knew that that's not a real Iglesia.
And sa national, ang Iglesia is really the swing. Outliers, you need that.
Pero ang Iglesia vote is more effective mas potent sa local.
Kasi
it's
3% of the
Pero sa
vote.
local, pwede mong basagin.
Yeah.
Pwede mong basagin. Sa national, ang hirap.
Isko Moreno, Manila, INP endorsed.
Yeah.
Di ba?
The last time when the ERAP won over Lim was because of the
Iglesia.
Iglesia.
Siya naman ang Iglesia.
Interesting that they chose Isko over ERAP. Kanina pinag-usapan natin, put their picture side by side. Ito, nakikita natin.
Guru Pia, in relation to
go ahead.
Context-wise, you have to look at it starting 2010. 2010, ERAP decided to run in Manila. The incumbent vice mayor was Isko. It was Asenso Manileño that brought ERAP there. So essentially, if you look at marami nagtataka, ay, nasa 80,000 na si Isko. That's usually his behavior. If you look into the electoral history from 2010, 2013, you will see him pulling away. And he's good at 350 to 700. Ganun yung laro niya. In 2010, he was 350. ERAP ran. He used the organization Asenso Manileño. He got support from the votes of Isko. And then, of course, there was agreement that he will just be one term, and then the one term became 2 terms, and then tumakbo na lang siya Senado.
Hoping for a third
But he was planning to run as early as 2016. It's just that you need money to win in Manila, so it's easier for him to run for the Senate.
At pinagbigyan din niya dati si ERAP?
Pinagbigyan niya si ERAP.
Tapos so ngayon, parang ako naman.
Oo, sa tingin ko, ripe na siya na makabangga ang dating Pangulong ERAP. Sa tingin ko rin tamang panahon dahil nakita mo yung serbisyo sa Manila nagsasuffer. Sa tingin ko, consolidated ang Asenso Manileño because you will have to look at it in a way that Lacuna had an instrumental role in the life of Isko. That's why napakadaling pagsamahin yung Hani Lacuna at saka Isko Moreno. So yung storya sa Manila, napaka-clear niyan. Baluarte niya ang District 1 and District 2, which is Tondo. Si Presidente bumaba, nagbahay sa District 2. Si Mayor Lim is strong in Binondo, that is Baluarte. So kung titingnan mo yung basagan, ang importante doon is District 3, 5, and 6. So pag nakuha ni Isko yung District 1 and 2, that's the
biggest vote comes from District 1 and 4.
Yes,
2 and
that
4.
is the Baluarte and the Bellwether of Manila.
Which is Bagat
1, 2, and 4.
All right, we're going to go from Manila, we're going to go all the way to Davao, to President Rodrigo Duterte's hometown of Davao City. Our senior correspondent, Ina Dalong, is there. Ina, tell us what's going on there.
It's on President Duterte, less than 20 minutes to cast his vote. He arrived at Daniel R. Aguinaldo National High School.
We're going to go back to Ina Andulong in just a bit. She's reporting from the hometown of President Rodrigo Roa Duterte, who about an hour and a half before the polls closed, voted in, is it Matina? Matina, no, district. We're going to go back to them in just a bit. In the meantime, for those of you just joining us, the PPCRV results are coming in. And Cynthia Villar is leading the pack in the senatorial race, followed closely by Grace Poe and followed by Bongo, Pia Cayetano, De La Rosa, Angara Marcos, Lapid, Tolentino is, if I'm not mistaken, he's number 9. Right, number 9, Nancy Binay, Bong Revilla, JV Ejercito Estrada. We were just talking about the Estrada dynasty, no? Bam Aquino, Coco Pimentel, Jinggoy, Estrada, and Mar Rojas there at number 16. Very quickly, first, Edwin, can you tell us what's going on with Mar? What's happening? I mean, yes, we
well, number one, this tabulation is still too early.
Yeah.
We don't know where it's coming from, but you've got a number of areas where he's pretty strong. Region 5, Region 6, a little bit of Region 7, Cebu, Region 8. Except for Tacloban, he did well there.
Yeah.
So plus this is where Malu is saying na surveys do not capture the Baluarte, surveys do not capture the command votes. Surveys do not capture also the regionalism of a particular. For instance, in Mindanao, the Ilonggos are pretty strong in some area, the Ilagas. So, plus the internal survey of Mar, I understand he's not as bad as number 16. This was
yeah.
but again, you've got different His air wire is pretty good. His ground wire is also pretty good. So we'll see.
Messaging?
His messaging is focused more on the economy because he's an economist. I mean, he's deliberately chosen to speak on the concerns of the presyo trabaho.
But you know, of all the Ocho Diretso candidates, a lot of people expected that he would be doing much better than he's doing now. But you know what, we're going to continue the discussion on Marojas. We're going to go back now to Davao, the President Duterte's hometown. Ina Andalong standing by live there. Ina?
Well, Pia, we're heading to the City Council office soon to monitor the canvassing of votes there. School officials here at the Daniel R. Aguinaldo National High School just finished their last-minute cleanups. This is where President Duterte voted earlier today. It took President Duterte less than 20 minutes, Pia, to cast his vote. He arrived here with his longtime partner, Hanilet Abansenya, who he actually accompanied when she voted before they went here at the nearby Mabini Elementary School. Now, President Duterte voted. He brought with him his list of names, a piece of paper, which we assume is either a list he prepared or perhaps a sample ballot. Now, after he voted, the president gave his assessment on the elections today, and he said so far he's not received any report that may significantly disturb, he says, the results of today's elections. He talked about reports of malfunctioning vote counting machines. He says it is COMELEC's duty to look into this. He said it would be COMELEC's job to explain to the people before any sort of investigation is launched. Now, President Duterte had more to say about reports of alleged incidents of vote buying. He said those caught vote buying should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law, but he did admit that this is a problem that that is a reality basically in Philippine politics. He says the practice of buying votes has been an integral part of Philippine elections. He said, and I quote, walang hindi bumibili ng boto. And he said vote buying will not end basically until the problem of poverty persists in the Philippines. Now, today's elections, as we know, is seen as a referendum of his administration, and President Duterte agrees. But even if recent pre-election surveys show that his senatorial candidates may win big, he stressed that he's always taken the position in every elections that it's always going to be a 50-50 chance until official election results are out. Now, his take on this, though, could be slightly different when it comes to the local elections here in Davao City, where 3 of his children are running. Mayor Sara is seeking re-election. Sebastian is running for vice mayor, while former Vice Mayor Paulo is running for 1st District Representative. All of them basically are expected to win, and President Duterte had a message to his kids. He said the earlier they get out of politics, the better. President Duterte also had a warning, he said, to his daughter, Mayor Sara. He said, and I quote, the presidency will not educate you, it will just destroy you. Pia?
All right, that was Ina Andalong reporting from Davao. We're going to go through some very quick reports here. There are numbers coming in from, kanina pinag-usapan natin, the Estrada dynasty, no? San Juan City. It is a race between Janela Estrada, the daughter of Jinggoy and granddaughter of Erap, and Francis Zamora, who is the son of Ronnie Zamora, a former ally of Erap, and his former executive secretary. Janela Estrada has 17,514 votes. Francis Zamora has 25,011 votes. The congressional race in that city is between Ronnie Zamora, Francis's father. He has 25,000 plus votes, and against Edu Manzano, 16,719 votes. We're going to get more updates from our different teams all over the country. In the meantime, we're going to go now to David Santos in Cotabato City. David, what's going on there? Tell us.
Well, Pia, most of the polling stations here where we are now at the Cotabato City Central Pilot School are still in the process of printing out results from the different voting counting machines just before they begin electronically transmitting the election returns. Now, for the different polling centers, election night action now moves to the canvassing of votes at the former ARMM office of the regional governor, still here in Cotabato City. Now, designated election officer lawyer Mark Christer Sorilla tells CNN Philippines that they hope to complete the canvassing by tonight and eventually proclaim the winners of the local elections here. Now, except for sporadic cases of violence from reports of physical altercation to shooting and stabbing incidents, there were no major untoward events that were reported to authorities here. Now, even the series of explosion that happened hours before the polling centers opened this morning did not scare voters from coming out and voting today. Now, aside here in Cotabato City, there were reports of grenade attacks in Datu Odin Sinsuat in Maguindanao and another one in Marantao, Lanao del Sur this afternoon. Now, machines breaking down was a bigger concern for authorities. Most of the complaints came from non-working voter ID verification gadgets that were used for the first time in select areas in the country, including here in the Bangsamoro region. The elections here are not yet over, as we all know, until all the returns are all canvassed. In fact, tonight is considered as among the most tensed and crucial, especially here in Cotabato City, since we can expect to get a picture on who will make it in the local elections. A very bitter rivalry between incumbent Mayor Cynthia Giani and her challenger, Vice Sendra Sema. Pia.
Yeah, David, talk to us more about that rivalry. And, you know, everybody remembers Cynthia, the incumbent mayor, and what happened during the plebiscite for the Bangsamoro organic law. She was still is a very feisty woman, you know, the way she was talking. And now you're saying, you know, this is a very tense-filled night there in that area.
We must remember that before they became bitter rivals, their families were close allies, Pia. The Gianis as well as the Sema, the husband of Vice Sendra Sema, Muslim in Sema, was the former mayor. He was a long-time mayor. Cynthia's brother, Jojo, was also served mayor for Cotabato City for quite a number of terms until he passed away in 2016, just after winning again for the winning the same post for the third time. And since then, things their alliance fell apart. Especially, it was highlighted during the Bangsamoro plebiscite. Vice Sendra Sema, as we all know, was among the authors of the Bangsamoro organic law. Definitely, she campaigned for the yes vote, for the inclusion of Cotabato City. Cynthia Giani, on the other hand, initially she was hesitant to express her sentiments about this. She was taking a neutral stand until eventually came out open and saying that she was against it. During that plebiscite, it was also very apparent that that rivalry that many would see would carry on until today's elections here.
All eyes on Mindanao, of course. David Santos there reporting from Cotabato. We're going to go back to...
Every time na merong sinasabi, always file charges. Well, that's their right. Kung we respect their rights. Kung yun ang gusto nila, then wala tayong magagawa doon.
Pero sir, what can you say po na they involve PNP members na nabibigay ito?
Well, we will look into that. No? Remember, ang directive natin sa PNP is always remain non-partisan and apolitical. No? At we do not meddle with the political exercise of anybody or in any area.
Thank you, sir. Roy Naro. Sir, meron daw lone gunshot na narinig sa Commission on Election Headquarters sa PICC. Kanina 7 a.m. Do you have any update for that?
Walang report sa amin yan. No? We'll check into that. Pero walang report. Even the COMELEC officials, walang binanggit sa amin yan na meron silang narinig na gunshots doon sa PICC. Doon sa area ng PICC na yan. And I'm sure yung PICC is well secured. Napakarami natin pulis doon.
Tapos sir, we have been campaigning against vote buying. But then, earlier sabi ni President Duterte na yung vote buying daw integral part siya ng Philippine elections. What can we say? Sabi ni President Duterte kanina na yung vote buying is an integral part of the Philippine elections. Any action for that?
Well, we really don't know bakit ito ngang actually kaya number one, bakit massive yung probably reports ng vote buying ngayon, it's because yung community o yung mga voters themselves o yung mga taong bayan has been reporting the vote buying, suspected vote buying, no, sa amin at sa ibang ahensya or even to armed forces or even to the COMELEC. So nakikita natin na na-educate yung ating mga voters dito, that's one. And noon pa naman may mga allegations, even the previous elections, no, mga previous elections, no, yung vote buying. Now, this could have become a culture actually in our country. And when it becomes a culture, of course, it becomes a way of life. So yun ang tinatingnan. That's another factor. And another factor that we see here is yung pag-modernize ng ating voting system. Remember, we're using the BCMs now. And seemingly, parang hindi ma-infiltrate yung mga BCMs according to the COMELEC. So, ang tendency ng mga candidates natin, they go to the voters themselves. Personal ang dating nito. Kasi hindi mo na makurap yung BCM according to COMELEC. So these are the factors that we see only. Hindi ko sinasabing ito yung mga talagang dahilan. What we see is these are the factors probably that contributed to the massive reports of vote buying.
Thank you, sir. Julie of Lizzie Double B. Sir, regarding po itong case, sir, hindi po ako solo, sir, na inaresto po tapos kalahin na. Sir, ang sabi niyo, magsasapa daw siya ng kaso laban doon sa QCPD, doon na station, sir. Kanang reklamo. Doon sa mga police kasi nakaranas na po siya ng harassment.
Well, again, that is right, no? Kung yun talaga ang na-feel niya na violate yung kanilang privacy or probably talagang merong nagawa yung ating kapulisan according to sa kanya, that's what he feels, then nasa kanya yun, no? In fact, kung gusto niyang lumapit sa amin when he files a case, we will gladly assist him.
Sir, ano yung action mo ngayon dun sa QCPD?
Well, part ng investigation, we'll just probably ask the IAS to investigate kung talagang merong irregularity na ginawa yung ating mga kapulisindan. In fact, with or without my directive, I'm sure the IAS will conduct a motu proprio investigation on the case.
Papatay yung kaso. Ongoing pa rin yung kaso.
Nung?
Against solo, ongoing pa rin.
Of course, yung kaso kasi laban sa kanya is still ongoing. Remember, hindi naman siya pinakawalan at dinrap yung kaso. They were just released for further investigation.
Thank you, sir. Lloyd? Aaron first.
Sir, based on your assessment of security-wise, what's the difference between 2019 and 2016 elections in terms of handling
In terms of?
how do you handle yung security at saka yung output ng preparations compared 2019 and 2016 elections?
Well, yung nakita natin ngayon, yung security preparations natin are very well focused and aggressive. No, yun ang nakita natin. And we have more resources compared to the 2016 and 2013 elections. Remember, ang dami naming procurement ngayon, even the vehicles, mobile cars, mga firearms and other equipment, both personal and unit equipment namin. So these were all dispatched for these national and local elections. Ito ang diferensya siguro. And of course, with the deployment of more personnel, remember, with the Armed Forces of the Philippines or augmentations from the AFP, we have a total of a little over 165,000 deployed in the different parts of our country for this exercise.
Experience, if there is any, you make us an explorer
Well, nakita natin isang pagbabago ngayon, no, is yung mga massive ang vote buying. No, it's seemingly yung vote buying is relied only solely on law enforcement. No? Ito yung nakita natin dito na yung vote buying seemingly it's all about law enforcement. And as I've said, hindi lang siguro law enforcement ito. Of course, we have to involve the alleged candidates na nag-utos or nagbigay ng pera. Probably, ito yung titignan natin not only from the side of the AP but also on the side of the COMELEC and the DILG probably, yung mga kumakandidato or even the incumbents, all the candidates for that matter, na allegedly involved sa vote buying. There should be also an investigation conducted for the alleged involvement of candidates dun sa vote buying. Ito ang nakita nating malaking pagbabago ngayon. Ito yung malaking naging challenge din natin, itong vote buying. In all other aspects, I think we came very well prepared. Not only the Philippine National Police, but also the Armed Forces of the Philippines and the COMELEC and other agencies involved.
One last on my answer. So we have to answer on how you raise the concerns on vote buying, particularly including the government politicians. Would that mean that we would pursue or study our amendment?
Well, I think yung mga candidates na allegedly nanggaling yung pera sa kanila, they should also be pursued. Not only those yung mga nautusan. It's unfair for these people na sila ang napapailan ng kaso. Now, probably there should also be a body or an en banc conducted para siguro i-verify yung probable cause or truthfulness dun sa mga reports of involvements of candidates in vote buying. No, para magkaroon din naman ng punishment doon sa mga alleged involvement sa mga vote buying. At magkaroon din ng lesson itong mga, at takot siguro, itong mga kumakandidato to engage in vote buying para matigil din itong vote buying na ito. No? Unang-una, ang vote buying, sabi nga nila, napakahirap i-prove niyan. Kailangan yung nagbenta at kailangan yung nagbigay, yung both seller and buyer will be arrested. Usually, yung tumanggap, hindi nagpapile ng kaso yon kasi alam niya, mapapailan din siya ng kaso. Diba? Ang vote buying is two ways. Yung tumanggap at saka nagbigay. Ang nawawala doon is kung sino ang nagpabigay. No? Ito yung nawawala. Kaya always in the vote buying, ang nagiging biktima is yung nagbibigay at saka yung tumatanggap.
So ano yung sense the law on that matter is weak?
I don't think it's weak kasi there's a law. There's a law on vote buying, no? There's a law on vote buying. That's just my part. Hindi ko sinasabing ito ang dapat gawin. Ito ang nakita lang natin. It's because we'll have another election 3 years from now. And it could be the same problem will crop up. Or probably it will be more massive come 2022. Di ba? Dahil nakita nga na wala pang nakulong or nasuspende or na-disqualify, not a single candidate.
And the last question, sir, will be coming from J. Mark.
Sir, good evening. Dalawang question na sa amin. Marami pa rin
Right, that was PNP Chief General Oscar Abayalde speaking to the media, some updates about the security matters and apprehensions they made.
Sir, sa labas pa rin nung tent. Sa labas ng tent but nearby. Dito na. Para ang shift change natin is still in the vicinity.
Sir, nakaninong custody po sir yung nakalaglag ng baril? Nasaan po siya ngayon?
Nasa amin po.
Nasa custody?
Nasa custodian ng COMELEC.
Ito turn over po natin sa SPD, sir.
Hindi pa ako na-brief dun sa gagawin dun sa tao, but protocol will be followed. So kung ano yung standard procedure for that will be followed. Sir.
Yung security officers po na involved, are they from the COMELEC or from
the COMELEC?
From the COMELEC, sir.
Sir, saan po tumama yung bala? Sa sahig. Yes, sir.
Sir, anong uri po ng baril?
40 caliber. Yung standard issue ng COMELEC.
Sir, ano pong ginagawa ng armed guard? Was he malikot? Ano,
No. Nag-shift change. So, pag ganyan kasi, tatanggalin mo yung firearm mo, isi-safe mo siya, tapos ito-turn over mo. Doon sa proseso na yun, doon nakalabit yung gatilyo. Alright? Yes, Sheila.
So you said that the problems ay yung dahil sa SD cards, not the BCM?
No, ang sinasabi ko kasi kanina nabanggit ko that the problem that we have an estimate of 1,000 VCMs affected. But in fact, what I actually should have said was that it was 1,000 SD cards that are affected. 1,000 SD cards means roughly 450 to 600 VCMs. Okay? So mali yung sinabi ko earlier. Na sinabi ko 1,000 VCMs, it should have been 1,000 SD cards. Again, sorry, hindi ko nadinig.
So it's really because of SD cards?
Yun yung number one reason that we're looking at.
Sir, may mga presinto ba na huling nagsarado?
Can I have the report on the closing? Actually, marami pang functioning ngayon kasi nagkaroon nga ng delay during the day, and so medyo humaba yung mga pila. So as of yung 6 p.m., only about 6.8% actually closed. So marami pang ongoing ngayon, no? And again, like we said, as long as may nakapila at 6 p.m., magtutuloy-tuloy yung proseso. So ongoing pa rin yung elections in many places.
Sir, sorry, clarify ko lang. Yung 6.8, sir, complete report na to, sir. So meaning 6.8 pa lang sarado?
As of 6 p.m. yan.
I mean, 6.8 pa lang talaga ang sarado.
Oo, yung confirmed na sarado. Tatapos na talaga.
Opo. Okay. Sir, tapos yung sa voting, sir, since you mentioned nag-open lahat, so does that mean walang failure of elections?
Wala pang nare-report na failure of elections, and again, like I said, ang report sa amin is that everyone open. Delayed nga lang yung iba. As I was trying to explain earlier, flexible yung ating oras. So talagang mag-i-extend siya. Pero walang official declaration na magdagdag tayo ng ganitong oras. Wala tayong ganon. Pero nag-i-extend yan by default kasi pag may tao ba sa presinto ng alas 6, magtutuloy-tuloy lang yung botohan. Wala akong report sa ganyan. But tomorrow we'll find out about that. Now, when we get the reports from the field.
Sir?
Yes.
Sir, may idea na kayo sa voter turnout?
Wala pa rin. Bukas. Alright? Actually, ngayon pa nga lang pumapasok yung mga resulta ng ng mga election returns. So diyan natin makukuha yung yung turnout data. So maybe midday tomorrow, late afternoon, we'll have a clearer picture. Okay? So thank you very much. I hope I didn't put you off your dinner. Ano pwede niyang gawin? He can do anything. No, si Attorney Glenn Chong came because he had complaints, and so we asked him to file a letter complaint to detail whatever it is he wishes to complain about. He made some allegations, he made some claims, and again, of course, these are claims, and we cannot prove or disprove them right away, no? So my friendly advice to him was, of course, get it in writing and give us somewhere to start. And he says okay naman. So we're looking forward to a reasonable and fruitful engagement with him. All right? Thank you very much.
COMELEC spokesman James Jimenez giving a briefing at the PICC. He acknowledged that there was an incident earlier, about 30 minutes ago, a gun personnel, but that was all that happened. There were no injuries and no damage to any property. Also, James Jimenez talking about what he had earlier said at 3 o'clock this afternoon, that some 450 to 600 vote counting machines malfunctioned during on election day. And he's saying that about that would amount to about 1,000 SD cards. He didn't have the latest numbers earlier when Tricia Terada was reporting on that at that time at around 6 o'clock. Wala pa rin silang final number as to how many VCMs malfunctioned. We're going to try and get that information as soon as possible. Also, James Jimenez saying that as of 6 p.m., only 6.8% of the precincts are still open. That is because as long as you're within a certain range, 30 meters range of the polling precinct, you are allowed to continue to still vote. Even if it is beyond 6 p.m. But also earlier in the day, tinanong din yan sa COMELEC kung mag-extend pa rin ba daw ng voting hours. At sinabi na nga ni James Jimenez earlier na mukhang hindi na yan papayagan. As a matter of fact, several years ago, voting used to be only until around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That was when elections were manual. Then last election, it was until 5, and now they've made it 6 p.m. All right, we're going to go to a short break now, or we'll continue we'll go to a very brief break. This is a CNN Philippines special presentation, the Filipino Votes, Midterm Elections 2019. Stay with us. Be right back. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation, the Filipino Votes, Midterm Elections 2019. Let's go to the latest numbers. The KVP PPCRV partial and unofficial count. Cynthia Villar, still number 1, 93,660 votes. Grace Poe, 83,258. Bongo, number 3, 73,000 votes, 73,000 plus votes. Pia Cayetano, 72,105. Bato de la Rosa, 67,102. Sonny Angara, 65,916. Amy Marcos, 65,816. Lito Lapid, 65,753 at number 9. Francis Tolentino, 56,274. Nancy Binay at number 10, 55,616. Bong Revilla at number 11. JV Ejercito Estrada, 52,000 votes plus. And Bam Aquino, Coco Pimentel, Jinggoy Estrada, and Mar Rojas. Again, this is the latest tally. Well, as of 6:19 this evening, some kanina initial, second, now third round thoughts of our analysts. I'm sorry, before we go to that, let's go first to Makoy Popiok. He's standing by in Cebu, one of the most interesting places anytime there's an election. Makoy.
Yeah, technology is good, but only if it's reliable. That's what many voters here at Guadalupe Elementary School in Cebu City say to air out their frustration with malfunctioning vote counting machines or VCMs. All the technical glitches caused massive delays in voting, which brought long lines and agitated voters here in one of the city's biggest polling centers. At least 8 precincts have opened late by 15 to 30 minutes, all because of defective voters' registration verification machines or the equipment that scans fingerprints to verify voters' registration. And, a lot of the board of election inspectors here resorted to the old school way of doing things. They referred to the printed directory of voters, of registered voters. And many of them say that what a waste of resources because they were not able to use the equipment at all. Apart from that, the biggest cause of delay here are the malfunctioning VCMs. Teachers had to do troubleshooting numerous times. Well, some worked, at least 2 needed replacement. However, the backup VCM sent by the COMELEC arrived in the precincts past noontime already. The Board of Election Inspectors in the affected precincts proceeded with the voting anyway. However, they just collected the ballots of voters and stored them in the precinct while waiting for the VCMs to arrive. So here's the part that the poll watchers are concerned about. The voters have been asked to sign a waiver that authorizes the BEIs to insert the ballot on the VCMs, even without the voters checking the receipts from the VCMs. It is important for voters to check the receipts to make sure the machines have read their ballots accurately. For transparency, the COMELEC has invited some poll watchers to witness the process of inserting all the pending ballots on the VCMs, which is still ongoing now. Yeah.
McCoy, tell us more about the local races. Very interesting stories there with the local, really local Cebuano flavor. Osmeña, Garcia, Almendras, who's the other one? Nako, si Raul Del Mar, halimbawa. Ikwento mo nga sa amin.
Yes. Well, Pia, residents here are a bit worried because they say the current situation in the city particularly is already chaotic, and they're afraid that the mudslinging might progress into cheating allegations. Apart from the rivalry between opposing candidates here for the mayoral race in the city, residents believe there is another force that also influences the local elections, and that is the police. The local police and Osmeña, the incumbent mayor, have been clashing since last year. Osmeña now threatens to file charges against the police for allegedly harassing him, his family, and supporters over the course of the campaign. While the police also threatens to file their own charges against Osmeña for his alleged involvement in vote buying, among other allegations. When he wins, Osmeña says his first order of business is to push for the removal of the city police chief, Senior Superintendent Ruina Garma, a former police commander in Davao City, who President Duterte assigned here. Speaking of President Duterte, he has lambasted Osmeña in the past, and he is endorsing Osmeña's opponent, the incumbent Vice Mayor Edgardo Labella. So in a way, Cebuanos appear to be voting for or against the president today. The result of the election here is much awaited. Will the president's candidate win? We will find out soon. Pia.
McCoy Popioco there reporting from Cebu. Let's go now to our June Tariman, our resident regional news expert. June, tell us about all these local races sa Cebu. Like we were saying, Osmeña, Garcia, Del Mar, Almendras, Davide, etc.
It should have been more intense if the fighting is between the traditional opponents like Mayor Garcia against former Mayor Michael Rama. But and also in the province, it should have been Gwen Garcia versus Junjun Davide. But there are adjustments that these leaders have been doing. They're trying to save some party mates. Like, for example, Governor Junjun said that their party mates are under threat. Some of the mayors in the towns of Cebu have been receiving threats that if they continue supporting Governor Junjun, they might be harassed. There might be some cases charged to be filed against them.
What did you say, June? Dapat it was Gwen Garcia versus Junjun Davide.
That should have been the more intense fight.
Yeah, she's running against Agnes Almendras.
Almendras Magpale.
Yeah, yung sister ni former Executive Secretary Rene Almendras, no? And Junjun Davide is running for Vice Governor.
Yes, he slide down to Vice Governor para yung mga tao niya doon sa towns, at least hindi siya maliling. Kasi sabi ni Junjun Davide na if they continue, yung mga supporters niya, continue to support him being an LP stalwart in Cebu, they might face several cases, charges. Yun ang threat by certain people daw. That's according to Junjun Davide.
Okay, what about these legislative races, mga districts?
Districts,
congressional.
Maybe exciting yung Cebu City North District between Raul Del Mar, and
Sir Chief.
Sir Chief. Puro sila gwapo. Cebuano mga gwapo.
Si Raul Del Mar in his prime, gwapo.
Yes.
Sige.
Exciting kasi bago si Sir Chief. Then tama na sinabi ni Sir Chief na matagal na si Del Mar sa pwesto niya. Pero Del Mar has a lot of supporters, followers. So hindi yun madali-dali mo na matatalo doon sa area niya.
So what do the surveys say? Sino mas malakas? Si Raul o si Sir
There's
Chief?
no actually official survey pinalabas doon sa Cebu based on my monitoring. Ang nagawa lang doon is yung mga taga-media, they have this informal survey through Facebook. So wala talagang official. So hindi mo malaman kung sino talaga.
Okay. Well, tell us more about that, yung bangayan ng local PNP at ni Tommy Osmeña. Ano ba nangyari doon?
The fight now is not, it's more of Tommy Osmeña versus the local police. Because there are allegations against the police na nagharas ng mga supporters ng Tommy. There are strafing in the mountain barangays. There are...
Sine-checkpoint nila, ganon.
Yung checkpoint, nasa labas sa bahay ni Mayor, and stays there for 3 days.
Bakit ba dati hindi
During Holy Week.
wala doon yung checkpoint?
It's the only checkpoint at the time in Cebu.
Okay.
In the entire Cebu at the time, Holy Week. Nandun, tatlong araw. Then, the other day, merong...
At ano daw dahilan, ano daw paliwanag kung bakit dyan pa talaga sa labas ng bahay?
Officially, ang sinabi ng mga pulis is to protect lang daw.
To protect the mayor.
Yan ang sabi.
Okay.
Pero doon lang sila sa loob ng sasakyan. Kahapon, the other day, meron naka-stay doon ng sasakyan. Doon lang mga pulis sa loob ng sasakyan. Bali, nagpaparamdam lang.
Okay. So, any other interesting local races sa Cebu? Cebu City, Cebu Province?
Luigi.
Actually, traditionally, ang Cebu talaga is parang opposition country. Pero that was at the time ng martial law pa. After Cory wins, naging administration siya. So, nasa side siya ng mga Aquino until Noynoy Aquino. Now, many are trying to decipher how Cebuanos vote during elections. In fact, may mga study about it. And one of the study nakita ko, sabi ng study, yung mga Cebuano daw, unpredictable pag bumoto. And they cite some examples. Marujas. Sabi nila, Marujas won twice in Cebu. Nanalo siya as senators, number 1 siya doon.
2004?
Yes. Nanalo siya as vice president against Binay in Cebu. Pero talo siya nationwide. Okay? Pero talo siya ni Duterte sa Cebu. Now, another example is Alan Cayetano. Alan Cayetano won in Cebu City and Lapu-Lapu City for the senatorial race. But in 2016, talo siya ni Leni Robredo. So sabi nila, hindi mo daw malaman kung ano talagang gusto ng mga Cebuano.
At yung tanong na yan, masasagot siguro after the break. We'll go to a very brief break. This is a CNN Philippines election coverage, the Filipino Votes midterm elections 2019. We'll be right back. Stay with us. This is a CNN Philippines special presentation, special coverage, the Filipino Votes midterm elections 2019. I'm Pia Ontiveros. Election results coming in the city of Manila, where it is a race between Isko Moreno, Erap Estrada, Joseph Erap Estrada, and Fred Lim. There are 5 other candidates, but all eyes are on these 3 top candidates. Our correspondent, Caroline Bonkin, joining us on the phone from there. Caroline, what can you tell us?
The 85.2% of the election returns from 1,280 presents have now been transmitted, and Isko Moreno is able to maintain his lead with 300,788 votes. This is over 100,000 lead over his strong opponent, incumbent Mayor Joseph Estrada. Former Mayor Lim, meanwhile, falls to 3rd place with 115,364 votes. Although possible, it's quite hard for Estrada to catch up now, with only around 175 votes left unrecorded in the canvass summary. For the vice mayoralty race, Moreno's running mate, Honey Lacuna, is also leading by a wide margin with 328,629 votes. Erap's running mate, Amado Bagatsing, falls behind Lacuna. He's at 2nd place with 223,543 votes. As of now, more election returns are coming in, but I think earlier we saw that the votes, one of the areas in Manila now have completed the transmitting the election returns.
All right, Caroline, as you were saying, 85.2% of the precincts have been reported, and Isko Moreno has a 100,000 vote lead. Well, thank you for that report, Caroline. But earlier, Ed, Tayo, we were talking about the 2016 race, and at that time, there was a come-from-behind win of Erap Estrada. Can we see, ano to? Meron pa ba?
Very slim yung lamang noong 2016. Ito, ang layo .
Sobrang layo.
Wala nang come from behind.
So we are looking at a mayor-elect, Isko Moreno?
Yeah.
Possibly. Okay, we're going to try and get him on the air also. Malu, do you want to say something about the Isko Moreno story versus Erap and Fred Lim?
Well, first, as a strategist, when he decided to run, the visuals, I often keep repeating to him, the visuals are really for you. Because young and matanda. Young means energy, good plans, hope. And if you see his ad, he was actually copying Lacson in that last ad where he went like that and wearing the glasses. It's people from Manila may not realize who Lacson was. But by doing that, he was linking himself to old leaders of Manila, not necessarily the present leaders. Secondly, ang parati kong sinasabi, Pia, kita mo naman ang mundo, pag umikot, nasa baba siya. Yun yung medyo goosebump sa iba. Basurero, naging mayor. So, napakahalaga sigurong tingnan yon kasi dapat magabayan si Isko when he starts governing. I mean, a lot of people are saying it's one thing to run, another thing to govern. The happiest part is running and winning. The hardest part is governing. So really the challenges in Manila is like the challenges in the country. Manila being the capital, Manila being the window.
Well, from what you know of him, isn't he capable?
He is capable. He has prepared himself for this. He has a plan, a doable plan.
He seems like the kind of guy to, you know, if he's going to say he's going to do something, he's going to go all out.
At saka ang pinangahawakan ko siguro sa kanya, nakita ko siya nung konsehal lang eh. I started working, trying to mold him into a leader because at that time he went to me and asked me to watch him deliver his first privileged speech as a konsehal. At that time, he was #1 councilor, but he was not allowed to sit by the atiensas as presiding officer. So when he delivered, he was talagang makikita mo stuttering, talagang makikita mong batang tondo.
But you know, I interviewed him some weeks ago. Iba, very confident, very eloquent, articulate.
Yes, and he has really learned his napakaswerte kasi parati kong sinasabi sa kanya, nung umikot ang mundo, hindi ka na basurero. So, tandaan mo yung basurero ka, ngayong leader ka.
Okay. All right. We're going to go. I was about to ask a question about, you know, what the Atienzas and the Estradas and the limbs of Manila are thinking, but we're going to go back to that in just a bit. We're going to have to go first to Naga City, the hometown of Vice President Leni Robredo. Anjo Alimario is standing by there. Anjo?
Yes, Pia, power here at the Tabuco Central School went out around an hour ago. Good thing, though, that the clustered precincts here have already transmitted the election results, and also the power interruption didn't last that long. Now, Vice President Leni Robredo voted here earlier, and we asked her as her expectations for the opposition. Well, she says she's both realistic and hopeful as to the outcome of the elections. Realistic because all the odds seem to be going against the opposition, but also optimistic because she believes that Filipinos will still put the country's best interest first. Now, whatever the results of the elections are, Robredo says they have already achieved a victory.
Whatever the outcome of the elections is, tingin ko panalo na kami. Panalo na in uniting a lot of people na pareho yung paniniwala about things that are happening in our midst. Yung sa akin, hindi natatapos yung laban sa eleksyon na to. Kailangan yung mga taong nag-unite, magkaisa pa din para magdesisyon kung paano lalabanan yung mga bagay na pakiramdam namin mali.
Robredo admitted she and her family couldn't sleep last night. She's concerned about the massive incidents of vote buying. The vice president, who served as the leading face of the opposition, describes their journey as an uphill battle. Local candidates did not carry the opposition, but the passion of their volunteers motivated them to fight. Now, Robredo waited here at Tabuco Central School for 40 minutes before she's able to vote. But unlike in 2016, the vote counting machine in her precinct malfunctioned. This time, everything went smoothly. The information that we got is that of the 121 VCMs used in Naga, only 4 malfunctioned, and these were immediately replaced. Now, asked how many candidates did she vote? Well, Vice President Robredo says she only voted for 8 candidates. Of course, we know that the opposition has only 8 candidates. And up to now, Robredo says she's still hoping for a miracle for the opposition. Pia.
All right, Anjo Arimario there, reporting from Naga City. For our guests here, talk to us about what happened to the opposition. Shall we ask Edwin first, or maybe we can have Dindo and Ed speak first, and then Edwin?
Well, the opposition doesn't have resources. You want to have, it's a national senatorial race, it's a national campaign, you need air war. You don't have resources for the air war, being TV ads. So that's already a big portion of your resources which are not there. That's why you see the ads of Ocho Derecho coming in late and few and far in between.
Yeah.
So, but that's a big chunk of where the limitations of the opposition is. Nonetheless, you've got primarily one who is an incumbent, which is BAM, and one who is known, but is not an incumbent. So if you see the top 12, it's all either incumbents or artista. So, but that's where partly explains where Ma is right now. He's climbing up, and BAM is now out of the top 12. The concern with BAM is tatlo ang naglalaban sa same messaging nila. Si Angara,
Universal education.
si JV, at saka siya. They talk about education, they talk about healthcare. Yung tatlo yun naglalaban. If you see the surveys, you'll see kung umangat si BAM, bagsak si ganito. It's nag-aaway sa messaging. But so far, BAM is holding his place, and we're confident that Mar will go up. But we don't know yet. Again, that's why the opposition use social media potently. But we know that the reach is not as wide as TV.
TV, of course.
But you've got a lot of ground volunteers. There's been an organic volunteerism on the part of the volunteers.
But, you know, sa ranks ng opposition, no, the campaign teams, are you fired up, or are you a bit, medyo hindi naman nawala ng pag-asa, no? But you know, not very encouraged by this.
Some are encouraged, some are disheartened, but it ain't over until the fat lady sings. So as usual, naglalaban, look at Chel, and you've got another incumbent who is Gary Alejano, a congressman. So
What are you saying? You're hoping for a come from behind?
Hindi naman.
Well, baka may makalusot na isa pa?
Isa pa, they're looking at, realistically, they think they're looking at 2, BAM and Mar. But who knows, baka makalusot pa na isa pa or dalawa.
Sino yung isa pa?
It's either Chel, tatlo yan actually, Chel, Samira, or Gary. So those are the 3 people that hopefully they're looking at.
Yeah, okay.
But,
Dindo, Edwin?
It's a nature ng midterm elections. You have normally the incumbent government, always
very
strong.
Popular president.
And in this case, the president peaked in popularity in the first quarter. That means at the peak of the campaign, hitting 87% and performance, and even 84% approval rating, and the war on drugs hitting nearly 90%, and inflation being managed. So not the right environment for the opposition. The opposition could have targeted other candidates instead of making the campaign against President Duterte. And that's a hard battle, and that's where it became challenging for them. But hopefully, as mentioned by the interview with VP Robredo, it should not stop in this election. If they believe these issues are right, don't wait for the next election cycle. Keep the issues alive that you think the people will listen to, and build on that. But again, as Edwin mentioned earlier, that we're still waiting for the transmission. So
But
Dr. Bam is doing a good fight there. So he's there.
2 of 12 won't be as bad as 3 of 12 of 2013. In 2013, it was 3 of 12 there.
Una
got 3 of 12. So if Ocho Derecho gets 2 of 12, that's not as bad. That's not so bad, considering that the popularity of Digong is a bit higher than President Aquino.
Yeah, well, speed again. Just
by the way, let me just say a trivia.
Sige.
Takot magbigay ang mga donors. This is an instance where you see a lot of donors who would usually give to the other side are hesitant to give. There's a fear factor not only in a lot of ways. One of them being the business people who would normally contribute to the
So what are they afraid of?
They're afraid
Or
of
who are
government.
they
What else?
afraid
They're
of?
afraid
Yeah.
of harassment. What
Yeah.
else? But they're afraid of it's going to hit their pocketbooks.
Yeah.
So
Well, how
that's
did
good.
they say na takot sila? Or
They don't.
hindi
They
na kayo
don't.
binalikan
Either
or
they
what?
don't give. Either they give
They
very
don't return
very
your
paltry
calls?
amounts. Usually.
Paltry meaning, like, what is the amount when you describe it as paltry?
But the cuento is it's not the usual way. I remember 2013, the guy who was raising money for the administration could easily raise a lot. I mean, look at Bongo. I'm very sure that he's got a lot of
Yeah.
donors.
So afraid
by the
because
way,
they could attract
even if it's
the...
a referendum on on the administration, midterms are always a referendum on the administration. It's always loaded in favor of the administration. You've got the incumbents, you've got the budget, you've got the levers of power that you can use to further the career of your allies.
So you knew what you were getting into, talagang.
Of course.
Talagang tagilid, parang ganon.
It's eyes open talaga ito going there. But it's a crusade.
Crusade. Malu?
Ako, I think two things. I do not agree with the branding Ocho Derecho.
Yeah.
You know, in the Senate, it's top of mind. There is no candidate named Ocho Derecho.
Right.
Secondly, I agree with Dindo. The president is not in the ballot, and so was Mayor Sara.
Yeah.
But I think that was a wise move on the part of this father-daughter team because they were willing to use their brand, knowing hindi naman kami ngayon huhusgahan. And then third is, I don't understand why Ocho Derecho. I'm trying to understand this,
That's
Edwin.
okay. I didn't do the Ocho Derecho campaign.
Nakaganon si Malu kay Edwin.
Seatmate ko eh. There are 3 independents. Grace ran in she was planning to run in 2007, run in 2010, run in 2013, run in 2013, run for president. I mean, why is Ocho Derecho so purist? Because there are independents there. He mentioned 3. Nancy, of course, they will not align with the Binays, no? But in politics,
you have to make your alliances.
It's addition,
diba?
right?
Oh, right.
And on the ground, these names matter.
Yeah.
Even if we laugh hard at Lapid, and it shows. I mean, he was just in Provinciano and he got free ride. But he is very popular on the ground. Binay is, and Grace po.
So you're saying they should have formed alliances. They should
I don't know the
have
strategy really.
linked up,
If
no?
the strategy is to protect the two, Bam and Mar, certainly you cannot protect them by not attaching to those ahead of the ranking. By attaching to them, you are able to bring them without necessarily, again, you go back to voters are in the middle.
Yeah. Oo.
The voters are not left and right, they're on the middle, and when they look at issues, they're on the middle.
Tama ba tong analysis na to? Because ang dating kasi ng Ocho Derecho is parang, very, parang principled.
mighty.
No? Ed said high and mighty. Principled na, tama, morally upright, parang gano'n, ano.
Voters
Did
did not say
it work against them? Wait, no, Edwin, don't answer
No,
me now.
I'm not going to.
You won't, wait. I'm asking
go ahead.
Malu muna.
Yeah.
Malu muna. Did it
Yeah.
work against them?
Because you have to go back, ano ba nangyari noong 2016?
Yeah, exactly.
Di ba yung 2016,
Because-
nanalo nga ang isang Duterte.
Oo.
I was
And then,
with
at the
Binay
time,
then, but-
the administration was saying dissente, di ba? Dissente.
Oh,
Parang
tapos
nag-backfire.
all of us were, the elites in the country were saying, what kind of a president is that? He goes this, he goes this, he goes... But essentially, guys, you better listen to this man. Because there's something going on and the surveys are tracking him.
Yeah.
He is very popular.
Hindi kasi all eyes were on Jojo Binay at that time.
Diba?
But also, look, the Ocho Derecho ran on a certain platform and certain principles. It's not so much high and mighty, but they ran on certain principles, which, if you compare with others like the independents, did they say or do something in favor of these principles? Siyempre, you measure it based on those principles. Otherwise, you'll be a very inconsistent.
But at the end of the day, this is an election. Voters matter. And in the eyes of the voters, Grace Po said more than Ocho Derecho. Binay said more than Ocho Derecho.
Yeah, but
So
we
the
cannot-
messaging of Ocho Derecho did not
We cannot
attract the
blame the
voters.
voters during election.
No, but we assume that, traditionally you say that you link yourself with this person,
There's a message. There's a message.
Dala ka
being-
niyan eh. But if those people who are there doesn't carry the same message, first of all, you assume that if you get them, they'll carry the same message.
But
may not happen.
Edwin, in politics, we have to look for the middle.
No, I
In
agree.
any issue.
Yeah.
When you presented the West Philippine Sea, ako immediately, who
Naku,
votes
hindi
for
issue
foreign
yan.
policy in
Oo.
this country?
Yeah.
You
Okay.
can talk about everything about foreign policy.
So in other- oo.
Juan de la Cruz,
And imagine,
pagkain.
Yeah.
imagine if it's West Philippine Sea, I am consistent on that issue more than any of the
You should
candidates.
have run.
But I will not
It would
run
not
based on
be a
that.
campaign
It
issue.
will not be-
So it didn't
will not
work
be- it
sa
will not
kanila to
because
go
you unless you tie it up to corruption. This West Philippine Sea is being sold to. I mean, this is election at the end of the day.
Yung corruption kasi, that's the overbeaten message.
So in other words, you can't say na, me as a candidate, I'm better than candidate B, so I will not ally with
I will
him.
bet you one thing. If they have the resources, whatever you said, we can win on those. Pag may
But
pera.
you were gaining traction in social media.
For social media,
Malls.
the
Shell,
real... No, wait.
Jokno changed his...
The social
Wait,
media
first
reach is
45
only
days.
about 29%.
Yeah.
It's nowhere around 97%
Still, you can
of
convert
TV.
that. You
it's-
can
it's
convert
too-
that at the ground.
But
It's
the-
just
Social
that
media
the
and TV
messaging wasn't... Una, ocho derecho, ano yan?
But I think
What
the
would you have
money goes
suggested,
to
Malu?
where the polls are
Their
also.
acronym, what do you call that device?
People don't vote on...
Mabokoto, yung mga ganun, yung pangalan nila.
Mabokoto.
Okay.
Diba, there's a device that gets
And-
people reminded about the names.
Oo, and you know, this is a very hindi naman heated. Friend, yeah.
But you know, Pio, what is good? Actually, Ocho Derecho was good at the start because the fill-up rate, the average was 8.
That's right. That's
So
right.
yung
Oo.
on, okay, pero hindi naman nila in-explain bakit 8. Di ba, walang plataforma ba? Ano yung 8?
Baka dahil walong nga kandidato.
And then, the other thing which Dindo was mentioning, kung ito ang issue nyo, ito ang prinsipyo nyo, ano yung aming tinitindigan na plataforma or answer to the issues of this government?
Okay, sasabihin ko lang ganito na yung diskusyon, pero konti pa lang resulta pumapasok because for the record, back in 2016 and I was also anchoring the evening shift of the coverage. At 8 o'clock in the evening of election day of 2016, PPCRV was reporting 60% transmission. And the way I understand it, and we will verify this in just a bit, it is much lower now. There must be some explanation for this, and we're going to get that in just a bit. But in the meantime, before anything else, we're going to introduce our other guest here in the studio, Danilo Arao, the chair of Contra Daya. Hi, sir. Thank you for being here. Would you, since you know, for the last 2 hours, the four guests had all the time to talk. You have about 2 minutes to talk.
Only? Well, 2 minutes is okay, but to explain
Yes, go ahead.
Relatively low, count of the PPCRV, it may have to do with malfunctioning of the vote counting machines, which, according to the report that we gathered on the ground, is much higher than
Really?
in the past.
Like how many? How many?
The estimate of COMELEC is 450
to 600.
But if we look at the Smartmatic data, it was around 250 in 2010. 2013, it was 173, and then 143 by 2016. So even if you add up the 2010 to 2016 data, so it will still be much higher than what we have. The situation right now is much higher than the past 3 election cycles.
Yeah, but if you look at it percentage-wise, napakaliit niyan eh. Yung bilang, no? Because you have like what, 85,000.
85,000, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it's still low, but nevertheless, there's a tendency for COMELEC to underreport on matters like that. So, yeah. Anyway, things like that we can talk about later on.
Right. Babalikan natin yan. Very important to talk about that. But before anything else, thousands of teachers sending concerns to the Education Department through its monitoring app. Now, most of the reports are about the, what else? No, the defective VCMs or vote counting machines. Our Chrissy Di Matulak is at the DepEd office in Pasig. Chrissy, tell us more about this.
PIA Department of Education Undersecretary Alain Del Pascua says as of 6:44 this evening, they have received 27,349 status reports through the election monitoring app. He says most of the reports are about the dysfunctional vote counting machines. They also received one report of a volunteer suffering heat stroke in Caraga, Surigao del Norte while on duty. Pascua mentioned that now using the app, the number of reports is much higher than the 500 total reports nationwide they received during the barangay and SK elections in May last year. The Education Department launched the election monitoring app for the 2019 midterm polls. Through the mobile app, teacher volunteers can report issues and concerns in their precincts in just 5 minutes. Before the start of the elections, one of the concerns of the Board of Election Inspectors is about their honoraria and travel allowance. DepEd explains that 50% of the travel allowance and honoraria will be given to them before their duties, while the remaining amount will be given when their duty ends and the election paraphernalia have been safely delivered to city halls. There are more than 200,000 Board of Election Inspectors for this year's polls. Pia?
Right, Chrissy Matulak there reporting from the Education Department's headquarters in Pasig. We're going to go now to another live point. Tristan Nodalo is in the city of San Juan. Kanina pinag-uusapan natin the Estrada family. Janela Estrada, daughter of Jinggoy, granddaughter of Erap, is running there. Of course, that city no stranger to political rivalries. This is one of the closest fights in this year's elections. Will the Estrada family keep their stronghold in the city, or will their former ally turned rival, the Zamoras, Francis, the son of Ronnie, take over? Tristan Nadalo joining us live now. Tristan?
Well, Pia, it's another showdown and clash of political clans between the Estradas and Zamoras here in San Juan. And leading the tight mayoral race is former Vice Mayor Francis Zamora. This is based on partial and unofficial results. So San Juan Board of Canvassers have announced that Francis Zamora is leading with 32,620 votes, while his toughest and only rival, Janela Estrada, with 22,886 votes. The results reflect 92% of votes. Zamora will be the first non-Estrada mayor in 50 years. This is completely a different scenario from the 2016 elections, where Zamora lost to incumbent Mayor Dia Gomez by 1,224 votes. Well, let's take a look back at the mayoral race. So 29-year-old Janela Estrada vowed to continue her family's 50-year legacy in the city. She is the daughter of former Senator Jinggoy Estrada. 41-year-old Francis Zamora, on the other hand, says should he become the next mayor, he will prioritize the healthcare system. Both candidates call for fair, clean, and honest elections. And when asked if the two candidates are ready to forgive each other, the two are open, but they say that it will happen at the right time. Let's listen to what they said.
Yung mga issues na binabato nila sa amin na talagang wala namang katotohanan, medyo masakit din talaga. Pero we have to forgive. I'm pretty confident naman that we will win this election.
Tumaasa po kami na ang San Juan po pipiliin ang pagbabago. Kaya 3 mahabang taon, natapos ngayong paghihintay. We play fair and square. May linis po kami makipaglaban kapag halalan.
Okay, Pia, so ibalik ko lang, kung si Francis Zamora will be proclaimed as San Juan City Mayor, he will be the first mayor na hindi galing sa Estrada family. And also, nakausap ko rin sila kanina na compared daw sa 2016 elections, mas tahimik daw ngayon at walang kaso or mga allegation ng massive vote buying. Pia?
Yeah, Tristan, just one question. You said 92% of the precincts reporting and 10,000 votes ang lamang ni Francis Zamora kay Janela Estrada. Dun sa 8% na natitira, meron pa bang pag-asa si Janela Estrada?
Well, according dun sa camp ni Francis Zamora, malabo nang makahabol si Janela kasi napakalaki na compared noon sa 2016 na talagang dikit yung laban. So, if the result would, yung iniintay na lang na result, it would not make a dent or it would not make a big difference.
All right. Tristan Nadalo reporting from San Juan. Kanina pinag-uusapan what is going to happen to the Estrada dynasty, and this is going to be one example. Of course, we're going to wait for the very, very final results. We're going to go now. All right, we'll have Isko Moreno first. He is leading on the phone. He is leading the mayoralty race in the city of Manila. Vice Mayor, no, I can't call you Mayor-elect yet. Mr. Moreno, thank you very much for joining us.
Ay, magandang gabi po sa inyong lahat, nanonood sa CNN at sa mga kababayan natin.
So, sir, 85.2% of the precincts reporting, is that correct? And you are leading by how many votes? 100,000?
100,000 plus po.
100,000
More or
votes.
less about 120, 130.
Meron pa bang pag-asa si Erap Estrada na humabol sa iyo?
Well, mathematically, pag kinuwenta natin yung remaining, wala na po halos. Pero ayoko naman pong pangunahan. Maghihintay naman po tayo kung yung mga darating na boto pa. Pero tayo nagpapasalamat sa Diyos. Kahit pa paano po ay talagang lumilinaw na po itong laban na ito.
Ang laki ng lamang nyo, no, kay Erap Estrada at of course kay Fred Lim. What do you attribute this to?
Naging ano lang po kami, naging totoo lang kami sa kampanya namin when we made our promise noong October 12 na itataas natin yung uri ng kampanya. Pinanindigan naman po namin. So what we did every night, every day, sinasabi lang namin yung aming plans, aspirations, and dreams. So we did try to have a very decent campaign comparatively to the other side. No? Medyo iba yung naging approach nila. And masaya-masaya ko kami dahil naunawaan ng tao, lumiwanag sa isipan ng tao yung tunay na sitwasyon ng Maynila. So ganun lang po ang ginawa namin. Pinaliwanag namin sa ating mga kababayan sa lungsod kung anong katatayuan ng Maynila kumpara to Metro Manila.
Kung tuloy-tuloy itong trend, no, Isko, with this 85.2% reporting and that very huge lead, this may mean the partial siguro end of the Estrada dynasty, and also this means that you beat two veteran politicians, Joseph Estrada and Fred Lim.
May awa po ang Diyos. Sana nga po magtuloy-tuloy na po ito. At kung ganun nga po, siguro talagang nagiging iba na rin ang trend ng mga botante ngayon. As you can see, marami ring mga bata na talagang nag-excel this election at marami pong tinamaan na dynasty, no? Sa Metro Manila. Siguro yun nga rin po ang nararamdaman ng tao. Kaya ito po, kung sakali po papala rin tayo officially tonight, malaking hamon po ito sa amin na kaming mga bata magpatunay naman sa mga sinabi namin noong kampanya. And I think people are expecting more from us. So may awaan Diyos. Ipagdasal nyo kami na maging mabuti kaming lingkod bayan. No? Kailangan din namin, lalo na kayo sa media, we really wanted to sell again Manila, as the capital of the country.
The Pearl of the Orient, sabi mo, di ba?
The Pearl of the Orient. It was then that alam naman natin, hindi makakaila sa ating mga manonood, yung mga nanay, tatay natin na they're very proud because they are Manilans. So these are the challenges, the deterioration na yan ang unang-unang kailangan namin tugunan kung sakasakali. And then of course, the basic needs that are being deprived to our citizens. So in our own little way, we will do our best. Maaga pa naman masyado. But magkaganon man po ito, basta pagbubutihan po namin. Wag po kayo masyadong mag-alala in our own little way. Magbubuti po tayo.
Well, sir, it's a good thing you brought up those words. So hope, expectations, challenge, napakataas ng expectation sa inyo. You had a very good message for your campaign. The plans you have for Manila, and I remember you told me in that interview na you won't be able to do everything in one term, in 3 years, but you need to hit the ground running and you need to show something in the first few months,
3 years.
di ba?
Opo. Totoo po yun. Yung ating basic plan o yung immediate, what we call social amelioration program, kailangan maramdaman yan in the next 12 months. Especially with the new leadership, halimbawa po sa Manila, So the remainders of the 6 months for the calendar year budget of 2019 is only a succession budget. So what we're going to do, if given a chance, get elected, we will prepare the budget for the 2020 with regard to social amelioration or poverty alleviation program, plus alongside with our 10-year program o yung ating infrastructure physical development ng Manila for jobs, for tourism, and traffic. Yun talaga as we promise.
At kanina dito pinag-uusapan ng mga analysts yung basura. So
basura.
Kung ikaw nga ang pagpapalain, so kailan ba? Bukas na ba or
sana
after
po
you take
mamaya
over?
para makatulog na po ang lahat. Kasi there is what we call, ayoko naman ng pangunahan, but there is what we call the highly improbable, the concept of highly improbable. Pwede na rin naman umakto ang COMELEC para na rin sa kapanatagan ng mga both sides, ng both sides or different sides of competing o competitors. Totoo po yung sinabi niyo yung basura. Talagang hindi ko naman talaga itinatangos ang ilong ko. But if there is a problem with garbage, if there's one good thing about my life story at kung ano ako nakaraan, yun yung pinaka-specialty ko on how to address the garbage problem of the city of Manila. We will do our best, not because we know, but because na-experience natin on how to manage the garbage. As a profession, as a hanap buhay, nung bata tayo. So we will apply what we have learned, tinuro sa atin ng buhay nung bata pa tayo. So ito lang, medyo malaki yan kasi buong Maynila itong pinag-uusapan natin.
Alright. Okay. Maraming salamat, Mr. Isko Moreno, the leading mayoralty candidate for the city of Manila. Salamat po.
Diyos. Maraming salamat din po sa inyo sa pagsubaybay.
Alright. And of course, people will still keep watching you. Thank you very much, Isko Moreno.
Thank you po.
The latest from Caroline Bonquin, of course, 1,335 of 1,502 clustered precincts have reported the mayoralty race in Manila. It's wide. Isko Moreno has 314,471 votes. Erap Estrada coming in second with just 182,000 plus votes, and Lim 120,000 plus votes. That is what is happening in the city of Manila. And we just spoke to Isko Moreno, who is the leading mayoralty candidate there. We're going to go now to Makati, where another very interesting local race, sibling rivalry gone ballistic between Abby Binay and Junjun Binay. Who is leading? Who is likely to become mayor of Makati? Our Joyce Ilas is standing by there. Joyce, tell us what's happening there.
Pia, as of 7:16 in the evening, almost 90% of election results have already been received by the Makati City Board of Canvassers. That's 435 out of the 503 clustered precincts. And for the results, so far, incumbent Mayor Abby Binay leads by a wide margin against her brother, former Makati Mayor Junjun Binay. So far, Abby Binay has 156,533 votes versus Junjun Binay's 85,248 votes. That is 71,000 votes. Abby is leading by, again, 71,000 votes. Now, as for the congressional race, Kid Peña leads in Makati 1st District Representative race. Again, Kid Peña is leading. Peña got 59,124, and Jojo Binay, the former vice president, is behind by just about 4,000 votes. He currently has 54,695 votes versus the 59,000 of Kid Peña. Now, we are still awaiting results from 39 clustered precincts for the Makati 1st District Representative race. We don't know yet if the votes there are enough for Binay to still take his lead against Peña. Now, for Makati 2nd District Representative race, incumbent Representative Luis Campos, the husband of Abby Binay, is leading against King Yabut. Campos has 81,568 votes, and Yabut has about 56,826 votes. Now, for Vice Mayor Abby Binay's running mate Monique Lagdameo is leading by a wide margin against Junjun Binay's running mate Monsur Del Rosario. Now, as we were able to talk to a source close to incumbent Makati Mayor Abby Binay, and he said that the camp of Makati Mayor Abby Binay is already planning to move to have her proclaimed as winner once 95% of election results have been received by the Makati City Board of Canvassers. As of now, again, we have already received almost 90% of results. Abby Binay again leads by a wide margin against Junjun Binay. Now, the Board of Canvassers initially said that they want to proclaim winners once they have received 100% of election results from precincts. But the source we were able to talk to said that historically it would take a long time for the City Board of Canvassers to receive 100% of election results from the precincts. And the source said that if the margin is wide enough that the remaining votes will no longer make a difference to the current standing or to the final results, then they believe that it's about time that a proclamation is made. Pia.
All right, Joyce Ilas there reporting live from Makati. You know, like so many people were saying in the run-up to Election Day, in the end, Binay pa rin, ano?
That's true.
So, Binay pa rin.
Okay po.
Looks like an Abby Binay mayor again.
Yeah. Of course, it shows really minsan hard to fight the incumbent. In this case, the strength of the Binay has always been the control of City Hall, and in this case, it's Mayor Abby who is in City Hall, and hard to compete with actual programs and actual projects. Yeah. So maybe that's why the votes are being counted for Abby Binay.
So performance.
And also the concrete programs and projects.
Okay, well, any surprises here, Malu, Edwin, Makati, Abby?
Makati, one thing that former Mayor Junjun Binay proved is that he can run. Yeah. There's this disqualification issue against him. The fact that he remains a candidate is, I think, already an indication that his political career is not about to end. The race, though, insofar as the congressional race is concerned, I think we have really to wait because the report shows that Kid Peña is ahead by a slim margin. So that is not usually the behavior of Binay in District 1. The other thing that is good to see, although there's no councilors being reported, is the son of Senator Rene Sagisag is running as councilor.
Rebo. No?
Rebo. So that is interesting to watch.
With the Binays.
With the Binays.
Nakangiti si Edwin, no? Tuntua. Yun ang dapat, anyway, okay. All right, sige. We're gonna say goodbye already to Dindo Manhit. So Dindo, thank you. Unless you wanna have, your last final words.
It's sad that at 6:15 we saw these numbers at the senatorial level, and we're still seeing the same numbers. So I just hope there's an explanation to this. We want credible and transparent elections. Votes are coming into different local counting already, and the idea was that transmission should also be sent automatically to PPCRV and be transparent to us Filipino voters.
We hope to hear from at least one commissioner.
Yeah,
So
sabi nga
thank
ni
you for
Malu
this
kanina, no,
opportunity.
si Chairman Abbas. And we're going to be checking in on PPCRV in just a bit. But like I was saying earlier, back in 2016, at 8 o'clock in the evening, they were reporting transmissions of 60%. That was 8 o'clock, and now it's 8:44. It's not very clear yet kung ilan na yung nire-report ng PPCRV. Pero i-check po natin yan. We're gonna have to take a very short break. Dindo, thank you very much for being with us tonight again. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. Be right back. Welcome back. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation, the Filipino Votes, Midterm Elections 2019. I'm Pia Ontiveros, still with us, Edwin Lasherda, Maluti Kia, Edwin Tayaw, and Danilo Araw. Kanina lang ang pinag-uusapan natin yung mga reports that are coming in from the field. Makati, Abby Binay is leading. Manila, Isko Moreno leading by a very wide margin over Erap Estrada and Fred Lim. San Juan, Francis Zamora leading over Janela Estrada, and a lot of some observation coming in already about what's going to happen now to the Estrada dynasty. There's another interesting local race that we would like to find out kung ano ba yung nangyayari. Pasig City, di ba, Malu? Vico Soto is running. It's a two-way fight. Vico Soto versus Eusebio.
Yeah. Pia, you see, Vico Soto was #1 councilor in 2016. The initial surveys coming out of that race was it would have been a walk in the park by Bobby Eusebio. Unfortunately, they committed one big error, and in the history of Filipino voters, you don't hit at Itbulaga. You don't introduce Itbulaga into the frame. So when the incumbent mayor of Pasig banned Itbulaga from doing their usual barangayan,
pinapatayan daw eh.
Umangat ngayon yung una yung awareness, umangat ngayon ang Vic Soto. And you will see
Vico, you mean?
Vico. You will see Vic Soto joining the barnstorming together with Connie Reyes and together with the Itbulaga gang. That changes things kasi 'di ba tayo sa national candidate, they want to be like celebrities. Sometimes we are being accused of packaging candidates to be like celebrities. That's the easiest way to have your awareness rating up. Not trust. Dito ang nangyari, tinaya ngayon yung parents. You introduced people, I mean, a lot of people in Pasig were saying dapat si Vic Soto na lang tumakbo. But now you have his son who carved a name as a decent, young, progressive fellow. Nasuka siya sa nakita niya sa loob sa Pasig. Kaya siya tumakbong mayor.
And the Eusebios have been there for like 30 plus years. No?
One of the dynastic people in Metro Manila.
Consistent dun sa image na yun.
Consistent.
Like for example, he was being asked, bakit wala kang vice mayoral candidate? Simple lang sagot niya, gusto ko naman tong vice mayor na to. And I think the vice mayor also knows the problems in the city. And so why would I look for another vice mayor?
Saka bungi-bungi yung slate. Di ba nono sa local yung bungi-bungi ang slate? Pero he still went around.
And he is Aksyon Demokratiko. No? It's very rare for a local candidate here in Metro Manila to be Aksyon.
Yes. And then he has Roman Romulo as congressman for the district representative. So makikita mo, nagpi-pick up. Simula nung binanang Itbulaga, nag-pick up si Vico.
Saka yung mga rally niya, no? Walang stage. Minsan nakatayo lang siya, medyo nakaangat ng konti in a truck. Surrounded by a sea of people.
Yes. Tapos pinapatayan ng ilaw. Kasi wala nang stage.
Kaya ganun yung style niya ng campaign. Hindi siya binibigyan ng permit eh. So bigla na lang sumusulput doon.
Ayun ba yung bakanteng lote tapos biglang nalalagyan ng basura? Basura ba yun or something? Baka galing Manila yun.
It worked to his advantage.
And it's a breath of fresh air na may isang kandidato ka na ang di-discuss mga issue talaga. Of course, the celebrity factor will be there, the surname will be there.
Yeah.
At least he discusses issues.
But to his credit, I remember he would always say he shied away from the showbiz life.
Yeah.
Ayaw daw niya yung mga guesting. You know, he was only forced to do it like once or twice.
Kahit sa kampanya niya, I noticed that there's not much celebrities. In fact, he even said that he doesn't want any member of Itbulaga, you know.
Talaga?
Yeah. Except for the parents, of course.
Makikita mo yung mga Itbulaga gang nandun sa crowd.
Nandun lang.
Pero yung parents nandun sa taas. And that says a lot. Especially when people see Connie Reyes. I mean, the stabilizing factor there is Connie Reyes. And I recall he was so involved in Sinergia. He was so involved in practicing new governance tools and principles that he learned. So makikita mo yung bata, and he talked about the budget. When he talked about the budget, ganitong kalaki. Pinamumukha niyo doon sa tao, ganitong kalaki ang budget natin. Pero anong ginawa? infrastructure, natulungan ba kayo? He's a guy who stands for education. So makikita mo yung molding, hindi siya molding ng Soto. Pero ibang...
So para bang not exactly a chip off the old block?
Oo, mukhang napakalaking influence ni Connie Reyes. But at the end of the day, you have a very popular father arguing the case for his son, which I think, in terms of awareness and trust, when you see bossing there, it's a lot of conversion.
And I think partly it helps na spitting image yung anak dun sa tatay.
Did they use the Aldab
You
network?
look at him, he looks
Spitting
like...
image, but wait, but ano yun, Edwin?
If you use the Aldab network, that's a lot.
Okay. Oo. Pero spitting image, but a lot of people say our children are always better versions of ourselves. No? So, an improvement. In general, no, our children are an improvement and much better version of ourselves. So I guess that is Vico Soto. But interesting, we've been talking about him for the last 5 minutes, pero wala pa ring resulta sa Pasig. Pero tinitingnan po natin ngayon, because nga ang pinag-uusapan dito yung mga local races dito sa Metro Manila. Edwin?
No, I was wondering about Quezon City, Joy Belmonte and Bingbong Quisologo, who just got arrested the eve before the elections. But that's an interesting fight also, because I understand that there were internal surveys made by both camps, and I was made privy to both camps. Both of them claimed to be leading. So, but the lead of Joy was reduced substantially, nearing towards the elections.
It was a statistically tied race going into E-Day.
Oo. But it was, how many candidates for mayor? 10 ba? 8 o 10?
Pero dalawa lang talaga yung...
Oo.
Maganda rin yung sa vice mayor because Jopet Sison versus Gian Soto and Roderick Paurate. So, magandang... you see, the backbone of Crisologo's organization is Jopet's. And Jopet is really very good in, but the other thing going there is you really need to bring in the former speaker, Sonny Belmonte, and the present Senate President, because it's essentially a new generation. Same old name, but it's a new generation. Joy is different from the father, and Gian is also different from
his father.
From his father. So, pero kailangan yung old names.
Right.
Yung liderato nila, so that people can say, stable ito, pwede natin...
Back in the 1990s, mid-1990s, when I was covering the House of Representatives, merong pinapauso na term doon, acronym. Di ba dati, trapo, di ba? So, traditional politician, meaning a rag, yung pamunas ba, ganon. May pinapauso, ginawang bimpo.
Bimpo.
Yung batang inihain ng magulang sa politika. Oy, at least fresh pa yan, labakarang malinis, ganun bimpo. Diba? So, mga bimpo ba itong mga to yung pinag-uusapan natin?
To a certain degree.
To a certain degree.
Alam mo yung issue kasi sa dynasty, hindi mo maaalis ang dynasty sa politika, sa Pilipinas, o kahit sa ibang bansa. Ang kailangan mo lang maghanap ka ng matinong anak ng dynasty. And hopefully, kasi yung anak ng dynasty yun, alam nila kung paano manalo. Pero hopefully, matulungan mo to govern differently.
Right. Govern differently.
I haven't given up on the dynasties because I've seen 2, 3 young ones coming from dynastic families but are able to govern in a different way.
Who are these?
Mahirap ko naman sabihin ngayon.
Sabihin mo na. Tayo lang naman
There's
nandito.
Isabella.
Sino doon?
D?
Oo.
Who?
May mabuting D.
May mabuting D.
May mabuting D.
The good one? Sinong D yun? Sino?
Basta,
Sabihin mo
may
na.
mabuting
Si ano?
naman. Sino? Sino pa?
Tapos meron sa Mindanao, merong maayos na matugas.
Okay.
At
Sino doon? Lahat sila matugas doon.
oo nga, pero merong maayos, di ba?
Ayaw pa sabihin ni Manuel. Pagbalik natin mamaya at 9:30.
Marami
Tapos.
sa Mindanao
Yung mayor
yung
o
bago.
yung governor?
Meron pa naman.
Yung congressman.
Yung congressman.
Okay. Yung mga detalye na yan, ikikwento ni Malu mamaya. We need to say goodbye for now. We're gonna take a break. What is it, a half-hour break or something? Then we'll come back a little later on. Mag-refuel muna tayo. Baka pati yung VCM kailangan i-refuel. Ay, hindi yung VCM, yung count ng PPCRB. All right. So for now, we just need to say thank you first to Edwin Lasherda, Malu Tiquia, Danny Araw, and Ed Tayaw. We have more lined up for you in the coming hours. Live, comprehensive, and in-depth coverage of our midterm elections 2019. I'm Pio Ontiveros. I'll see you again at 9:30. You're watching CNN Philippines.
Yung mga makikinabang, ka na-reduce ang number of voters, at least malaki pag-asa nila manalo.
When we looked into the problem, we determined that the problem was actually with the VCMs.
What's more alarming right now is that out of 479 precincts, 35 have been reported to be not working.
Lagi ko naman sinasabi, hoping that over time, ma-settle din yung differences. Hindi lang naman sa pagitan namin dalawa ni Ate Ab.
Apa.
Hoping and optimistic naman ako. I believe I finish strong.
As I've said before, kung ako na masusunod, pwede naman kami dalawang manilbihan.
Ito masasabi ko sa isa sa pinakamadumi na halal na labanan ko. Sobrang batuhan ng putik, sobrang wasakan, sobrang asar. Sana, after this, mag-aisa na lang.
Gila niya na yung sobrang pagbubulaan, hindi pagsasabi ng totoo.
Halatang harassment itong ginagawa.
Ako, inaresto na hindi kami binasahan ng Miranda rights.
Set up wherein meron silang follow-up operations on vote buying, alleged vote buying.
Na magaan ang loob ko ngayon kasi kung ano man ang magiging hatol ng ating mga kababayan, basta malinis ang halalan.
Whatever the outcome of the elections is, tingin ko panalo na kami.
I'm Pio Ontiveros. This is a CNN Philippines special coverage, the Filipino Votes midterm elections 2019. Excitement building up as the partial and unofficial tally of votes continue to come in. CNN Philippines remains at the heart of the story. We will continue to bring you the latest in the senatorial race as well as in the mostly contested cities across the country. Our correspondents on the ground, AC Nichols, is in the Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting headquarters in Manila. Rex Remitio is in Cavite Province. Joyce Ilas live in Makati. Tristan Nodalo in San Juan. And Jeline Fule in Camp Crame, the headquarters of the Philippine National Police. Now, President Rodrigo Duterte said he will let the Commission on Elections address faulty vote counting machines or VCM issues across polling precincts. The president adds he will not intervene just yet. Here's a portion of that statement he made in front of the media just after casting his vote in Davao City.
The practice of buying votes has been an integral part of an election in the Philippines. Yang pagboto, lahat yan. Walang hindi nagbibili ng boto dito, maniwala ka. Yang walang hindi nagbibili ng boto. Ituro mo kung sino ang hindi nagbili ng boto. You know, when you start to give money Sabi ko nga sa COMELEC, it's not because I'm buying the vote of the fellow. It's because I'm giving him money to go to the presinto, cast his vote, and go home. Hindi naman lahat ng tao may pera. Or you send food to your leaders who are here sacrificing and waiting for the food to eat so that they can last until the last vote is counted.
Now, the election results are coming in from Cavite, the country's second most vote-rich province, but Cavite's two-way gubernatorial race has been dominated by vote-buying accusations. We moved now to Rex Remigio, who is in Trece Martires City. Rex, can you tell us more about that rivalry between veteran politicians Ay Maliksi and John Vic Remulla? And what are the election results like so far?
Well, it's too close to call for the gubernatorial race here in Cavite between arch rivals and veteran politicians Ay Maliksi and John Vic Remulla. Based on the initial numbers from the Commission on Elections partial and unofficial results, Remulla is leading with 56% of votes against Maliksi's 42% of votes. However, this is just only 21 out of 2,612 precincts, or 0.80% of the returns transmitted to the Commission on Elections. And their battle for the top post of Cavite has proved to be intense. Until the last minute, Maliksi and Remulla have been throwing accusations at each other. They are the two former governors of the province who are seeking to return to the top post. Maliksi is saying Remulla has been engaged in massive vote buying even before campaign period began. Remulla, meanwhile, accuses Maliksi of the same offense, even saying he's corrupt. He also hit Maliksi for spreading an alleged court resolution, saying Remulla was disqualified. Maliksi, however, says Remulla should stop spreading lies like his alleged involvement in corruption.
Sana, tigilan niya na yung sobrang pagbubulaan, hindi pagsasabi ng totoo. Sinasabi, pati lahat ng press ko niya, sinasabi pa niya ako raw mga involved sa graft and corruption. Por Diyos, por Santo, nung kami magkasama, 8 kaso nga na ipay niya sa akin 8 kaso na ibinuno ko lahat wala naman siyang naprohebahan gawa na lahat yung mga political harassment case.
Their rivalry even forced the COMELEC to declare their hometown Imu City an election hotspot. The two were actually former allies when Maliksi was governor in 2001 to 2010 and Remulla was his vice governor from 2001 to 2007. Eventually, they had a falling out because of their differences in policies for the province. Remulla then succeeded him from 2010 to 2016. He was challenged by Maliksi in 2013, but the latter lost. Remulla was then replaced by his brother Boying in 2016. He then decided to run to represent Cavite's 7th district in the House of Representatives. The Revilla clan, meanwhile, is confident they will win their respective posts that they want. They said this when they voted as a family in Governor P.F. Espiritu Elementary School in Bacoor. This holds true especially for Bong Revilla, who wants to become senator again. He ranks high in surveys despite his alleged involvement in the pork barrel scam. He was recently acquitted of plunder case and Revilla was given a warm welcome by fellow Caviteños befitting his action star persona. With him were his wife and re-electionist Bacoor City Mayor Lani Revilla and son Jolo Revilla, who is seeking re-election as Cavite Vice Governor unopposed.
Itong halalan na to, masasabi ko sa isa sa pinakamadumi na halalan na labanan ko, especially national. No? Sobrang batuhan ng putik, sobrang wasakan, sana after this, mag-aisa na lahat. Relax ka lang, sagot kita.
Just to give you a background, Relax Ka Lang Sagot Kita was also the title of his 1994 movie where he played as a police officer and he also nabbed a leader of an organized crime syndicate in the movie. Back to you.
Rex Remigio there reporting live from Cavite. We have our AC Nichols live at the PPCRV Command Center where volunteers are monitoring the tally of votes. AC, what is the situation like? Earlier we were already saying that in the last election, 2016, at 8 o'clock in the evening, PPCRV was reporting 60% transmission. But right now we have a little bit of a problem, and we understand this is not PPCRV's fault.
Exactly, Pia. Since around 6:30 earlier tonight, the numbers displayed on the PPCRV screens has yet to move. The poll watchdog is displaying the same results initially transmitted from over 300 clustered precincts soon after the voting period ended. And PPCRV officials are saying that it is looking like a slow night. The transmission is taking a bit longer than they expected and compared to previous elections. PPCRV Chairman Myla Villanueva tells us if there are delays in their quick count, it is likely caused by the COMELEC transparency server. She says either there's something wrong with the transparency server itself or the processes involved in transferring data from the server to their own server. So the group has yet to receive printed election returns as well from the polling centers. As COMELEC partner, the PPCRV will receive or receives the fourth copy of the printed election returns, which they manually encode on computers later on and will compare with the digitally transmitted results. This is a way to check the accuracy of the results that were electronically transmitted. So right now, there's no update yet. The numbers are not moving. The numbers are the same since 3 hours ago or 2.5 hours ago, and it's looking like an IT problem. And as far as the PPCRV officials are concerned, there's something wrong with the COMELEC server. They're just waiting here also along with us. They can't tell us exactly what time new data will come in. So we'll continue to monitor the developments here at the PPCRV Command Center. Pia?
Yeah, so AC, when Myla Villanueva says there's a problem with the COMELEC transparency server, in other words, may data, may resulta, may boto doon sa loob ng transparency server ng COMELEC. Hindi lang nila ma-dump, hindi lang nila mailipat sa PPCRV server. Ganun ba?
That's right. It's looking like they're having a hard time with the process of transferring. No, they're saying that it might be na hindi naman talaga sira yung transparency server, but they're having a hard time with the transferring of the data. That's why the PPCRV can't summarize or process the data yet to update their display on the big screens, because the process is when there's a notification that new data comes in, the PPCRV will transfer the data from the transparency server to their own server, and then from their own server, that's when they can process it and summarize it, and then they will display it or flash it on their screen. So right now they're not able to do that, and Myla Villanueva is saying that it's because they're having a hard time with a process right now involving the COMELEC's transparency server. Pia?
Well, this is, how best to describe this. This is a little bit of a letdown, not just for PPCRV volunteers there, and certainly not just for the media, but for, the country in general, because everybody's just waiting for these results. So, we're hoping that this gets resolved soon. We're also contacting Commission on Elections so that we can hear straight from them exactly what is the problem with their transparency server, if indeed that is the root cause of the problem. So AC Nichols, we're going to be going back to you in just a bit. Thank you for that report. AC Nichols there saying that PPCRV's numbers haven't moved since 6:30 this evening. It's been 3 hours, the same results. And that is because, as the PPCRV is saying, that there are delays because of some problems with the COMELEC transparency server. It isn't very clear yet exactly what is going on, but the numbers haven't moved in the PPCRV's partial and unofficial count at the Popeye Central Manila for 3 hours. It's being described as an IT problem But the data is in the COMELEC transparency server. We hope to get more information straight from the COMELEC. We're trying to contact Chairman Sharif Abbas or the spokesman, James Jimenez, to explain this to us. But in the meantime, we still have here in the studio Maluti Kia, political strategist, Edwin Lacerda, Tindig Pilipinas convener, and former presidential spokesperson of former President Noynoy Aquino, and Danilo Arao, chair of Contrada. Your thoughts first. Malu, what do you think is going on?
I mean, somebody from COMELEC should face the country tonight because, you know, this is automated and transmission should be
When you say
easy.
someone from COMELEC,
commissioner.
wag nang commissioner dapat.
kasi
Chairman Abbas siguro.
They've been out the whole day, and when transmission stops 3 hours after, we don't get an update. Then it behooves the commissioners to face the public and explain.
Yeah.
Because, you know, at the ground level, tensions are there because they know tapos na sila. I mean, for example, NCR. NCR is 11% of the total registered voters. So the senatorial candidate should reflect at least 11%. We know who won in certain races in Metro Manila. So unless, you know, this clearing thing is, you know, I don't want to speculate, but they just have to face the public and just say what's happening.
Yeah, this is unfortunate because so many people, so many groups had fought for an automated election system for so long. Given
I mean, not unless they want to do manual in 2022.
Just
I mean,
time bumalik sa manual, my goodness.
The ingredients towards that objective or end goal is becoming real. There's VCM, there's SD, there's the ballot, and now transmission is like this.
But this is crisis communications 101. They haven't. COMELEC's now in crisis territory. It's now an inordinate delay of the transmission of votes. And so the first thing, like what Malu said, they should come out and be ahead of the curve. You know, the success of 2016 overshadows this inordinate delay. We had a successful 2016 transmission in one night. We were able to see the results immediately.
Yeah.
Now
I'm like a broken record. 8 o'clock in the evening, 60%.
They should really come out and stay ahead of this problem. And when they're not doing it, it gives rise to speculations such as, is there something going on behind the non-transmission?
Is it just speculation about what's really going on, or is it also para bang, you know, people might, kanina nga, di ba, parang people might be, you know, may have observations or thoughts about, tama ba itong ginawa natin? Nag-automated elections tayo? Or?
No, but 2016 showed that we can do it. If it's a question of IT, then that should be sufficiently explained. What you want to do is to avoid these speculations of election sabotage or if the government is trying to change the votes, because they're in power. Who do you blame? You don't blame the opposition. You blame the administration, or you blame the COMELEC.
Well, speaking of IT, you know, we have someone on the phone. He is CNN Philippine System Administrator. His name is Jeff Gregorio. He is at, correct me if I'm wrong, producers. No, he's at PPCRV. No? Okay, so he's going to, while we're waiting for the COMELEC to explain this in full detail to us, kausapin na muna natin si Jeff Gregorio. Jeff? Magandang gabi sa'yo, Jeff. Oo.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening po.
Paki-explain naman sa amin, ano ba nangyayari?
Ma'am, bali po kasi kay sabi po ng spokesperson po nila, si Attorney Chapisto, E. Elnas Jr., nagkakaroon po sila ng technical problem doon sa pag-send po ng media file papunta po sa media saka sa mga parties. So,
Sino may problema? Ang COMELEC transparency server papunta sa
hindi po ma'am,
ano?
hindi po yung transparency server ang may problema. Yung transparency server po natin nakaka-receive ng data continuous.
Okay.
Ang problem po ma'am is yung pag-send po ng media file papunta po ng data po papunta sa mga media saka sa mga parties.
Saan galing yung media file na yon sa
COMELEC po, ma'am. Yung galing po sa transparency.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Apo.
Okay. So yung data, yung mga boto, in other words, nandoon sa COMELEC server. Hindi lang mailipat o madump doon sa media server. Ganun ba yun?
Tama, ma'am. Tama, ma'am. Apo.
Okay.
Ganun po.
Okay. I cannot ask you, syempre, Jeff, kung bakit. Kasi hindi naman ikaw yung COMELEC. Pero since ikaw IT expert ka, pwede mo bang explain sa amin paano nangyayari nagkakaproblema ng ganon, yung hindi ma-dump o hindi malipat yung data?
Sa tingin ko, ma'am, sa sobrang bigat po siguro ng mga file na sinesend, doon po nagkakaroon ng paghahang ng system nila. Yun po yung assessment ko po.
So you're telling us naghang yung system?
Apo, yung service po nila na nagsasend po ng data papunta sa mga parties saka sa mga media.
Okay. Pero nung 2016, parang akong sirang-plaka nito eh. 60% by 8 o'clock in the evening yung
Yes, ma'am.
ano no? Ano yung different, I mean, kasi if you talk about yung bilang ng boto, parang halos pareho lang naman. Konting addition lang naman, di ba? Hindi naman ganun kalaki.
It's the same technology.
Yeah, and it's the same technology. So, ano bang, kasi nag-umpisa tayo 6 o'clock, di ba? O, nahinto lang nung 6:30. So, may mga botong pumapasok. So, paano ba yun? Kasabay-sabay lang ba? Or
Isn't the server in the cloud? I mean, the COMELEC server is in the cloud, right?
Jeff, si Malutikia yan, nagtatanong sa'yo.
It's in the cloud. So I don't understand why there is queuing problem.
And if it's in the cloud, it adjusts the size because it's in the cloud.
Tama po, sir.
Oh, this is CNN Philippines IT. Jeff, sige, can you explain more to us? Tayong mga non-techie masyado.
Just to let you know lang, ang 1 hour of Netflix HD video is only 6 gigabyte. Is that as big as is the file as big as a 1 hour Netflix video?
So,
Yeah, how big is the file, Jeff?
ilang gigabytes ba yun?
Sa akin pong pagkakaintindi, parang may problem po talaga yung system or services po na nagsasend ng data papunta nga po doon sa mga party sa media.
So,
Hello?
you mean it doesn't matter how big the file is? Ganun ba?
Yes po.
Okay, so maghihintay na lang tayo.
Apo. Sa ngayon po, ang update is i-escalate po nila yung problema sa NBank. Tapos, yung pag-receive po nila ng data from transparency server, continuous naman po yun. So, pinakita rin naman po nila sa amin.
Pero Smartmatic
So when you say-
is supposed to give tech support eh. So
Smartmatic.
where is Smartmatic
yung,
in the equation
Jeff, yung
right
Smartmatic, nandun sila sa, I mean, they're all over, right? Sa NBOC sila,
po.
nandyan sa, oo.
Nandito rin po sila.
Okay, so, and what is Smartmatic saying? Ano ang paliwanag ng
Hindi po sila nagsalita tungkol dun sa problema. Si lang po, attorney Diel na.
Okay.
Anyway.
Sige, so that's all you can explain to us, Jeff?
Yes, ma'am.
Wala na. Okay. Kanina may tanong si Edwin eh. Ano ba yung Edwin? Netflix, 1 hour of Netflix
1 hour of
is
Netflix HD video is only 6 gigabyte ang size. So, if Netflix can do it, so baka transmission problem yan. But so may problema ang Smartmatic because di ba sila yan eh. So did they before escalating it to the NBank, did they escalate it first to Smartmatic?
Kasi they're supposed to provide the technical support for
ang
matters
paliwanag
like that.
naman ni Jeff, di ba sabi mo, nandiyan ang Smartmatic. Hindi lang
Yes,
nagsasalita
actually
sa media, no?
Actually po kanina, parang katulong na rin po nila yung Smartmatic to solve the problem. Unfortunately, yun po, parang hindi pa rin po yata na-address yung problema.
Alright. O sige. Well, anyway, unless Jeff, meron ka pang
Pero Pia, can we be assured that there is nothing fishy going on other than just a plain IT problem?
Transparent naman po sila sa media. Lahat po ng mga ginagalaw nila sa system, pinapakita po sa amin. So, I think wala naman pong problema.
Okay, so parang
The problem is the COMELEC server receives data, but they cannot transfer
it sa
to the
media
other servers. Is that the problem?
Oh, yun daw. Yun ang problema.
They cannot transfer po dun sa, yun nga po, papunta dun sa
PPCR
media, tsaka po sa parties.
Because ang tapos
Dapat
ng
instant
transmission
siya.
sabay.
Okay. Well, anyway, Jeff, sige, thank you very much. Jeff Gregorio, CNN Philippines IT. Tama ba? CNN Philippines System Administrator. Salamat, Jeff. Thank you for explaining that to us. Of course, we're still trying to get a COMELEC, preferably the chairman. Who knows? Maybe they're going to hold a press conference or something. They need to explain this.
It's going to be a long night.
Edwin was talking about crisis. There's got to be contingency plans here. I mean, you cannot just stop.
You know, the other solution, which is not digital, is just to print it out. I mean, if you're gonna wait for it to be fixed,
Manually add it up.
yeah, just do it, print it out and send it to media.
Yeah,
I mean,
because
that's a alternative solution, I suppose.
yeah, and the longer it gets delayed, the more people speculate and that there's something fishy going on and all that. Yeah.
Although, perhaps I think it's best for us to say, let's not speculate.
Yeah,
definitely.
And the way Jeff Gregory was explaining it, it is an IT, it looks like an IT problem. And so far, what you can see is parang transparent naman sila. So, maghihintay na lang tayo. But
Like we said, the solution is for somebody authoritative in COMELEC to speak authoritatively on the subject matter. Either the IT, Earl, by the way, Commissioner Pareño is an IT guy. He could do so with the chair.
Oh, maybe they're waiting until, because inakyat daw sa
Bank.
baka nagmi-meeting pa sila, hindi natin alam. But we hope to hear from them very soon. Hindi naman kailangan interview lang na isa. Mag-press conference na sila para matanong lahat at malinaw lahat. Okay, we're going to look at the, kanina binanggit na nga ni AC, no? We have the results from as of 6:30 p.m. We're just going to do a little review of that. We're going to show it now. Is that what we're going to show first? The 6:30, as of 6:30 p.m. results of PPCRV, the senatorial race. Cynthia Villar, Grace Poe, sorry,
Still the same.
PPCRV, CNN Philippines, Bongo, Pia Cayetano, Bato de la Rosa. I'm sorry, I didn't read the other names. Francis Tolentino is at number 9. Nancy Binay, Bong Revilla, JV Ejercito Estrada, Bam Aquino, Coco Pimentel, Jinggoy Estrada, and Mar Rojas, followed by Serge Osmeña, Doc Willie Ong, Jiggy Manicad, and Dong Mangudadatu. That is, sorry, not 6:30, as of 6:05 p.m. That is what we have for the senatorial race. Now, just a while ago, you were speaking to a CNN Philippines system administrator. His name is Jeff Gregorio, and he is at the PPCRV. He's explaining to us that there is data. There's a large file in the COMELEC transparency server. There's just an IT issue about how they're going to transfer it or dump it doon sa mga media servers. And just a while ago, Edwin Lasherde here was proposing, then maybe you can just print out the results and manually add them, hand them over to PPCRV, I guess, no? And media at the same time, a request for agad-agad na magpaliwanag ang COMELEC, kung hindi interview, a press conference. Hopefully that will happen because, like Jeff Gregorio was explaining, the PPCRV and Smartmatic was saying that this has been elevated to the bank. Perhaps they are meeting at the moment, but we're going to see. Malu, anything?
Well, I just got a field report in the Pitan. 29 VCMs are all not working.
29 out
In
of
the Pitan.
Okay.
Alone.
Zamboanga del Norte.
Yes, that's a city that's out of 50.
Oh my. Oh my, okay, that's more than half of the VCMs there. All right, so we have that is the very latest we have. This is unfortunate. We thought that at this point we would be reporting at least 70 to 80%. Again, back in 2016 at 8 p.m., 60% transmission. By midnight, I remember, of 2016, midnight of election day, Grace Poe was already conceding the election at that time, and she was number 3 at that time. But, we'll stand by. We'll see what we can get from COMELEC in terms of an explanation as to what is going on. Now, from here, what we're going to do next first is we're going to go to Pauline Versosa. We're going to do a little bit, we'll check what's going on in social media. And Pauline, maybe you can tell us now, maybe there's something there, no? People are talking about the results apart from what you already have. Well, the delay in the report of the results.
Well, Pia, we are seeing a lot of reactions on social media as we await the results of this year's midterm polls. Now, here are some of them. So we have this Twitter user, Albert Lirio. He reminds fellow Filipinos that our duty does not end on election day. The netizen says, today is just the start for us to develop greater love for the country. Tuloy ang laban, manalo man o hindi. Mark Anthony Marquez is closely watching this senatorial race. He hopes the candidates he voted will enter the top 12. Marquez writes, quote, sana bukas may big switch sa standing ng mga senatoriables, unquote. Meantime, this netizen commends the teachers and volunteers who helped make the midterm elections possible. Nearly 37,000 schools have been tapped as precincts today, while more than 500,000 teachers and education department personnel are on poll duty. She's among tens of millions of Filipinos who voted today. Stay in the loop by visiting our social media accounts as we bring you the partial and unofficial tally of votes. You can also be a part of the conversation by tagging us and by using the hashtag #TheFilipinoVotes. I'm Pauline Verzosa. Back to you, Pia.
Okay, thanks, Pauline. We hope next time you come back, you have more for us in terms of what people are saying about this delay in the report of the results. This IT issue that's going on with the COMELEC server. But before that, we're going to go to we're going to go first to a break, and then we'll get more updates from the many interesting local races here in Metro Manila. We'll take a short break. You're watching a CNN Philippines special presentation, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the CNN Philippines special presentation, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. I'm Pia Ontiveros. Still with me, Malu Diquia, political strategist, Edwin Lacerda, and Danilo Arao. We're supposed to go to a discussion. At this time, we would have been talking results and updated numbers, but apparently that is not happening. Just a while ago, we got confirmation that there is a problem with the COMELEC server. In short and simple language, hindi ma-transfer, hindi mailipat ang data mula COMELEC server papunta sa media server PPCRV. It's a bit of a letdown. And right now, like a while ago, Edwin Lacerda, di ba, you were suggesting they i-print out nyo na lang, tapos i-manual count yung, ano yan, calculator, scientific calculator. But anyway, in the last few years, every now and then somebody would talk about, let's go back to manual. Pero itong mga taong nagsasabi nito, alam ba nila kung ano yung manual elections?
It's very hard. It's
not
very hard
exactly
because
something we want to do, right?
No, because every step of the phases of voting is held captive if we go manual.
Right.
I've seen manual, and it's not good for everyone because all of us are stressed. We do not know what's going to happen.
And some are outright cheat.
And you see really the military guarding the ballot boxes. Nuns crying, praying the rosary. Come on, we're better as a nation if we continue on automated, but hopefully learn from
this. Pero
4 cycles na kasi pero parang hindi na natututo. And there was one point that was said about COMELEC being modernized. And COMELEC should, if we are adopting a system, COMELEC should modernize and learn more management principles than legal. Because right now, the lawyers are out with the automation. So, yung proseso has to be managed. It's logistical nightmare to ship all these things. It's it's testing equipments. It's time and motion.
Yeah, okay. So we need more IT, we need more high-tech people than lawyers in COMELEC.
Yeah. And let's stop thinking about shifting to manual.
Yeah.
Because manual is the surest way to derail democracy.
Yeah, that's true. Manual was, pwede mong dagdagan yung mga boto sa ER. May nakita na sa ER, sa
pero yun,
certificate
ang kagandahan nun, may proof.
Pero
dala nila yung makakapal. Ma'am, ito yung binentang ganyan. It's terrible.
Terrible. End of discussion.
Yeah, but interestingly, not that I'm in favor of going back to manual, but in other countries it works. For example, Japan, which is highly progressive, it's still manual on the premise that the vote is so sacred that they cannot trust machines to do that for us. So I think in the Philippines, whether it's manual or automated, I think it's overall the culture. Of money politics and all that. So that's why
our culture cannot accommodate
manual
return
or
to
automatic.
manual elections.
Yeah, manual and automatic because we have that problem right now. And and it's far from perfect if we look at the past 4 election cycles. And of course, it's still too early to tell, but this might be the worst insofar as automated election system would be concerned.
Edwin?
Danny was talking about the culture. I was thinking, the Filipino culture is how do you game the system? Whether it's manual or automated, somebody tries to find a way to to game the system. And
You're not saying someone's gaming the system now.
no, not this one, because we've seen in 2016 that it could be, we can have a successful AES. We've done a number of reforms. But problema lang, we don't have enough time and motion, we don't have enough preparations, stress tests, engineering simulations, to all these logistics lang. For instance, we're an archipelago, the logistics of transferring all these machines, plus the maintenance. We don't have a maintenance culture, by the way. We build something nice and we don't maintain. So this perhaps is also a problem of culture. So whatever the situation is, but one thing for sure is that we cannot just sit on our laurels. We have to keep on improving whatever the system. But definitely, I agree that we shouldn't go back to a manual form of elections. It's just too bad for us.
Yeah, end of discussion. No further discussion on that.
But there's even blockchain. People are going into blockchain, giving IDs to. I mean, this is being tested as we talk.
Yeah.
The blockchain will tell you who's tinkering on the system, who's trying to create a backlog, who's trying to change. I mean, you will all be captured by the blockchain. It's just that people in COMELEC doesn't want that. You know, when you want accountability and transparency, this is one-day event that is very essential to a republic. But when you are like 4 hours delayed and we're waiting for no one to talk to us, I mean, it doesn't speak well of the leadership in COMELEC.
And this is what we mean when people on social media, even young people, say, let's guard our vote. Yes, let's guard our vote. that vote that is there in that COMELEC server. All right, you know, kanina pinag-uusapan natin yung mga local races, and a lot of the local races have been wrapped up already, and there are going to be proclamations already left and right, and we already know who's winning. Again, a very unusual situation where we don't have the national results yet, but we'll get to that in a bit. But since we're on the issue of local races, we're going to go to Makati, where although no official pronouncement and no proclamation yet, it looks like things are in favor for the incumbent mayor, Abby Binay, in that city. Joyce Ilas is joining us live from there. Joyce?
Yes, Pia, as of 9 in the evening today, 97% of election results have already been received by the Makati Board of Canvassers. And so far, incumbent Mayor Abby Binay still leads by a wide margin against her brother, former Makati Mayor June Binay. So far, she has 173,000 votes versus June Binay's 95,000. Abby is leading by 78,000 votes. Now, this is already 96%, or rather 97% of the votes cast for Makati Mayor. Now, as for the congressional race, Kid Peña still leads in Makati 1st District Representative race. Peña got 68,114 votes, while former Vice President Jojo Binay is still behind by about 5,000 votes. He currently has almost 62,000 votes as of now. Now, we are still awaiting results from just about 9 clustered precincts at this point. Now, for Makati 2nd District Representative race, incumbent Makati 2nd District Representative Luis Campos, also the husband of Abby Binay, is still leading against King Yabut. Campos has 88,000 votes, while Yabut has 61,000 votes. Now, for Vice Mayor Abby Binay's running mate Monique Lagdameo is still leading by a wide margin against Junjun Binay's running mate Monsur Del Rosario. Now, as of now, the Makati Board of Canvassers has ordered COMELEC and the Department of Education to check or to know what happened or what is the situation in the last precincts which have yet to transmit their results. And just a few minutes ago, we were able to talk to one of the officials of Makati Mayor Abby Binay's staff, and he said that they are now planning to move to lower the threshold required for the announcement of for the proclamation of winners of the local elections here in Makati. Now, if the Board of Canvassers agree to that, there is a chance that they will no longer wait for 100% or for all of the election results, for 100% of the election results to be received before they proclaim a winner. Pia.
All right, Joyce Ilas there reporting live from Makati. No proclamation yet, but it looks like it's going to be Abby Binay. We're going now to another city here in Metro Manila where the winner has been proclaimed in San Juan City, dislodging the Estrada dynasty. Tristan Odalo, our Tristan Odalo is with Mayor-elect Francis Zamora. I'm told that he's been proclaimed. Tristan? Okay, so we'll go straight to Francis Zamora. Mayor-elect Francis Zamora, before anything else, congratulations. Did you think that this was at all possible, or how possible was this?
Hello, Danny.
Okay, I don't think he can hear us, right? Francis? Mayor Francis Zamora?
Tinatawag ka ni Pia.
I can't hear.
Mahina, nakasan.
Okay, we're going to fix that audio issue with Francis Zamora. He is Mayor-elect of San Juan. He has been proclaimed just about 4 hours since the polls closed. Do we have Francis Zamora and Tristan Odalo already? Okay, balikan na lang natin. But yeah. Okay, so local races here in Metro Manila, very interesting among them. Like we said, Francis Zamora, he's the son of Ronnie Zamora. Ronnie Zamora, a longtime ally and a friend, and once the executive secretary of ERAP Estrada. His son, Francis, ran for mayor against Janela Estrada, who is the daughter of former Senator Jinggoy Estrada and the granddaughter of ERAP Estrada. As a matter of fact, ERAP himself said that hindi dapat mawalang Estrada sa San Juan. But tonight, that is exactly what is happening. Francis Zamora has been proclaimed as mayor-elect of San Juan City. We're going to go back now to San Juan. Yeah, Mayor-elect Francis Zamora, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Pia. Good evening, and good evening to everyone watching.
Yeah, good evening. Well, you know, I interviewed you several weeks ago. Did you think that this was possible at all? Did you think a victory tonight was possible?
Yes, actually, if you remember, I told you during the interview that in 2016, we only lost by 1,000 votes. And that's what prompted me to fight for change once again, this 2019. And tonight, I'm very thankful that the Lord has blessed us with victory. And I'm very thankful to the people of San Juan for trusting me and believing in me. And it's now time to change the city. Yung pinaglalaban naming makabagong San Juan, ito na po yun, magsisimula na. Kaya ako'y nagpapasalamat sa lahat po ng sumuporta sa atin, sa lahat ng naniwala, sa lahat po na nakipaglaban para mabago natin ang dakilang lungsod ng San Juan.
Francis, this is the first time that the mayor of San Juan does not bear the name Estrada, and it is you who dislodged them, or dislodged that dynasty.
Yes, since 1969, San Juan has been under their family, and right now they won't reach 50 years. They will only control San Juan for 49 years, so that 49-year reign has ended tonight.
Okay, and your father, Ronnie Zamora, running for Congress also, was he proclaimed also, or that hasn't happened yet, but his lead, he has quite a lead against over Edu Manzano, correct?
Yes, both of us are leading by almost 11,000 votes. We're just waiting to be formally proclaimed here at the San Juan Gym.
Oh, I see. Okay. So hindi ka pa pala na-proclaim. Okay. Teka, just to clarify that, hindi ka pa pala na-proclaim. Sorry, na-proclaim na kita. Mali yung info. Naku, Diyos ko, nauna pa tayo sa canvassers. No. I take that back. So, very sorry about that. All right, just to clarify. Okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, you know, kanina kausap ko rin si Isko Moreno, no? Who's winning the race by a wide margin in the city of Manila, no? As mayor against ERAP Estrada and Fred Lim. And I was telling him, I was asking him na, syempre, ang taas na ngayon ng expectations ng tao, no? And I think the same can be said about you, because you have promised quite a lot, and you have just dislodged a dynasty. And there are a lot of people in San Juan, not just in San Juan, but all over the country who are looking at you and watching you, right?
Yes, that's true. No, nung kampanya naman sinasabi ko, ako handa na maging mayor ng San Juan. I served as city councilor from 2007 to 2010. I served as vice mayor from 2010 to 2016. In 2016, in spite of my loss, I continued to serve San Juan as the head of the Congressional District Office of Congressman Noni Zamora. So I have with me a 15-year experience because in 2004, this is the same office I handled for my father. So I've been serving San Juan for the last 50 years, and I know I'm capable. I know I have the experience needed to become a good mayor of the city of San Juan.
But you don't have any intention of starting a Zamora dynasty, right?
No,
Tatanong lang.
my dad, this will be my dad's last term in Congress. Definitely his last. He's now 74 years old. Once he finishes his last 3 years, he will be 77, and he has already declared that that will be his retirement already. So I will just be all alone here in San Juan, but I will fulfill all the promises that we made the past campaign season, and I will make sure that everything we said, we will do.
All right. Have you spoken to Janela Estrada or Edu Manzano? Or hindi na kayo nag-uusap?
Not yet. Actually, all of this is happening so fast. It's really unbelievable. It's like a dream. So we're just enjoying every minute of this.
A dream that you wouldn't want to wake up from. What about Gia Gomez?
No, I haven't spoken to any of the Estrada family members yet. Actually, the results came in so fast at around 6:15. The results came in left and right, and I was surprised that by around 6:45, towards 7 p.m., there was already almost 90% of the votes canvassed. So all of this is happening so fast. I didn't imagine that this would happen like this.
Yeah,
so
well,
I'm still actually in shock.
Oh, na-shock and awe ka, ha? Okay. What about your candidates for councilor? Ano ba? Panalo ba sila lahat?
There is still no official... No, wala pang results councilor. Yung congressman at ang mayor ang meron na. So, iniintay ko pa rin yun. So, we're still waiting for the official results. Actually, what they're flashing now here at the canvassing center are the results for congressman and mayor only.
I see. Okay. Kanina, when you were giving us a litany of the positions you've held, what you've done already, I thought at the very end you would end by saying Animo LaSalle because you're a LaSalle Green Archer. But anyway, well, soon to be Mayor Francis Zamora, thank you very much for joining us. And well, congratulations. And well, you know, everybody will be watching you. So best of luck to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Bia.
All right, maraming salamat. Francis Zamora, soon to be proclaimed mayor of the city of San Juan, dislodging the Estrada dynasty, exactly what former President Joseph Estrada said he didn't want to happen. Erap himself losing in the race for mayor of the city of Manila. He's lost to Isko Moreno. It's a 150,000 plus vote lead. Also, we're waiting for other results of the local races here in Metro Manila. Among the more interesting ones, of course, from Pasig and also Makati. Abby Binay is said to be poised to win that race also. Okay, let's do a quick, just a quick analysis. Edwin is smiling. Natawa lang ako kanina kay Francis nung sinabi niya at 6:15, 6:45, pumapasok na yung mga resulta. I wanted to say, sana ganun din sa national. Ano? Edwin, Danny?
Yeah. In terms of what? Or
San Juan muna. Huwag na natin pag-usapan yung Comelec server. Wala pa tayong magawa doon.
In fairness to the Estradas, they've governed San Juan very efficiently. I think, if I remember, JV Ejercito governed it the best. I remember he was, in fact, I was telling him, I tweeting him in these last elections, mag-mayor ka na lang, you're a very good mayor. But unfortunately, maybe this present candidate wasn't well known. The only time I see her is when I watch movies in the promenade, and they have ads, vice mayor ads about San Juan. But that's the only time I've seen her. It's always Gia Gomez who's in the limelight. So there was not much exposure for Janela. So in fact, I didn't know that I wasn't very clear kanino bang anak ito. So, but Francis Zamora is pretty well
Anak ni
known.
Jingo yon, si Janela.
Exactly nga. So, but yun na nga. So, and the machinery of Francis Zamora, I saw on the ground was very, very efficient. It caused so much traffic, but it was, I mean,
So much traffic in the very narrow streets of San Juan.
No, the wide streets, like for instance, Paterno, they would, and then there's a squatter area that they go there. They block off the road, and you'd see people really teeming with supporters of Francis Zamora. He had a well-oiled machinery in the local, and I guess he was really prepared for this fight. So that perhaps brought him victory.
Well, on one hand, I think it's a statement against political dynasty, but at the same time, it's also worrying that it might give rise to another one, even if the older Zamora, I understand, will be retiring after the 3-year term in Congress. So I guess we should only hope that this will not result in a new dynasty.
Okay, although kanina, di ba, Malu, you were saying na meron namang mga dynasties who are able to produce young...
She refuses to disclose.
Totoo pala yung, quote-unquote, there are good dynasties. Anyway, puntahan muna natin yung Manila election results coming in there. Our correspondent, Caroline Bonquin, joining us on the phone. From there, Caroline? Live na. Okay, go ahead. Caroline.
Almost 93%. Yes, Pia, almost 93% of the election returns from 1,394 cluster precincts here in Manila have already been transmitted, and Isko Moreno is still leading the mayoralty race with 329,413 votes. This is 136,650 vote lead over incumbent Mayor Joseph Estrada, who now has 192,763 votes. Former Mayor Alfredo Lee, meanwhile, has 127,237 votes. For Vice Mayoralty race, Honey Lacuna is still taking the lead at 360,327 votes. ERAP's running mate Amado Bagatsing falls behind Lacuna. He's at the second place with 247,580 votes. The transmission of votes have somehow slowed down in the past hour, and the City Board of Canvassers say that they're now checking the situation in some precincts in districts 1, 2, 3, and 4 to determine what's causing the delay. Pia.
All right, Caroline Bonquin there reporting live from Manila, where Isko Moreno is far and away a very wide lead over Joseph Erap Estrada, who was a longtime mayor, the former president also. We spoke to Isko Moreno about an hour and a half ago, and we're going to do a little review of, run that interview with him right now.
Ayoko naman pong pangunahan, maghihintay naman po tayo kung yung mga darating na boto pa. Pero tayo ay nagpapasalamat sa Diyos kahit pa paano po ay talagang lumilinaw na po itong laban na ito. Masaya po kami dahil naunawaan ng tao, lumiwanag sa isipan ng tao yung tunay na sitwasyon ng Maynila.
One of Moreno's campaign promises is to bring back Manila to its former glory. While he admits it's a huge task, Moreno says he is not backing down from this challenge. All right, we're going to go to a very brief break. You're watching the CNN Philippines special coverage, the Filipino Votes midterm elections 2019. Stay with us for more developing stories. Be right back. Welcome back. You're watching the CNN Philippines special coverage, the Filipino Votes midterm elections 2019. At this point, what we've been told is that there is some sort of a problem with the COMELEC server. It cannot transfer, or it has challenges transferring a huge amount of data to the media servers, the PPCRV server, and that is the reason why we're told that the PPCRV partial and unofficial count has not moved since 6:30 this evening. It is now 10:31. That is 4 hours since the last results came in. We are waiting for official word from the COMELEC as to exactly what has happened, but we've also been told that this matter has been elevated to the NBank. We are presuming that the NBank is meeting, which is why there is as yet no official announcement from COMELEC as to what is going to happen next. We have asked for an interview with Chairman Sharif Abbas, or even the COMELEC spokesperson, James Jimenez, or at the very least, if they want to, they can hold a full press conference so that all media networks can air that, because we need to explain what is going on. In 2016, like I've been saying, like a broken record, at 8 o'clock in the evening, PPCRV was reporting 60% transmission. And at this point, what we have are very, very small numbers. However, there's been a lot of action in the local races, especially here in Metro Manila. Many of the races being called already. Just a while ago, we were speaking to Francis Zamora, who is going to be proclaimed in moments from now as the new mayor of the city of San Juan that has long been held by the Estrada family. Running against Francis was Janela Estrada, the daughter of Senator Jinggoy Estrada and the granddaughter of Erap Estrada, who himself said na, quote, hindi dapat mawala ang Estrada sa San Juan. But that is, well, now it's his worst nightmare. That is exactly what has happened. Erap Estrada himself is coming in a far second to Isko Moreno in the race for mayor of the city of Manila. And coming in third in that race is Fred Lim. Isko Moreno was a former vice mayor, also a former councilor, and he has 100,000+ vote lead over Erap Estrada. Also in Makati, Abby Binay beating her own brother, Junjun Binay. Abby is incumbent mayor. Junjun Binay trying to make a comeback. Many people have said that that was a sibling rivalry gone ballistic. Ballistic is a word you can use to describe what happened a few weekends ago at a church forum where the two quarreled openly in public. And now, so we are here at this point at 10:33 in the evening of election day. Still no word, official word from the COMELEC as to the national results. We're talking of the senatorial race and the party list race. Still with us here in the studio, of course, Malu Tikia, political strategist. Is it correct? Tindig? Filipinas. Edwin Lacerda, also former spokesperson for former President Noynoy Aquino, and Edwin, erstwhile coup platter. Just to wake you up. And Danilo Araw of Contra Daya. So now, we are 4.5 hours since the polls closed, and at this time, normally we're all excited because the numbers are coming in and we're doing all this analysis about bakit bumagsak si ganito, si ganyan, sa senatorial race, and we don't have that right now.
Yeah.
So your thoughts now, Danny Araw?
Well, of course, just like any ordinary person, I'm getting impatient with the process, and of course, this puts into question the integrity of whatever results will come out, hopefully in the morning, if it can be possible. So it's hard to speculate at this point. But fortunately, at least at the local races, we see certain movements, certain results, and we see some political statements against political dynasties, at least in some areas. But you know, Pia, I would be especially interested about developments in Taguig because I want to see if really the Cayetanos would be able to get a foothold there. And it's an interesting case study where
Foothold
the husband
lang ba? Four footholds yata.
But that Taguig would be an interesting case study at this point.
Okay, Edwin Lacerda.
This situation right now, I think COMELEC did not anticipate this sort of a problem. Otherwise, they would have, if this was anticipated, they would have found a
Dapat may
solution.
backup ka agad no?
Either a backup.
Something would have kicked in right away.
Yes, so obviously there's something wrong. They didn't anticipate this, so it's not part of their potential problem analysis. So this is where we are right now. But moving forward, I suppose COMELEC should try to anticipate, simulate all possible problems, both either pre-election and post-election in terms of transmission. We were also concerned about the integrity of the counting machines, but we've taken at least COMELEC took for granted the transmission. Ang may kasabi, I was telling Malu kanina sa break, ang kwento dito sa AES is, ang dayaan nangyayari before it's transmitted. After it's transmitted, wala nang problema. So apparently, I'm not saying that there is dayaan, but here's a problem where they did not anticipate. And that's why we say we're here right now.
Yeah, well, interesting because I remember the whole day, all these reports about VCMs. Parang lahat ng attention ng tao nandun sa VCM. Yung VCM
Right.
yan, hindi ganyan, ano. Tapos, ganitong aberyang malaki, ito pala yung magpapahinto temporarily. Di ba?
You know what's funny is that we don't even know whether the results from all the provinces already came in. You're not even saying we're at 50%, we're at 60%, I'm sorry, something went wrong with our server, but we're actually receiving. You have to say that because at the ground, nakakagulo sila because the VCMs are not working. So technically, under their resolution, which talks about contingency, if you cannot transmit from your polling precinct, you have to transfer. Physically carry the VCM, put it to that precinct that was able to transmit. If that precinct cannot transmit, you bring the VCM to the MBOC, Municipal Board of Canvassing. You remove the CD card, place it in the CCVS, the canvassing software, on the laptop of that MBOC. If we don't have data, ilan na ba yung nakapag-transmit?
Yeah.
People below are saying, we're almost about to finish.
Right.
So what is happening? I mean, either they were able to transmit, remember, they're printing 8 receipts before transmission, then the 22 receipts after transmission. So technically, they all have this copy because the poll watchers were trained to secure those receipts.
I guess we can presume that they were able to transmit kasi nga, ang napakalaki ng data file na nandun sa COMELEC server ngayon, di ba?
So magtataka ka naman kung 90% pumasok ng alas 7. Considering the problems with the VCM and the SD. You cannot transmit if there is a problem with the VCM and the SD. So technically, sa field level, dinadala nila ngayon sa MBOC. So may clog. May bottleneck sa NBOC, hindi mo ngayon alam saan nagagaling yung transmission. Ako, ang suggestion ko lang sa COMELEC, humarap at sabihin, 90% transmitted na. Ang problema nasa server natin. Di lahat ng tao makakahinga. Lahat ng taong nasa baba makakahinga. Eh kung tayo lahat nakatanga dito at walang nagsasabi, walang man lang humaharap sa taong bayan at sabihin na, uy, nasa 50% pa lang tayo ha? Uy, nasa 60% pa lang tayo. Para tayo naghihintay sa wala. And everyone wants the results.
You know, talking about the extent of the file that's already with COMELEC, we got reports at least more or less 71% na, mga ganun. Pero nothing from COMELEC is officially announcing this. But we get reports, or maybe your reporters in COMELEC would be able to get it, but nobody's telling your reporters as well. But that's the problem of the absence of information, which gives rise to speculation. As much as we're told not to speculate, but the more absent you are, the more people would, nature abhors a vacuum.
The
So
vacuum.
there's a vacuum.
The theory of the vacuum. Okay. Something is going to fill it. But anyway, we're going to fill that vacuum for now. Sandali lang, about Quezon City muna, because 10 candidates are running for mayor of that city at this time. Vice Mayor Joy Belmonte, the daughter of Sonny Belmonte, former Speaker Belmonte, is poised to win. We have our CNR Kanghel on the ground. CN, what is the latest there?
Pia, Vice Mayor Joy Belmonte is leading the mayoralty race in Quezon City as election results continue to come in. As of 10 p.m., Belmonte is ahead with over 445,701 votes. In second place is Congressman Bing Bong Crisologo with 346,931 votes. It's followed by former Congressman Chuck Matay with 18,037 votes. Meanwhile, the vice mayoralty race is turning out to be a close fight. Councilor Gian Soto, who is running alongside Belmonte, is leading with 363,477 votes, followed by lawyer Jopet Tison with 326,232 votes. 95% of clustered precincts in Quezon City have already transmitted the voting results as of 10 p.m. And with Belmonte enjoying a lead of over 100,000 over Crisologo, her camp is asking the Board of Canvassers to lower the threshold of votes needed to proclaim her as Quezon City's mayor. Comelec Quezon City Chair Maria Ann Gonzalez, however, says the motion of Belmonte's camp will have to be resolved by the NBank. Tia?
Cian Arcangel there reporting from Quezon City, where Joy Belmonte has handily defeated 9 other candidates for mayor of that city. Among those 9, including Bing Bong Crisologo, who last night was arrested for obstruction of justice, just as some of his supporters were allegedly, according to the police, in the act of buying some votes. There is a case for that also. In the meantime, we're going to do a little review, run a bit of that interview we had with Francis Zamora, who is, or probably now has already been proclaimed mayor of San Juan City.
Yes, actually, if you remember, I told you during the interview that in 2016, we only lost by 1,000 votes. And that's what prompted me to fight for change once again this 2019. And tonight, I'm very thankful that the Lord has blessed us with victory. And I'm very thankful to the people of San Juan for trusting me and believing in me. And it's now time to change the city. Yung pinaglalaban naming makabagong San Juan, ito na po yun, magsisimula na. Kaya ako'y nagpapasalamat sa lahat po ng sumuporta sa atin, sa lahat ng naniwala, sa lahat po na nakipaglaban para mabago natin ang dakilang lungsod ng San Juan.
Francis, this is the first time that the mayor of San Juan does not bear the name Estrada, and it is you who dislodged them, or dislodged that dynasty.
Yes, since 1969, San Juan has been under their family, and right now they won't reach 50 years. They will only control San Juan for 49 years, so that 49-year reign has ended tonight.
Okay, and your father, Ronnie Zamora, running for Congress also, was he proclaimed also, or that hasn't happened yet, but his lead, he has quite a lead against over Edu Manzano, correct?
Yes, both of us are leading by almost 11,000 votes. We're just waiting to be formally proclaimed here at the San Juan Gym.
Oh, I see. Okay. So hindi ka pa pala na-proclaim. Okay. Teka, just to clarify that, hindi ka pa pala na-proclaim. Sorry, na-proclaim na kita. Mali yung info. Naku, Diyos ko, nauna pa tayo sa canvassers. No. I take that back. So, very sorry about that. All right, just to clarify. Okay.
It's okay.
Yeah, you know, kanina kausap ko rin si Isko Moreno, no? Who's winning the race by a wide margin in the city of Manila, no? As mayor, against Erap Estrada and Fred Lim. And I was telling him, I was asking him na, syempre, ang taas na ngayon ng expectations ng tao, no? And I think the same can be said about you, because you have promised quite a lot, and you have just dislodged a dynasty. And there are a lot of people in San Juan, not just in San Juan, but all over the country, who are looking at you and watching you, right?
Yes, that's true. No, nung kampanya naman sinasabi ko, ako handa na maging mayor ng San Juan. I served as city councilor from 2007 to 2010. I served as vice mayor from 2010 to 2016. In 2016, in spite of my loss, I continued to serve San Juan as the head of the Congressional District Office of Congressman Noni Zamora. So I have with me a 15-year experience because in 2004, this is the same office I handled for my father. So I've been serving San Juan for the last 50 years, and I know I'm capable. I know I have the experience needed to become a good mayor of the city of San Juan.
But you don't have any intention of starting a Zamora dynasty, right?
No,
Tatanong lang.
my dad, this will be my dad's last term in Congress. Definitely his last. He's now 74 years old. Once he finishes his last 3 years, he will be 77, and he has already declared that that will be his retirement already. So I will just be all alone here in San Juan, but I will fulfill all the promises that we made the past campaign season, and I will make sure that everything we said, we will do.
All right. Have you spoken to Janela Estrada or Edu Manzano? Or hindi na kayo nag-uusap?
Not yet. Actually, all of this is happening so fast. It's really unbelievable. It's like a dream. So we're just enjoying every minute of this.
A dream that you wouldn't want to wake up from. What about Gia Gomez?
No, I haven't spoken to any of the Estrada family members yet. Actually, the results came in so fast at around 6:15. The results came in left and right, and I was surprised that by around 6:45, towards 7 p.m., there was already almost 90% of the votes canvassed. So all of this is happening so fast. I didn't imagine that this would happen like this.
Yeah,
so
well,
I'm still actually in shock.
Oh, na-shock and awe ka, ha? Okay. What about your candidates for councilor? Ano ba? Panalo ba sila lahat?
There is still no official... No, wala pang results councilor. Yung congressman at ang mayor ang meron na. So, iniintay ko pa rin yun. So, we're still waiting for the official results. Actually, what they're flashing now here at the canvassing center are the results for congressman and mayor only.
I see. Okay. Kanina, when you were giving us a litany of the positions you've held, what you've done already, I thought at the very end you would end by saying Animo Lasal because you're a Lasal Green Archer. But anyway, well, soon to be Mayor Francis Zamora, thank you very much for joining us, and well, congratulations, and well, you know, everybody will be watching you. So best of luck to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Bia.
From one soon-to-be young mayor-elect of a city here in Metro Manila to another, we're going to run that interview we had with Isko Moreno, who is poised to become the new mayor of the city of Manila.
Ay, magandang gabi po sa inyo lahat, nanonood sa CNN at sa mga kababayan natin.
So, sir, 85.2% of the precincts reporting, is that correct? And you are leading by how many votes? 100,000?
100,000 plus po.
100,000
More or
votes.
less about 120, 130.
Meron pa bang pag-asa si Erap Estrada na humabol sa iyo?
Well, mathematically, pag kinuwenta natin yung remaining, wala na po halos. Ano? Pero ayoko naman pong pangunahan. Maghihintay naman po tayo kung yung mga darating na boto pa. Pero tayo nagpapasalamat sa Diyos kahit pa paano po ay talagang lumilinaw na po itong laban na ito.
Oh, ang laki ng lamang nyo, no, kay Erap Estrada at of course kay Fred Lim. What do you attribute this to?
Naging ano lang po kami, naging totoo lang kami sa kampanya namin when we made our promise noong October 12 na itataas natin yung uri ng kampanya. Pinanindigan naman po namin. So what we did every night, every day, sinasabi lang namin yung aming plans, aspirations, and dreams. So we did try to have a very decent campaign. comparatively to the other side. No? Medyo iba yung naging approach nila. And masaya-masaya ko kami dahil naunawaan ng tao, lumiwanag sa isipan ng tao yung tunay na sitwasyon ng Maynila. So ganun lang po ang ginawa namin. Pinaliwanag namin sa ating mga kababayan sa lungsod kung anong katatayuan ng Maynila kumpara to Metro Manila.
Kung tuloy-tuloy itong trend, no, Isko, with this 85.2% reporting and that very huge lead, this may mean the partial siguro end of the Estrada dynasty, and also this means that you beat two veteran politicians, Joseph Estrada and Fred Lim.
May awa po ang Diyos. Sana nga po magtuloy-tuloy na po ito. At kung ganun nga po, siguro talagang nagiging iba na rin ang trend ng mga botante ngayon. As you can see, marami ring mga bata na talagang nag-excel this election at marami pong tinamaan na dynasty, no? Sa Metro Manila. Siguro yun nga rin po ang nararamdaman ng tao. Kaya ito po, kung sakali po papalarin tayo officially tonight, malaking hamon po ito sa amin na kaming mga bata, magpatunay naman sa mga sinabi namin noong kampanya. And I think people are expecting more from us. So, may awaan Diyos. Ipagdasal nyo kami na maging mabuti kaming lingkod bayan. No? Kailangan din namin, lalo na kayo sa media, we really wanted to sell again Manila, as the capital of the country.
The Pearl of the Orient, sabi mo, di ba?
The Pearl of the Orient. It was then that alam naman natin, hindi makakaila sa ating mga manonood, yung mga nanay, tatay natin na they're very proud because they are Manilans. So these are the challenges. The deterioration na yan ang unang-unang kailangan namin tugunan kung sakasakali. And then of course, the basic needs that are being deprived to our citizens. So in our own little way, we will do our best. Maaga pa naman masyado. But magkaganon man po ito, basta pagbubutihan po namin. Huwag po kayo masyadong mag-alala in our own little way. Magbubuti po tayo.
Well, sir, it's a good thing you brought up those words. So hope, expectations, challenge, napakataas ng expectation sa inyo. You had a very good message for your campaign. The plans you have for Manila, and I remember you told me in that interview na you won't be able to do everything in one term, in 3 years, but you need to hit the ground running and you need to show something in the first few months,
3 years.
di ba?
Opo. Totoo po yun. Yung ating basic plan o yung immediate, what we call social amelioration program, kailangan maramdaman yan in the next 12 months. Especially with the new leadership, halimbawa po sa Manila. So the remainders of the 6 months for the calendar year budget of 2019 is only a succession budget. So what we're going to do, if given a chance, get elected, we will prepare the budget for the 2020 with regard to social amelioration or poverty alleviation program, plus alongside with our 10-year program o yung ating infrastructure physical development ng Manila for jobs, for tourism, and traffic. Yun talaga as we promise.
At kanina dito pinag-uusapan ng mga analysts yung basura. So
basura.
Kung ikaw nga ang pagpapalain, so kailan ba? Bukas na ba or
sana
after
po
you take
mamaya
over?
para makatulog na po ang lahat. Kasi there is what we call, ayoko naman ng pangunahan, but there is what we call the highly improbable, the concept of highly improbable. Pwede na rin naman umakto ang COMELEC para na rin sa kapanatagan ng mga both sides, ng both sides or different sides of competing o competitors. Totoo po yun, sinabi niyo yung basura. Talagang hindi ko naman talaga itinatangos ang ilong ko. But if there is a problem with garbage, if there's one good thing about my life story at kung ano ako nakaraan, yun yung pinaka-specialty ko on how to address the garbage problem of the city of Manila. We will do our best, not because we know, but because na-experience natin on how to manage the garbage. No? As a profession, sa hanap buhay, nung bata tayo. So we will apply what we have learned, tinuro sa atin ng buhay nung bata pa tayo. So ito lang, medyo malaki yan kasi buong Maynila itong pinag-uusapan natin.
Alright. Okay.
Opo.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Isko Moreno, the leading mayoralty candidate for the city of Manila. Salamat po.
May awan Diyos. Maraming salamat din po sa inyo sa pagsubaybay.
Well, while the local races are here in Metro Manila are being called already and proclamations are about to happen, Manila, San Juan, Quezon City, when it comes to the senatorial party list race results, not much coming out. We know that there is a problem with the COMELEC server. We're going to go now to Pawi Versosa so she can tell us what's going on social media, what people are saying on social media. Pauline?
Well, that's right, Pia. More and more Filipinos joining in the conversation as the wait continues for another wave of partial and unofficial results. Now, this Twitter user, Jamel Ann, questions the problems with the transmission of results. She says it's been nearly 4 hours since voting period ended, but the numbers are still the same as the first wave of results. She asks, are we back to manual counting in these elections? Now, this netizen is appealing to COMELEC to explain the problems hounding the elections. He believes that something is definitely going on, given the numerous discrepancies with ballots and receipts, plus the delay of the tally. As for Sherwin Zerimar, he feels that the results so far are not transparent, given the hours of delay to release new data on the midterm polls. But the netizen says he refuses to speculate until all the votes have been counted. Stay in the loop by visiting our social media accounts at CNN Philippines on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. You can also be a part of the conversation by tagging us and by using the hashtag #TheFilipinoVotes. I'm Pauline Versosa. Pia?
Thank you, Pauline Versosa, for that. Yeah, some questions already. People asking, are we back to manual count? An announcement for the young people of the Philippines: do not ask to return to manual count. No. All right, we're gonna. Sorry, Danny. Be careful what you wish for. No. No. N-O, no. Okay. We're going to go to a break. You're watching a CNN Philippines special coverage, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. Stay with us for more developing stories. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the CNN Philippines special coverage, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. I'm Pia Ontiveros, still with me, Maluti Kia, Edwin Lacerda, and Danny Arao. The Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting, or PPCRV, has issued a statement on this, what it's called a file transfer issue. Attorney Howard Calleja speaking for the PPCRV. Here's that statement.
Joint effort of both PPCRV and KBP. We are making this statement together, both PPCRV and KBP. Okay? I'm just reading the statement and maybe just a few questions, if any, later on, because we're both in the same boat, where all of us are asking questions, and we hope that COMELEC can give us the answers, okay? Sandali, hindi ko mabasa. Sandali. Dahan-dahan lang. Teka, sandali ah.
Let me hold that for you.
Andali lang. Okay. Okay. This statement comes at 10 o'clock this evening. We at PPCRV and KBP together have expressed our concerns with the COMELEC regarding the delay of the results in the transparency server. In the spirit of greater transparency, we have also requested the following: an open recording devices for all stakeholders to document the proceedings. Number two, a wide broader range of stakeholders, including minority and other independent parties, to preserve the logs and give all media partners, PPCRV, and all parties, minority, majority independents, a copy thereof. Along with our media partners and stakeholders, we urge the COMELEC to resolve this issue at the soonest possible time. In the meantime, We will continue to be vigilant and request all stakeholders to do the same. Thank you.
Sir, did they say what was the problem? What was causing the delay?
Well, we have the same questions as everybody. We don't have any answers yet. That's why we gave a statement that this issue on the delay should be given a result. We have already read the statement that we have requested 3 things from the COMELEC in order that these issues can be hopefully resolved at the soonest possible time.
Sir, since mag-automated election tayo, is this the first time na ganito yung nagkaroon na ganitong problema?
Well, we don't know the problem yet. There is a delay, but we would like this delay to be addressed.
So first time na ganito kahaba na may ganito.
Well, wait, what's that?
May information na kailangan ng end-back resolution ng COMELEC to resolve at makita yung error logs.
Well, if there's any action from COMELEC, that's why we're urging COMELEC to hopefully act on the matter, just like KBP, just like all the parties concerned. We as the citizens watchdog is also asking some questions with the COMELEC, and we would like that to be answered at the soonest possible time.
Sir, information, marami na daw sir ang data na stored sa may transparency server, pero hindi daw sir makalabas. Is it true sir? Tapos ilang percent na po bali yung data?
Well, that's why you know at this point we also are having a lot of things to be answered or a lot of questions to be answered. So we are hoping that all of these questions that you have too are the same questions we have, and we hope that that would be answered immediately also to everybody's satisfaction by the COMELEC. What? Now, of course, the PPCRB has continued its communication with COMELEC, and we are just awaiting whatever action they have, together, as I said, with our partners, with the KBP. No, of course, they have given their response, and that they have told that they will be addressing it at the soonest possible time. No, well, among others, it would be difficult naman to wala pang explanation. There's no. That's why I cannot also, because as I said, no, we are also asking the same questions that you have. We also would like to have this finished at the soonest possible time. We also want a transparent, free, and honest election. That's why, in the spirit of greater transparency, among the things that PPCRV and KBP has asked is also, as I said, broader range of stakeholders, include not only the ones that are now accredited, but also other minority parties, other independents, so that everything would be clear. Now we also ask for recording devices to be allowed in the server, so that whatever happens will also be recorded by everybody. Okay, we are not. We are hoping to be more inclusive, to have a greater transparency for everybody, and to preserve the logs, no, so that everything that happened between that time or whatever time the issue happened until now or it being resolved should be preserved until the end of the election. Okay?
May timetable ang taong bayan dahil sa nangyayari.
I don't see any reason for any anong tawag dun na mabahala at this point in time, concern at this point in time, but as KBP and PPCRB is asking everybody to continue to be vigilant, no, and to continue to pray for peaceful, honest, and transparent elections for everybody. Okay?
Sir, may timetable bang binigay si COMELEC? At least because everyone's asking what, when?
The same thing for us. We're also looking and waiting for the timetable.
We're going to go quickly now to the city of San Juan, a proclamation going on. Francis Zamora for mayor. So there you have it, a proclamation in the city of San Juan. Francis Zamora proclaimed mayor-elect of San Juan. His father, Ronnie Zamora, congressman of San Juan. Ronnie Zamora ran against Edu Manzano, and Francis Zamora ran against Janela Estrada, the daughter of Senator Jinggoy Estrada and granddaughter of former President former President Joseph Estrada, who is apparently losing in that mayoralty race in the city of Manila. Just a while ago, we were running that statement, the video of the statement of PPCRV's attorney Howie Calleja. And what he was saying there was that it was a joint statement of the PPCRV and the KBP, which is carrying out that partial and unofficial count based in Popeye Center in Manila. They have asked the COMELEC for an open recording of what has transpired and what will happen. They've also asked for a preservation of the logs. They say that they themselves have many questions about what is going on, but for now, this is being called a file transfer issue. Earlier, we were speaking to one of our IT people, CNN Philippines IT staff who is based in PPCRV, because they have an up close view of what's going on, and he was saying that the COMELEC server has problems transferring a big bulk of data to the PPCRV and media servers. And at this point, what has happened is that this issue has been elevated to the bank of the COMELEC, and we are waiting for official word. There have been requests for interviews, or at the very least a press conference, a full press conference, so that this issue can be explained in great detail to the country that is waiting. The last update of the results was at 6:15 or 6:30 this evening, and that is 5 hours. That was 5 hours ago. And right now, what we're watching now is the local races that are wrapping up all over the country, especially here in Metro Manila. So we've just shown you the proclamation of Francis Zamora and his father, Ronnie Zamora, in San Juan. We're also expecting proclamations of Abby Binay in Makati. She just won that race for the mayoralty post against her brother, Junjun Binay, in what is been dubbed a sibling rivalry gone ballistic. The latest announcement from the City Board of Canvassers is that they have agreed to lower the threshold to proclaim Abby Binay mayor. They've reached a certain amount of precincts reported, and the Board of Canvassers is saying that that would be enough to proclaim Abby Binay. In other words, kahit bilangin pa yung mga matitirang boto, hindi na yun makakapagpanalo kay Junjun Binay, who is running second to his sister. Now, also, we're waiting for final results in the congressional races in both legislative districts of Makati. The former Vice President, Jojo Binay, Abby and Junjun's father, is running in the first district, and the second district, Luis Campos, the husband of Abby Binay, is running there. We're also waiting for a proclamation in the city of Manila. Isko Moreno by a wide margin winning over Erap Estrada and Fred Lim. Also in Quezon City, we're waiting for word about what is going to happen to the Joy Belmonte race. You're seeing live pictures from the city of Manila, where people there are awaiting the proclamation of Isko Moreno. About 150,000, if I'm not mistaken, vote lead by Isko over Erap Estrada. Now, we were just talking about San Juan, what's happened to Janela Estrada there, daughter of Jinggoy, granddaughter of Erap. And what we see what has unfolded in the city of Manila. And this is exactly the opposite of what Joseph Estrada had said or had warned about. He had said that hindi dapat mawala ang Estrada sa San Juan. Well, it looks like they've also lost Manila too. Earlier, we were speaking to Francis Zamora and Isko Moreno. They're both basically saying the same thing. At the end of the dynasty. We're also of course, we're waiting for results as to what has happened, what is going to happen to half brothers Jinggoy Estrada, Ejercito Estrada, and JV Ejercito Estrada. They're running in the senatorial race, but of course, we don't have the final results yet. No updated results, just as we explained a while ago. So we still have here, of course, Malu Tiquia and Danny Arao and Edwin Lasherda. We are all just waiting.
Waiting for the inevitable.
The inevitable meaning of what? The inevitable.
That COMELEC will not tell us what's happening, and we will wake up tomorrow morning with hopefully adjusted results.
Adjusted results.
I mean, corrections being done, but the results remain honest and truthful. Because, you know, the gap is 4 hours now, 5 hours. And it's too long a gap.
5 hours.
It's too long a gap for di sana nag-quick count na lang tayo, no?
But you can't have a quick count because na yung gagamitin sana para sa quick count and nandun nga sa COMELEC server na hindi nga maipat.
The receipts.
The receipt.
You know, if
just add up everything.
If they just allowed NAMFREL to do the open audit, whatever open data thing
election website
that they wanted, that would have solved the problem.
We would have had a NAMFREL quick count.
Yes, because interestingly, the problem pertains to the KBP and the PPCRV. So the data is with them alone. So in terms of accountability and transparency, you cannot really rely on the other parallel counts because that should be the same. But if the central server is holding up the data, all of us are, you know, just waiting for the moon to set in this telecast. The other thing with the Estradas, you know, that problem could have been avoided, and this is a lesson for the.
Which Estrada are you talking about?
The
whole
problem of the Estradas. When you go out of your core and you want to extend your core in another highly urbanized city, the chances of you controlling it is very hard. San Juan is small. Manila is one of the biggest in Quezon City and NCR. San Juan is like 350. So when the decision came whether former Senator Jinggoy should run, it impacted on San Juan because Aling Guia is the mayor, ending. She had the full organization waiting to be inherited by whoever is going to be the common candidate there. But there was no agreement among the families. So what happened there is when decision was made that Senator Jinggoy will run, immediately that organization in San Juan collapsed. So it's very hard for the daughter of former Senator Jinggoy to put together an organization in 45 days. Because you should remember the organization of Estradas are all transferable. Kung sinong tumakbo, even in the Senate, the coattails of Estrada ensured, and the base of Estrada, Joseph Estrada, were the same base of Loy. The same base of Jinggoy. There was, for some time, there was a mother-son. And our system allowed it. And then, the siblings. So, essentially, pag tinignan mo lang yung logic, it's breaking down the Estrada core. So, if you're breaking down the Estrada core and you're not strong in Manila, because that is not measured capacity of President Estrada. That is borrowed base from ISCO.
So, parang lumakas lang ang loob ni ERAP na tumakbo sa Manila kasi dati naman akong presidente, sikat naman ako, parang nanalo nga gano'n.
The reason is redemption, di ba? Nagkaroon siya ng issue, I'm given the chance to redeem myself in the capital of the country. And you know, if you're given 2 terms to redeem yourself, I mean, di ba? So when it's the elder statesman in the former president, you have 2 of your sons fighting it out. and you have a race in San Juan and a race in Manila.
Yeah. Parang
By any logic, something has to give.
in business, 'di ba, meron kang core competency. Kapag lumabas ka doon, medyo maghanda kang
Right. And umuugat dun sa labanan ng magkapatid. If the sibling rivalry or if a decision was made that there's only one senatorial estrada, the locals will not be affected because you have to take a look at the baluartes of the estradas.
Yeah.
You cannot claim Manila. You can certainly claim San Juan. But when you fuse them all together and you have two senatorial candidates, invariably something will, give.
Something's got to give.
So in this election, there's going to be just one estrada.
So
It's
if you-
very
if you-
hard for...
yeah. If you were to choose kung sino yung dapat tumakbong senador, who should it have been? Jinggoy or JV?
I would go with JV.
JV.
For the simple reason he is the incumbent and re-electionist. Senator Jinggoy can still try. But you need to consolidate your base. And having San Juan as a base for a senatorial run is not that big. But Manila certainly is.
Yeah.
And it can influence the whole of NCR. That's why in the mathematical formula of sinong estrada ang mananalo, you see how they are performing. They are pulling each other. Estrada was initially up in the top 8. And then when JV started contrasting himself, umaangat, nahuhulog. So where is the base? The base is gone. And it's going to be very hard for another estrada in the same magnitude as an ERAP that we will see in San Juan.
I wonder what's going through Erap's mind. How must he be feeling now?
And you know,
I mean,
among politicians, it's good to end up high than to end up low. That's why a while ago, Edwin and I were discussing, wala pa bang concession? Because I would prefer...
That would be the statesman.
Yeah, former president.
To do, no? Oo.
You know, you have to give that, and you have to show to everyone that I can be above the fray, despite the heated
But
campaign.
won't it be a little bit too late because there's supposed to be a proclamation any moment now? Or baka, well, kung gusto niya, pwede pa siyang humabol.
There was a time when Avelino Razon was running for mayor, and it was too early for us to give the concession. But we gave the concession, and the concession was in a written form. Candidates should learn to concede, especially when the numbers are not really there. It's also good for democracy.
It's 150,000 plus.
Yeah. I mean, this rate of Isko is the same rate as he has been getting since the time he ran as councilor and vice mayor. So it's not something different. What he did different probably was to do the house to house. Again, we go back. Pag artista, meron kang 40% awareness rating. You have to build your trust. Okay? That is why Jinggoy is high and JV is low. People, and if you look at the trust rating, JV's trust rating is higher than Jinggoy. It's just that Jinggoy wasn't under artista.
JV.
And JV. And Jinggoy was.
Nagkakapalit na ng...
If you look at the awareness rating of JV, of Jinggoy, it was pretty in the 70s, 80s. While si JV, nagkakaroon ng problema kasi sasabihin, sino ba yan? Siya ba yung, siya pala yung incumbent.
I know it's too early to ask, no? And lalo na ngayon na 5 hours na at wala pa tayong update, no? But could you hazard a guess, and literally hazard a guess as to which, I mean, it doesn't look like both are going to make it, right?
Yeah.
Both have Estrada half brothers, both siblings, right? Which one is going to make it?
I would prefer JV, but popularity-wise,
you think Jinggoy will make it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I wish we had the numbers to back us up, but like we said, no, we don't have those numbers. We don't have the latest count from PPCRV. because of that file transfer issue. Paulit-ulit nang sinabi sa atin at naghihintay lang po tayo ng paliwanag mula sa Commission on Elections that there is that file transfer issue, yung data, yung malaking data doon sa COMELEC server, hindi pa rin mailipat doon sa server ng PPCRV, KBP at ng media. Still with us, of course, Danny Araw and Edwin Lasherda. You want to add to what Malu has already said?
Yeah, regarding the local races, it's good that the dynasties, we're seeing the end of at least some of the political dynasties. We can only hope that it wouldn't give rise to new ones, and that hopefully...
We can only hope.
Yeah, we can only hope. But anyway, and I think this is a good time to also briefly discuss the party list system, which is being hijacked by the political dynasty. So one of the things that I'm missing right now, aside from the senatorial race, would be the status of the party list races.
Yeah, because the results are there.
Yeah, because the results are supposed to be there. Yeah.
Oh.
And we're hoping that with the 59 seats at the House of Representatives, the ones that would fare prominently well there would be the ones that truly represent the marginalized and underrepresented. But at least based on the most recent survey, it would appear, based on our study at Contradaya, that at least 35 of the probable 54 would be either part of the political dynasty, would have special business interests, or questionable advocacies and nominees. So we hope that, well, from our experience, not everything that resulted from the survey would be actually reflected in the...
But what happened along the way? Because from the get-go, from the very beginning, the idea, the theory, the principle behind the party list system was to give voice to the marginalized, hindi ba? But somewhere along the way, what is the correct word to
There was a
use?
Supreme Court decision that...
Yeah, the Supreme Court decision, no, 2013, di ba?
The Paglaon case.
At sinabi nilang regional and small groups. So from marginalized to regional and small.
And mangoes.
And what?
And it became mangoes.
Mango.
Yeah.
Mayor's NGO. It's called mangoes.
So kapag yung ibang politiko umabot na sa third term nila, hindi na makatakbo, or minsan yung anak nila, hindi makapasok sa regular
revolving
legislative
door
district, no?
Or a back door, right? Revolving door, back door.
So what is the solution here? You know, people have said, well, let's just get rid of that party list system, or anong gagawin?
Well, there are some bills pending in Congress right now which seeks to amend the party list law, wherein members of the political dynasty would be prohibited from becoming nominees, as well as incumbent officials, because right now it's perfectly legal to do so. Of course, whether or not a political dynasty-dominated House of Representatives would approve something that would, end up with them being shot in the foot, so to speak, it remains to be seen. But of course, we have to try, and we have to continue pushing for it.
Okay, so what do we do now, Malu? About this?
Sa tingin ko yung party list, they have to be amended and probably be part of the political parties already. Kasi it's the same banana, masquerading as sectoral, but essentially, when I see the former wife of the speaker running as party list, another brother of another politician, certain campaign donors' kids being nominees, it doesn't speak well of the party system, of the political party system that we have. Then again, I would want to go back to this delay. I think this is the first election of the Duterte administration, and I'm putting it on the line. I mean, we're here for 5 hours,
and it hasn't moved.
We haven't heard anything from them. We haven't heard anything from the president. I mean, this is bothersome.
Yeah. Well, it's good you brought that back up again, because I've just been told that James Jimenez, spokesperson of the COMELEC, is at the PPCRV. So we're going to try and get... Okay, he's there. Okay, we have a bit of a problem with the audio, but we're going to try and get that back up right away. Hopefully, he's giving a really good explanation. Although, earlier, Malu, you were saying na sana si Chairman Abbas or one of the commissioners ang magpaliwanag, ano. But like you were saying a while ago, This is
I
the first
remember
under the Duterte
Chairman
administration,
Sixto, there was a problem
Brillantes.
then when they had to put off the count for the Senate, and then he went on the air and explained. He had all his commissioners there explaining bakit namin inalis, bakit iba na ngayon ang numero. You have to do that because, if he's the one, no offense to James, but certainly it should
He's a
be the
spokesman,
chairman
not a
who should be
commissioner.
here
Yeah.
and telling us, if the decision was raised to the NBank, he is spokesperson of the institution, not of the NBank. So, those, they should put their act together.
Parang may optics din yan.
In the same way that Sixto Brillantes led COMELEC put their acts together when that happened, when that boo-boo happened in PICC. When biglang nag-iba ang boto ni Leni Robredo, COMELEC also went on air and explained anong nangyari.
So you're saying there's nothing like taking the bull by the horns and speaking so that no one else fills that vacuum.
Right. And katulad na this is crisis. I don't know how they define crisis, but COMELEC has always been in the crisis mode. This is more than just a crisis. Because you're not telling anyone any story, and the worst part is you are contaminating the servers of others. If there is a problem, then they should share to KBP, to PPCRB, ano ba nangyari, ano ba status. Call them into a meeting.
Yeah.
We should not, sleep tonight knowing that tomorrow it's still going to be James.
We are waiting till infinity.
Yeah,
and we need
I'm
Thanos.
sure. No, we cannot. You need what?
We need Thanos.
End game?
To snap the fingers, to snap the...
Right.
Speaking of that movie, hindi ko pa napanood eh. Pero, wait.
Yeah, same here.
Huwag kayo mag-spoil it. Okay, dalawa na kami dito. But, okay. Before anything else, I just need to say this. No, our apologies to the viewers. We don't have the audio for that yet, but we are working on it so that we can hear what James Jimenez is saying, explaining to the media there. But like Malutikia has been saying that, and sina Edwin and Danny na, ang dapat magsalita dito ngayon ay yung chairman ng COMELEC, si Sharif Abbas, at yung mga COMELEC commissioners because there is a, in your words, a crisis, no?
Alam mo, the problema is si Chair Abbas is not really an election lawyer. Unlike Sixto Brillantes, who was really an election lawyer. So he was really an expert in and of himself to speak authoritatively on election law matters. So Abbas was appointed during our time. So, but I don't remember him being an election lawyer. So he may not have the gravitas to speak authoritatively on a situation like this, whereas Brillantes can speak of it quite easily.
Well, if Abbas wasn't an election lawyer, what was his specialization, field?
I have no idea. I don't remember the basis for his appointment, but certainly he's not one of the election lawyers that are known. Not like Romy Macalintal or Brillantes.
So it was President Aquino who appointed him?
No, as a commissioner, but he was appointed as chairman by President Duterte.
Okay. All right. Well, like we said, we're waiting for that audio so we can hear what James Jimenez is saying, spokesman. But again, that request that was made that the COMELEC commissioners speak and explain in great detail exactly what has happened. All we know so far is that, and this has been called a file transfer issue. Attorney Howie Calleja of PPCRV read a statement a while ago, joint PPCRV-KBP statement asking three things of COMELEC, among them a recording of, an open recording, a preservation of the logs so that there is still integrity in all the data. But there is as yet no reply as far as we know. We're also waiting for a much clearer explanation as to what is going on. A while ago, about an hour ago, we were speaking to one of our CNN Philippines IT experts, and that is the explanation he can give us. He's the one who was saying that this matter was brought to the NBank. Again, these are live pictures from the PPCRV But well, it is difficult to read.
But, you know, Pia,
James
correct me
Jimenez's
if I'm
notes.
wrong. Under the old system,
Edwin.
what I know is there were separate transmissions from the VCM to the COMELEC and the transparency server. Separate transmissions, eh. This one goes straight to COMELEC, and COMELEC, tama ba yun?
that's what I
COMELEC passes it to the transparency server. So,
You should not even touch it.
yeah nga, that's why it should be a simultaneous transfer to separate transmissions to COMELEC servers and to the transparency server. That was the old system. So, question is, why did COMELEC deviate from that and made it just where we are right now?
Yeah, well, those are among the questions that we need to ask.
Or even for
Comelec, yeah.
Commissioner Marlon Casquejo.
Casquejo.
You are the commissioner in
siya yung
charge of the
diba?
preparation
Oo.
for May 13. Where are you? You know, we haven't seen your face. I mean, this is a commissioner recently
Let's
appointed.
pull up a draw. Let's pull up a picture of
I
Commissioner
think
Casquejo so that we can
one of the
see.
reasons why NAMFEL pulled out was precisely because of this deviation from the old practice.
Yeah.
So now we have from VCM to COMELEC to the transparency servers, whereas before it's VCM,
Yes.
and then there's our two directions to the transparency server and then to COMELEC server. So there wouldn't have been any problem. That's a fail-safe. You have one that goes down, you have another that's still up.
It's like having
Provided
a backup.
you have a
Yeah.
backup. And then anyway, the COMELEC will be the Congress will be the official canvassing anyway. They can harmonize both. But either way, the old system allowed for you, if one system breaks down, there's another server that can announce all the results.
So many questions, very few answers at this point in time. Right now, what we see are live pictures from the PPCRV. James Jimenez speaking there. We're going to try and get more information and bring that to you as soon as they become available. In the meantime, more stories for you after the break. Hopefully, this is CNN Philippines special coverage, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. Be right back. Welcome back. This is CNN Philippines special coverage, the Filipino Votes Midterm Elections 2019. Habang may abirya pa rin sa PPCRV's partial and unofficial count because of that file transfer issue from the COMELEC server. We're going to go first to Cotabato City. We're learning that another explosion hit that city. We have senior correspondent David Santos joining us live now. David, tell us more.
Well, Pia, breaking news. Authorities here in Cotabato City are responding to another explosion incident tonight here in Cotabato City. It happened almost the same spot and same time as to the explosion that happened here Sunday night. We reported to you about an explosion that happened in this area, Barangay Malagapas, Rosario Heights, at around 10 o'clock Sunday night. Post-blast investigators recovered fragments of the 40-millimeter ammunition that could have been fired from a still unidentified firearm. Now, tonight, authorities also got a report of another explosion, this time also in the same area, which is just across the first site of the first blast, which is near the Cotabato City Hall. The same time, around 10 o'clock in the evening, they are also checking if the explosive used was also 40-millimeter ammunition, and one of the explosive landed just near the Cotabato City Hall. It's a good thing, though, that in both incidents there were no reports of casualties. As of this time, the authorities are still continuing their investigation. They cannot say who could be behind these two explosions and what message these people are trying to send, not only to the authorities but to the public. Pia.
All right, David Santos there reporting from Cotabato, another explosion hitting that city. Now, just moments ago, as we showed you, the spokesperson of the Commission on Elections, James Jimenez, speaking to the media at the PPCRV. There is a file extraction issue in the canvassing of the votes. Let's listen in.
Kaninang late evening, nagkaroon ng balita na napako daw yung transparency server at hindi na siya nag-update, no? Linawin lang natin ng konti. Hindi ito transmission problem. Ang transmission natin ay maayos, umaandar ang transmission natin at hindi tayo nakakita ng problema. Katunayan, ang transmission natin is at 80% right about now. Ibig sabihin, yung mga resulta galing sa mga VCM, tuloy-tuloy ang pasok sa ating sistema. Saan nagkakaproblema? Nagkakaproblema yung nilalabas ng mga media outlets na galing doon sa transparency server. Ganito kasi yung sistema niyan, no? Medyo maskip. Yung resulta na nanggagaling sa VCM, pinapadala yan sa canvassers, sa central server, at sa ating transparency server. Ngayon, from the transparency server, merong application na nagtutulak ng datos na yon papunta sa mga media outlets para ma-report ng media outlets yung resulta na natatanggap ng transparency server. Doon tayo nagkakaproblema. Doon sa program na nagtutulak ng data from the transparency server to the media outlets. Doon lang. The rest of the transmissions are proceeding as planned. No? Ibig sabihin, yung transmission to the transparency server, walang problema. Yung transmission to the canvassers, walang problema. Yung transmission to the central server, walang problema. And that's an important point. Bakit? Remember na ang pinanggagalingan ng official data na magre-resulta sa proclamation ay yung napupunta doon sa canvassers. Yun, hindi nagagalaw yun. Hanggang ngayon, umaandar yun. In fact, like I said, hanggang ngayon, nasa 80% tayo dyan. No? And it will get bigger as the night progresses. Ang nagiging problema lang natin, yung pagtulak ng data from the transparency server to the different media outlets. Yun lang ang nagiging problema. Okay?
So bakit nagka-problema?
Ang cause ng problem is something that's being studied right now. Kaya nga doon sa kabila, kung saan nangyayari yung transparency operations, nandoon yung mga iba't ibang representatives ng media, nandoon yung kanilang mga IT, at sabay-sabay nilang pinag-aaralan yung sistema. Ngayon, medyo malalim yung issue. Medyo malalim yung problema, kaya hindi siya madaling isolve. Sabi ng iba, ba't hindi nyo na lang gawin para ayos na? Natuto na kami ng aming leksyon. Kung natatandaan ninyo, noong 2016, ganyan-ganyan yung approach na ginawa para ayusin yung isang maliit na issue. Binuksan yung server, binuksan ng walang authority, or at least ng mukhang walang authority. So nagka-problema tayo. So ngayon, yung ating proseso requires us, when it's this level of exploration into the system, kailangan may approval ng unbank. Kaya nga, right now, about 5 minutes ago, nagpadala ng memo yung transparency server doon sa NBank requesting for permission to basically open up the error logs para makikita natin kung ano ngayon ang naging problema. Bubuksan natin yung error logs. It's a kind of audit that's going to happen para makita natin exactly kung ano ang naging problema. Kanina yan, about 5 minutes ago, pinadala doon sa NBank. Maglalabas ang NBank, nag-commit na sila na maglalabas sila ng sagot either today or very early tomorrow morning para masimula na yung proseso ng pag-aalam. In the meantime, yung iba't ibang media representatives ngayon sa baba, doon sa kabilang building, doon sa transparency server, are now being allowed to look at the results as they are coming in. So hindi na sila kailangan maghintay doon sa tulak sa kanila. Okay? Now, I don't know how long that arrangement will last. Obviously, there are security concerns. Pero for now, as a temporary measure, pinapayagan sila ngayon doon. No? Naglabas ng order yung head ng transparency server operations na pwedeng tingnan ng media representatives yung raw data na pumapasok even though hindi na napupush sa kanilang mga terminal. Ulitin ko lang, ang issue ay wala sa transmission. It is not a transmission problem, although that's what it's been touted as in the early hours of this evening. No? But that's because there was a lack of information about it. So, again, linawin natin, it's not a transmission problem. It's a problem with the application that pushes the data from the transparency server to the different media outlets. Okay? Yun lang. That's the program that is having problems. And we're going to solve it, again, by opening up the error logs and finding out where the problem actually lies. Hopefully, we can do that first thing tomorrow morning.
Sir, kasama yung PPCRB rin. They're having a hard time getting...
Yes, lahat kasi ng kumukuha from the transparency server affected. Okay? The transparency server itself gets data in a particular format, yung raw na sinasabi nila, and that gets processed so that mababasa ng mga terminals. Doon ka nagkakaproblema.
Would you know how long it would take for them to fix it?
Again, we're just waiting for the approval from the bank. I think the estimate is around 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. Baka okay na yan.
Sir,
No? That's the earliest, yes.
80% of the data is already in here. By tomorrow morning, kaya, sir, we will get to know who are the top 12 senatorial candidates po. Since 80% already in, sir.
Well, remember that you're looking at results supposedly from the transparency server na dadaan dun sa program na yon. Kung hindi pa naayos yung program, then you might have a little delay. Pag naayos na yung program, then you'll be able to get a good idea of what it looks like. Now, just as an aside, hindi affected ang transmission to the public results website. So in fact, you can check the public results website to make sure na pumapasok yung data. And again, bagaman walang consolidation na nagaganap sa public results website, technically speaking, if you had a calculator and enough time, you could actually do it yourself.
Sir, ng question sa credibility. Ano assurance natin sa public na walang nagalaw dito?
Again, there are transmissions ongoing through the canvassing system and to the public results website. You can back check that to see whether or not pag kumarga na kagad yung transparency server, whether or not it squares up with those two results. So it's checkable.
Sir, anong sagot niyo dun sa calls ng PPCRB, yung tatlong for broader participation, recording devices inside the transparency server, and yung yung logs, making sure that the logs are accessible and preserved?
Well, that's one of the things that's the third one that you mentioned, that the logs are accessible and are preserved. That's one of the things that's being requested now from the bank, no? Which I guess means that we are taking these suggestions very seriously. The unbank, they're awaiting the memo from the transparency server.
Sir, I thought nag-forward na yung...
Yes, o nga. Pinapadala doon. Nandun sila sa PICC, nandito yung pinanggalingan ng memo. So, bumabiyahe.
So when is the end-bank meeting, sir? So it's gonna be session?
Tonight. Yes.
Sir, this particular app na nagka-problem, ito po ba yung under po ng Smartmatic?
Well, the whole thing is a deliverable of Smartmatic. Yes.
Sir, usually kasi pag may delays dun sa pag-receive ng results, may assumption na baka may danger or may risk of manipulation. What do you say to that?
We acknowledge that this aspect exists, no? Kaya nga sinasabi natin checkable itong data natin, which means you can back check the data when the data from the transparency server becomes available, you can back check it to make sure na walang nadagdag or walang nawala. That's the best guarantee we can give. Again, this is a situation we find ourselves in. It's not ideal by any stretch of the imagination, but it is where we are. So the best we can do is give you guarantees, in the sense that we know where the data is, we know how much is being added, and we know that we can back check it at any point.
Sir, how long will it take to resolve the situation?
We hope that by tomorrow morning, resolve na siya.
Sir, itong application that's used to push the information from
Yes.
the transparency server to the media outlets,
Yes.
the same one we used 3 years ago.
Yes.
So
That's what we're trying to figure out. We don't know what went wrong.
Sir, pag naayos yan, sir, pag yung resulta po ba ay
Hahabol.
bagsakan or...
Isang bagsakan yan. Isang bagsakan yung hindi niya na-transmit noon, parang hahabol yan. Kumbaga sa sweldo, differential yan. Oo. Exactly. I am not familiar with the terms of the contract, especially the punitive terms, but I would expect that this is something that needs to be looked into by our legal.
So, sir, no indication na may external...
No indications of any external agency affecting this.
Sir, earliest time na magsisimula?
Again, hopefully by early morning today, we can have this fixed. Early morning, 4 a.m.
So definitely, sir, no new numbers, sir.
Not from the transparency server, no. But again, this does not mean na hindi pumapasok ang data. Pumapasok ang data, hindi lang natin nakikita kasi right now, we are all sort of oriented towards getting the output from the transparency server.
Sir, extraction of the data,
Yun ang problema.
Sir, linawin lang sir din sa may PICC.
Whoop.
Ang tinitingnan ngayon ng media, ang inaalaw sila makita ay yung pagpasok ng mga data.
Ang nakikita nila doon sa media, doon sa aming LED board, I think is transmission data from the VCMs, no? So merong ongoing updating doon. Oo. Yung direct from the central ata. No, but it's not the transparency server. So hindi siya affected.
Yung 80% transmission as of what time?
The last time I heard the 80% was about 10 minutes ago.
Sir, when do we expect po a change in the numbers po?
Tomorrow nga. Tomorrow. Tomorrow, yes sir. Tomorrow.
Ibig sabihin, sir, hindi pa siya naaayos, hindi pa rin po makakapag-transmit for the media, at hindi pa rin natin...
Hindi siya makakapag-push. Okay, again, I don't want to use the word transmit because it's not about transmission. It's about pushing the data that's already here to a different place that's also here. You've been to the room, right? You've been to that room. This is where the transparency server is. This is where the media outlets are. It's a simple matter of pushing the data from here to here. Yun lang nagiging problema niya. So, hanggat hindi naaayos yung link na yon, itong mga media terminals na to, hindi sila makakapag-update. But the media representatives are able to look at the raw data coming in through the transparency server.
They can manually in percentage names. I mean, same as this one.
I don't know what this one is now. I don't know what this one is now.
Yung names, then percentage, yung number of votes.
I think iba ng konti yung interface, but it's essentially the same data.
Sir, can you paulit lang po yung it's in the same place, this transmission server, and then the transparency server.
Okay. Ang setup ng ating transparency server ganito. Papasok yung data sa transparency server. Yung transparency server nakakonect yan sa mga iba't ibang terminals ng media na naka-arrange in the same room. Mahaba yung kwarto eh. Okay, mahaba yung kwarto. Nandito yung transparency server. Nandito yung terminal ng television A, television B, television C, television D, newspaper 1, newspaper 2, and so on and so forth. So yung iba't ibang media outlets nandyan. So the problem that we're getting is that the data that's here, yung 80% na data, nakatumbas ng data na natatanggap ng central server, halimbawa ng transmissions na gagaling sa VCMs, hindi niya maitulak papunta dito sa mga media terminals. And kaya hindi nare-report. Remember, ang issue so far all night is that the media is not able to update their reports. Yung media nakapako sa ganito. Everyone assumes it's a transmission problem because that's the easiest explanation, but that's unfortunately not the right explanation. The right explanation is that pumasok yung data, walang problema, but hindi natin maitulak yung data from the transparency server to the media terminals. And that's all of it. They're both in the same place.
And if you need to check it?
If you need to check it, you can actually go to where the transparency server is. They have a projection screen up there, and the representatives of the media can actually look at it there.
They can update their
They can update that, but they cannot update the monitors that they use because the monitors are designed to take data from the transparency server. But there are other ways of reporting the data, so they can do that.
So, sir, recording devices now allowed inside the transparency server?
I'm sorry?
Are recording devices now allowed inside
No.
the transparency server?
No. No.
It's one of the calls of people, sir.
Right. But it's a recommendation, so we'll see what happens.
We're allowed to use the information in the transparency server.
I would expect so because, again, this is a temporary measure. Like I said, I don't know how long this arrangement will last, but as a temporary measure, it has been allowed. Okay? All right. Thank you. Yes.
Follow up.
That was a recording of James Jimenez's statement and Q&A with the media, the PPCRV. Normally, what we will do is we'll do a summary of what he's saying. In essence, he's saying it is not a transmission problem. But right now, kanina, while we were all listening to this, so Malu, Edwin, and Danny, there were a lot of reactions going around this room. Malu, let's begin with you.
If the server of Comelec is working, why don't you just beam it in a widescreen and
Doon
all
sa
of
PICC?
media, yes, and all of media gets to access camera. I mean, that's the only
Which
way
is what we would do.
Yes,
anyway,
and then the other thing he said was it was functioning sa public results website. It's not.
Well, public results website, I presume he is referring to the comelec.gov.ph. Tama, di ba? Yun yung public results website. So we're here, and then I click on election results, and then it says announcement, please be informed, election results website for May 13, starting 6 p.m. Monday, May 13. So we click on this. Tama ba yung ginagawa ko? So I click on the election results website.
Refresh.
That one. There, then you get to select which race.
So he's saying that everything is available here.
But technically. The other thing is political parties are supposed to have their access to that data. Kasi there are several servers, right? The media, political parties, and PPCRV. So my only question is, why are you screening out media? Media is your partner for this election. I don't think it is right to screen out media or KBP in the process of reporting the results. We're hitting our 12 midnight, and technically this is automation.
Yeah, and technically also this is the point where we need to go to a break. This is CNN Philippines special coverage on the midterm elections 2019. Be right back. Stay with us. We're going to wrap things up right now. Final words from our guests. Edwin, Lasherda.
The situation right now gives rise to the consequence that the public will have skepticism of technology. We've gone through so much. We've gone from manual to AES, and we should assure the people that the technology did not fail them. It's a process within that institution that failed to understand and cope with whatever problems they have. So this now sets us back, and people now will be skeptical about, should we continue doing AES? So now there's a query now of maybe perhaps it may be longer, but it is certainly more predictable of going back to manual count. So that's the danger of the rising skepticism of the public towards technology. And that's a sad thing, this is what we're seeing now.
Okay, Danny.
We can't blame the public for speculating that there may be fraud or any form of, maneuvering that's happening since there is an unexplainable delay in the, they say transmission, but now James Jimenez says it's pushing the data. But much as we admire...
Even if they say that the results are available sa website.
Yes, definitely.
Lang,
but the aggregate...
Ang titingnan mo yung ER.
Yeah, but we have to look at, the total, because people wouldn't want to do the effort of, manually counting everything and trying to add things up. But nevertheless, we hope that there would be a better explanation from the Commission on Elections. And for Contra Daya, we're issuing a statement as early as now that an independent investigation should happen to get to the bottom of these things.
And who would do that independent investigation?
We would want to invite, hopefully, not just Contra Daya, but also other election watchdogs, and of course we want to do fact-finding on what happened. We have our own IT people, and hopefully we would be given access to some of the logs that would not be so sensitive, and would hopefully be an action on the part of COMELEC as a sign of commitment, rather, to be transparent about the process. So I think an independent investigation would be the best way to go, if only to ensure that everything is above the board, so to speak.
Okay, Malu?
For me, this is a sad day for COMELEC. Double black eye probably, from the VCM to the transmission to what we are experiencing right now. It is not good for a country to sleep knowing, they have...
Or not knowing.
Or not knowing. I mean, they have received 89%?
89.65% ERs.
So they know who are the top 12 senators.
By the way, Malu, sa annual count, itong gabi na to,
may
resulta na tayo.
Oh, yes. Again, are we pushing for manual? Please, COMELEC, we've been there, done that. Is this tactical in the sense
What do you mean by that?
You try to control the syndicates because you're not releasing results. When you don't release results to your partner institutions like KBP, PPCRV, it tells a lot of, internal rumblings inside. So syndicates in the campaign. That's a reality on the ground. And it's a sort
What will the syndicates do if the results are out?
Well, they would be able to trend. At 60%, you will be able to trend. At 70%, you'll be able to determine where to control the transmission, where to push more, where certain bailiwicks can be reported immediately. I mean, so it's a sad day because we would have ended on a high note the first election of President Duterte, where we can sleep and say our votes were counted correctly.
Who said anything about sleep? I don't know if I can sleep tonight. Anyway, well, thank you very much to our guests and thank you for your patience. Malu Tiquia, Danny Araw, and Edwin Lasherda. And thank you to our viewers tonight. This has been a CNN Philippines election coverage. Filipino Votes midterm elections 2019. You can log on to cnnphilippines.com for developments on the election results. Our special coverage returns tomorrow at 6 in the morning. I'm Pio Ontiveros.